Hello, everyone, and welcome to Smashbox Podcast number 91. I'm here in the Milwaukee studios, joined by Johnny V.
That's me.
We're back at it, right on time, right where we need to be. Tuesday night, 9 o'clock Central. Good to be here. It's been a long weekend and even a longer week. I see.
For you,
it's been 5 o'clock on your face here for a while.
Yeah, I didn't shave this morning. Normally I shave, about every other day, and today it was that every other day. I didn't bother. I was like, screw it. Throw caution to the wind.
Every other day. That looks like about 6 weeks on your face.
I'm getting
I
older.
can see it, so it looks like about 6 weeks.
So the other day, no, I'm not kidding you. I was looking in the mirror before bed, washed my face, and when I looked up, 1 or 2 grays.
Wow.
Like, well, white. Because I don't gray. Blonde people don't really go gray. They go white.
Well, at least you still got some hair up top.
I do.
All right, so we got an exciting show, of course, for you tonight, as we always do every Tuesday night once we get live. We've got Mike Batka from the 2016 AM Worlds taking place in Madison, Wisconsin. He's going to be joining us on the show tonight, give us a few updates of what's going on over just 75 minutes west of where we're at right now. We're also going to have Nate Doss, 3-time world champion, join us right here in our Milwaukee studio. So we're really looking forward to it. And, Johnny, I think the least we could do right now is welcome.
When we tell people to step inside the Smashbox,
We kind of mean that figuratively usually.
Yeah, but somebody decided to crash the show.
Well, he's here. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nate Doss. Nate, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great, guys. Absolutely. I actually dropped in on the Smashbox now. And it's not as impressive as it seems out there on the internet. But
what are you talking about? I mean,
you got the NES over here. I mean, it's not too bad, actually.
You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not at all.
Well, you are surrounded by we set up the studio a little bit differently. You actually get to see a little Johnny V's collection of what's up on the wall, some Hall of Fame discs. Yeah. I see a 2007 AM Worlds disc up just out of our viewers' vantage point. But
there is. What they can't see behind this thing are all the Nate Doss discs.
Yes,
there's
this is
nothing but Doss discs.
Nothing but Doss.
Cover it up.
We promise.
I see a lot of 98 AM Worlds. Talk about living in the past.
That's the year that we hosted it here. So
yeah, absolutely.
So I got a couple of those. Maybe
I was
later
here.
On.
I was
know
here.
You were in town. Maybe later I'll pull out some of my my TI buzz. Nate Doss buzzes. I got stuff back there.
Ooh.
Yeah, lots of good stuff.
Yeah, a couple of
them. We're set up. Nate's going to join us for the night. We're going to be pretty free-flowing. Not that we're not every week, but pretty free-flowing. Like I said, we're going to get with Mike Batka in just a few moments. We're also going to be talking about our Yuli's picks. Big week for some of us. And maybe we'll check in. I know Dana's out on the board. Dana may or may not drop in at one point or another, give us some updates. I did reach out to the 2016 winner. AM Nationals. Thank you. I was looking for that word. Then Nationals. The AM National winner, that was Gavin, and he maybe will be able to join us next week, or if we could set something up, he might stop in here tonight. But big weekend, lots of good things. We'll get to all of that in a few moments. First, let's cut over to Mike Batka in Madison, Wisconsin, and we'll see what he's got going on.
Mike, can you hear us?
I certainly can, guys.
Hey,
awesome.
Are you providing any video for the world for us to see or no?
Let me try this.
He's getting fancy, folks. That video.
If not, we'll just give him one of those Twitter eggs that people don't have.
I don't know, fellas. On my end, it looks good. I don't know.
That's all right.
I'm just seeing a Smashbox logo here on my side.
Huh. Interesting.
There we go. Okay. I don't know.
Anything?
Your voice sounds good.
Is there a little camera that you can click on?
It's all right.
I'm working it, baby.
Okay. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to, first of all, again, welcome Mike back into the show. And Mike, you're over, as we said, about 75 or so minutes west of us down I-94, and you're going to be hosting, the TD at least, hosting the Amateur World Championships over in Madison. What's in store for everyone?
Well, first, guys, thanks a lot for having me. Very much appreciate the opportunity to come on and talk about the 2016 Amateur World Championships here in Madison. Yeah, very excited. Hard to believe it's just over a month out. It's literally become almost a full-time job for me at this point, and yeah, doing everything in our power to put on a great show for everybody. So yeah, very, very excited.
Now, there's some great courses that Johnny V and I are familiar with. Our guest here tonight, Nate Doss, is somewhat familiar with a few of those courses. But how many are they going to see, and have they broken it down by division just yet, or is Chuck Kennedy running some numbers somewhere on a spreadsheet?
Yes, certainly. Chuck Kennedy from the PDGA has been very helpful. As it has Sean Sinclair. He actually came here from the PDGA and walked all the courses with me for a day and helped me make some decisions. It was great. Sean has been an incredible asset. So one of the things that Sean came away with at day's end, we started very early in the morning, had breakfast, kind of talked about what we were going to do through the day, hit a couple of courses, had lunch, hit a couple more courses, and did dinner. And at the end of the night, I just said, so, what were your takeaways? And his takeaways were that we had just a very good collection of courses, really, really well suited for AM Worlds. And when you talk about those different levels, gold level courses versus blue, white, red, he felt that of the 5 courses that we have, keeping in mind that 2 of them are 27-hole courses, so it's essentially the equivalent of 6 18-hole courses, that 5 of the 6 were very solid blue level courses. One of them was sort of a tweener in Capitol Springs and kind of that red blue level course, and all in really good shape. And so again, for AM Worlds, I think this is a great collection of courses.
Awesome. Now, we've seen them, again, many of them have been established for a number of years. We've even had national tours and other events hosted on some of those courses and the annual A-tier at the Mad City Open. So there's a good variety. I know there's multiple tees, multiple pins, and you guys will get that all dialed in as the event gets closer. Now, as of recently, is it safe to say that you guys have had an influx of sponsorship and people that are jumping on board? I know you've got a ton of great sponsors, and maybe you're even here to announce a title sponsor tonight?
Oh, I thought you were going to announce you were going to title sponsor.
Oh, no, the disc golf guy is not. Maybe Nate Dawes is. No.
Maybe. No.
Okay, maybe not.
No.
All right. What do you got?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, without question, sponsorship plays an
Uh-oh.
Luke, I am your father.
Mike, you there?
Mike's having a little issues with his internet. He might have to call us back on his phone, I believe. But I think he was about to say sponsorship is an integral part of the AM World.
And that all sponsors are...
Should we just do the interview for him?
Yeah, I could. It's actually pretty exciting. I know he has been talking with a number of different companies, and I know he's excited about all the people that are supporting the event. And before we even get back with him, I know he's going to tell us there's a lot of people that really want to step up to support it, and these major companies are bringing their A game. So, and it's very impressive. So, we'll obviously wait for him to be able to give us the details here if we can get back with him.
We're dialing him back, so hopefully he gets us back in a second. So, what have you been doing? You been hanging out with your new friend? You just abandoned me and.
The person whom you're trying to reach is currently on.
So for those who didn't know, and we'll get into it more regarding this weekend, but Nate and Val came into the Milwaukee area last week, Wednesday night. You guys had driven pretty much straight through. You went right from the St. Jude event and drove straight through. How many miles and how many hours?
I mean, it's, we left literally after the tournament Sunday night and got to your place, Wednesday after late afternoon. It was still light out and all, but I mean, it was literally just an immediate, I think it's over, probably 2,000 miles or something. But for Val and I mean, that's just like a drop in the bucket. It seems like, no, seriously. I mean, once you've gone through Nebraska and Wyoming and Nevada once, it looks the same every time you go back through. So
okay,
awesome.
All right, well,
we got Batka back. Okay,
here
we go.
Batka back.
Batka's
we'll
back.
Get back that.
Guys,
all right.
My sincerest apologies. I went for the iPad. It's awful.
All right.
But so
okay.
now we're using the iPhone with. I can't even explain to you how many cracks are in the screen. But
Nobody can see it.
Yeah,
That's
nobody
great.
can see it. You look perfect.
You look beautiful.
So everyone, welcome again. This is Mike Batka from Glide, and Mike, you were just about to say we were talking about the sponsorship and how people were stepping up and ultimately who your title sponsor is.
Yeah, absolutely. So I feel very fortunate not only to have the support of a lot of local businesses, but within the disc golf industry. And I'm in a unique situation. I'm actually here at Glide, where Madison's disc golf pro shop, and I'm the owner operator, and have been running this now in our 9th season. And so I'm maybe in a little different position than maybe the average tournament director, in that I have had a working relationship with some of these companies for the better part of it, almost a decade, and those relationships have made this process easier, and so doing everything we can to bring value to the players, and the by and large the companies within disc golf have stepped up and have done that. And it's been
See ya.
Yep, it's been great.
Really?
Oh,
Come
boy.
on, everything was so great. Mike. All right, we're going to see if we can make this happen. Everything was looking so good there on his screen and everything. All right.
I mean, Terry, would you say that, having that experience with these sponsors, is a key factor for any worlds, or especially in AM worlds, where, that's a lot of work.
It is. And one of the challenges that Mike can attest to, that I had to attest to in 2007, is there are so many companies and everyone's vying to have their spot and their space, and to have representation at an AM Worlds, but yet trying to figure out exactly where you belong and how much you want to put out, because everybody just thinks, oh, it's just, let's give away just a bunch of free stuff. That all costs dollars for these sponsors at the end. All right, Mike, continue on. Sorry.
all right. I don't know what's going on now. So,
Okay.
You're right, Terry. I kind of caught the end of your thing, what your point you were making, and it's a great point in that, because I actually get asked frequently to sponsor events. It's not a donation as much as it's an investment. It's marketing, it's advertising, it's promotion, and so I think again that's an asset for me, in that I can speak the same language, and maybe not from a manufacturer standpoint, from a retailer standpoint, but still, again, in the business of disc golf. So that being said, the whole process of coming up with a presenting sponsor was a lot more drawn out than I had wished. I'm sure some of the folks involved had wished, but I'm very, very pleased with all of the support we're getting. But there definitely is one company that proactively approached us with an incredibly generous offer, and really just said, what do you want to make AM Worlds, and how can we make this special? What can we do to help you? And so I'm very pleased to announce tonight that Innova Champion Discs is the presenting sponsor of this year's Amateur World Championships. And I can't thank them enough. I've been working a lot with Jonathan Poole, who probably many know as the tournament director from the United States Disc Golf Championship, which is maybe one of the if not the premier event in the sport. Certainly at the very near the top 1, top 2, 3 in that collection. And so Jonathan knows what it takes to make an event special, and it's been a pleasure to work with him. I couldn't be happier. There are other folks, Discraft, Dynamic Discs, Prodigy, Latitude 64, MVP, Legacy, Discmania. These are all folks that have stepped up and are offering very generous support. But Innova, as a presenting sponsor, went above and beyond, and I'm very, very thankful. And I know the players are going to love what Innova's bringing to the event this year.
Awesome. Well, like I said, I know it's very competitive when it comes to who's going to give what, and Innova's arguably the biggest company in all of disc golf. So
Yep.
we know that everyone's stepping up. Now, Mike, we just saw this last weekend, and maybe this is a little bit of foreshadowing. I believe it was 3 out of 4, or at least 2 out of 3 of the top finishers at the national championships taking place over in, I think it's Milford technically, or Kensington, Michigan.
It's in Michigan, yeah.
Over at the USADGC, are sponsored by Innova. And we know there was a Discraft representation up there. I think we may see a few of those players at AM Worlds in a few months. Did you see any of those results or standings or what was happening over there? I know you've played.
No, I do a pretty good job of keeping my finger on the pulse. Admittedly, last weekend I was home with my wee ones, and so I knew that AmNats was happening. But no, I honestly, I'm no spoilers, Terry.
Okay, no
Oh,
spoilers.
right, yeah.
geez,
I'll leave it there.
Don't ruin it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You spoiled it earlier in the show.
Yeah. Okay. So
Well,
anyway,
luckily my connection had broke, so I missed that spoiler. Because I
Oh,
was
nice.
switching devices. So yeah.
well, perfectly timed.
Really exciting though, right? I mean, Terry, I've been in Madison now for since 2008, but prior to that, from 2000 until then, when I picked up disc golf and I got to actually know you and Johnny V, and became a part of the Milwaukee disc golf scene when I lived there. Just case in point, look at the 2007 Am Worlds you ran in Milwaukee, and right now arguably the world's best disc golfer, Paul McBeth, came out of that. Almost winning that, just falling just
Greg
short.
Schwartz.
Greg Schwartz, damn him.
Greg Schwartz, exactly. That's like Paul's nemesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
For about 2 days.
A badge that Paul or that Greg wears proudly. So
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. So I won a prediction contest from you guys because in 1998 we had Am Worlds here in Appleton.
Yep.
9 years later, Milwaukee. 9 years later, Madison. So this is like the Halley's Comet of disc golf, events. So 9 years from now, Am Worlds is going to be in blank
Wisconsin.
Somewhere in
town.
Yeah,
for sure.
Where should we have it? Where should the what it'll be the 2025 Smashbox Am Worlds Championships be?
Whoa.
Oh, I like this. I like
Hey,
the sound
now.
of that.
I'm saying.
Start selling those fundraiser discs now, Johnny V.
Northwoods.
I will, trust me. There you go.
If I had to say in Wisconsin in 9 years, I think a front-running contender would be down in Kenosha County Parks.
Yeah, where you're putting some phenomenal parks in there, some 27-hole courses, some 18-hole courses. That's a great idea.
That would be my prediction if it were to come back to Wisconsin in say 9 years. Kenosha County, who stepped up huge, and anyway. So Madison's got some great golf going on. What's the number one thing that you could share with people? We know there was a little snafu, I believe, with Disc Golf Scene with some of the registration. I feel like that stuff's been worked out as best as it can probably by now. But
Depends on who you ask.
Well, exactly. That's true. I realize that. But what would be the number one thing that you could share with people to say where you're at now with your planning? And you're not having Skype.
That's right. No, he's still
he's there.
Just,
okay.
Just no video.
Now you have a low
good.
battery indicator.
No.
So yeah.
Oh, boy.
That's right.
Okay.
We're on fumes, baby.
So tell us real quickly, what would be the number one message you want to share with anyone that's looking or asking about Am World's stuff? Is there a website they should be checking out? Is there courses they should be checking out?
Facebook page or anything?
Well, yeah. So what we did do is, admittedly, and I haven't been shouting from the hilltops a lot of information about the event because, even still today, I'm still finalizing things, and I definitely want to be of the mind of under promise, over deliver, and not the opposite. And so for information, we actually are in the process right now. Our local club president, Seth Johnson here of Mad City Disc Golf, and I are working on the registration packets. Okay. And so the invitation packets went out. People registered. Now we get the registration packets that'll be more detailed. And a lot of that information is also going to be up. The PDGA does have a subpage for Am Worlds. The PDGA also has a Am Worlds Facebook page. All of that will be populating, and we'll be pushing more information through. But there are just so many other events right now to compete with. Just want to give those other events their moments in the sun that they deserve. And as we draw a little closer, now we are going to be putting a lot more information out there. But what I really want to impart on the people who are fortunate enough to register and get in and qualify, and congratulations. First and foremost, Madison is just such a great town, and we really want it to be just more than just disc golf, is to get out and check out Madison and all the things it has to offer, especially in the summer.
Yeah, go check out the lakes right there in the center of town. Phenomenal.
Absolutely. Hit State Street. Go to the our Memorial Union and the terrace, which is getting remodeled, and it's gorgeous right on the lake, and getting some ice cream or having a beer and seeing a showdown there. And
huge farmers market there in the weekends too. It's great.
Absolutely, monster farmers market up off the square by the Capitol, and so no, Madison's just a great town. We've got a great disc golf scene. We might be this Midwestern mid-sized city, but we've got a great collection of high quality disc golf courses. Well, it speaks volumes that, this mid-sized city in the Midwest that only has about 6 to 7, maybe 8 months at best of disc golf, can support a disc golf pro shop, nothing, but disc golf for the better part of a decade. So, it speaks to the quality of the disc golf scene here. So, we've got a great collection of courses, and the great thing about where we're set up with 108 holes is that during the preliminary rounds on Tuesday through Friday, every player gets to play every course once, because they all are, kind of a comparable level. There isn't something way up here and something way down here. And I think that's neat. You get to taste as a player what Madison disc golf is about. And you're not, say, taking maybe a lesser skilled division by player rating and letting them play maybe what's regarded as, maybe a lesser course twice, and not getting to play the crown jewel. For instance, like a Token Creek once. And I think this is a really neat opportunity that we're able to do that. Let everyone experience Madison disc golf.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that for Am Worlds. I know with Pro Worlds, a lot of the pros prefer to play one or two courses, get to know those courses, learn them, and there's that big thing about how many courses we play and how many rounds. But for Am Worlds, it's more of a vacation and for fun for most of the players out there, other than probably 3 advanced players that are really gunning to win it. And I think it's good to get the players out there to play every course, and if they can't, that's.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that you'll hear, when you're talking to PDJ about Am Worlds enough, it's this idea of competition versus convention, and where Pro Worlds has made that shift, and I think that shift makes sense.
Yep.
By and large, people think that makes sense, and Am Worlds is a little different, and that's where, even right now, there's some discussion online about, the size of Am Worlds this year and how it's a couple hundred less from last year, and there are all these people who qualified and some couldn't get in, and to put some perspective on it, we'll have 576 people this year. That'll be the 5th biggest Am Worlds ever. And we did actually tinker around with adding a half a pool of players using a 9-hole course a little south of Madison. The PDGA ultimately decided just to stick with what we've got. And if we had added just that 36 and we're at 612, we would have been tied for the 3rd biggest Am Worlds ever. So some people, are looking at Am Worlds as it being a lot smaller, and it's a small Am Worlds, and in fact it's not. It just happens to be coming on the heels of the largest Am Worlds ever.
Yeah,
and
it's comparative.
And a location in Kalamazoo that hosted, I believe, the 2008 combined Pro and Am World. So the convention versus competition, and we want to provide a little bit of both, and it's this very wide range of kids who are 6, 7, 8 years old to people in their 60s and maybe 70s. And that's a big challenge, is trying to create a players pack that everyone enjoys, trying to do activities that work for everyone. And I mean, just speaking of activities, some of the stuff we've got ongoing at night maybe just carries much weight as what's going on during the day on the courses. Some people's minds maybe even more. And so, Terry, Johnny, I'll leave it to you guys. I know we've got something really special going on Tuesday night at around 9 o'clock.
What? Tuesday night at 9 o'clock? Somebody's buying me pizza and beer, right? No. So, yeah, we're excited to announce that we will be in Madison. We will be doing a live podcast right there at the host hotel. We're working with Mike Batka and the rest of the staff to find the perfect location as to exactly which room it is.
We're going to be using Mike's cell phone for all
all weekend long without a charger. It's going to work out really well. And but we're going to be shooting a live disc golf Smashbox TV podcast on Tuesday night, and we want a live studio audience. So come on down, join us. The host hotel's name is what, Mike?
It's the Crown Plaza in Madison.
Okay.
The hotel, a great facility. Under a half an hour from every course. In fact, a couple of courses are like 10, 15 minutes away. It's literally walking distance from where field events are going to be at Rindall Park. The Fly Mart's on site. The PDGA check-in is on site. We've got some other things going on there that week. And yeah, we want to thank, definitely on behalf of all the participants, staff, sponsors. We want to thank, you, the two of you, for bringing the Smashbox 75 miles west to the Crown Plaza. And what's great, just timing wise, is that the prior weekend are actually overlapping with the first weekend of Am Worlds, when we have doubles, when we have field events. That opening weekend of the 9th and 10th, I know the
Silver
PGA
Cup.
Silver Cup and member of the Pro Tour is going to be here in Wisconsin, just a few hours away. And so we're certainly hoping to see a lot of those top-level players making their way down to Madison, representing their sponsors, maybe at the Fly Mart, Nate Doss, and maybe representing themselves in the Smashbox Tuesday night.
Yep, exactly. So we're really excited about it. We're going to continue to talk to the PDGA and some sponsors and everything about other coverage that will be taking place there. I know that I'm going to be involved with the M Worlds, hopefully for multiple days. So we may have some announcements as those unfold, but you can certainly count on us Tuesday night live right at the host hotel. We're going to have a stage and everything set up so that people can join us. And then, as Mike just said, we're going to be looking to have some of our top pros step inside the Smashbox so that everyone can take part right there live and in person. So, all right, Mike.
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to say, that's one of the things we've got going on that week. I'll also, make another announcement now that as just sometimes fortune, kind of happens, as luck would so have it, one of my neighbors I discovered is one of the owners and the manager of the Madison Radicals, which is a member of the the American Ultimate Disc League, the AUDL, one of the professional ultimate frisbee or ultimate disc leagues here in America. And in fact, right now, the undefeated Madison Radicals, one of the best teams in the nation, and pulled some strings. And actually, they arranged to have an exhibition game Wednesday night, the night after Smashbox.
Awesome.
And so we've everyone's got a ticket waiting for them in their player pack. We're going to go check that out. It's at a beautiful Bree Stevens field, literally on the same side of the street, about 5 minutes down from the host hotel, just literally blocks from our state capitol. Gorgeous venue, and they always put on a really good show. And they're going to be competing against the Wisconsin Collegiate All-Stars, and we've got a really vibrant, competitive ultimate scene. Here in Madison especially, but all throughout Wisconsin. So we've got that. We've got some other stuff going on Thursday and Friday night, leading into the semifinals and finals that we hope a lot of people come out to see on Saturday, July 16th. But guys, thank you for having me on. Really enjoyed it. And anything else you guys got for me?
No, I was just gonna say what we'll probably do a little better than we did last year is we're gonna check in with you one or two other times between now and Am Worlds. We kept saying that with LL Kazoo, with Larry Laban last year, and we only had him on once. So maybe we'll get a few quick snippets from you between now and when Am World starts. We'll keep our eyes on everything going on there. We'll keep our eyes on the national tour and the pro tour.
We'll watch him age right before our eyes the closer the event gets.
Exactly. So, no, we appreciate you taking the time tonight, and thank you for joining us, and we're looking forward to exciting Am Worlds just down the road.
No, thank you guys very much. Look to checking in again. In the meantime, I'm going to try to figure out the whole connectivity issue, and I'm going to make sure that in no way, shape, or form I get tan. You guys get this pastiness every single time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm right here with you, buddy.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, Johnny. Promise. I got the grays coming in too, buddy.
All right. Thank you. Have a great night.
All right. You two fellas. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, Mike.
Cheers.
Bye.
So as we world's TD, Mike Batka, working some action right out of his Glide Pro Shop, which is exactly one throw away from the beginning of the course at High Stand Park. So there's a course right across the street from his pro shop, High Stand. It's a gorgeous course on the east side of Madison, and you'll be able to check out the pro shop while you're there for Am Worlds. So we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in here so far tonight. Please go out and let your friends know that we've got some sweet action going on. We've just caught up with Mike Batka, and now in just a moment, we're going to be catching up, I believe, with our regular segment in the one and only Dynamite. Do we have an intro for him?
Not today. We're not going to do intro.
No intro? Come on.
No intro for Dana.
Wow.
What we're doing though is we're going to give something away for Dana's segment.
We are.
Tonight, someone reached out to us.
Giveaway.
For our live. It's nice to have three people. That's a great trio.
Yes.
When you and I just do it back and forth, not nearly as much
boring,
fun.
Giveaway.
So we were tonight sponsored by Daddy Disc Golf. So Facebook.com/Daddy Disc Golf. he'd like to give away some product. He's trying to promote his brand, and he reached out to us and said, hey, you guys, I love what you guys are doing. Basically, hey, we're great, blah, 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 all that stuff that we always hear. And he would like to do a giveaway for all of our viewers. So what he's giving away is a Discraft shirt, a lanyard, a sticker, and he said he's going to throw in something special. I don't know what that is. It could be some coal. It could be a disc.
It's my
Could
disc
be
in
a
a
malt,
box.
a chocolate malt.
It could be a chocolate malt, which you better get that quick. That better be overnight shipping if it's a chocolate malt. So in order to win, and he's going to hopefully, we'll have to rely on him because he's the one that's going to judge this, so to speak. You need to go out to facebook.com/daddydiscgolf, like his page, and send him a message, a private message, not one on the page. So he's going to send that. So it's the 10th person. The 10th person to go out and do that will win this package.
Quiet, I'm trying to do this.
No, you can't.
Oh,
You're not eligible.
You're not,
God,
you-
do you
ineligible
really
to
need
win.
more stuff? I saw your storage today.
Yeah.
You should be
That's-
giving stuff away, actually.
slow your roll.
You saw the storage and came out alive?
I stayed near the edge.
Yeah, that's probably good. You don't want to go too far in there. So
It
go
smelled
out,
nice. It did smell nice.
So go out to Daddy Disc Golf, facebook.com/Daddy Disc Golf. You have to like the page and send him a message. The 10th message he gets, assuming you liked it, he'll announce the winner. I don't know if he's going to announce it later today, if he'll message us or he'll get back to you in person. He'll do that. So now that we've got that out of the way,
So it pays.
it pays to watch
listen live. To listen and to watch live, doesn't it?
It really does.
And so now, after the contest has probably been done, now go out and share a link with everyone and let them know that you're watching the live disc golf podcast action right here with me, Johnny V, Nate Doss, and
Boom goes the dynamite.
Boom.
Nope, wrong one.
hey yo, welcome.
I went with the 3-shot, not the 4-shot.
All right,
there
welcome
we
to
go.
the show.
There's Dana.
Dana, Mike, Vitchy.
Is it that time? Am I on?
Yeah,
It is. Yep, you're right. You're right under Nate, where you usually finish.
Oh, yeah.
hey-o.
Oh,
bam,
hey, I
right
didn't
on.
say it.
Ouch.
Yeah, you're happy if you're like right under him, and that's usually
You know
fourth,
what?
Second.
second, third.
It's not
I hate
it's
to
not
ruin
second
this.
because I'm.
I hate to ruin
never
this
in
great
first.
energy we've got going, but I cannot hear you guys.
Really?
We've got a bad Skype connection, so I'm gonna be hanging up here and call me back in 3, 2.
All right, we'll try that again.
Let's try it again.
Skype seems to
Gosh.
be a little touchy here tonight.
Yeah, what's up with Skype?
I don't know.
It doesn't want to.
Doesn't want to
Yo, yo.
cooperate.
Hey,
All
Dana,
right.
can you hear us now?
Yeah, a little better than before.
Okay.
Good.
Well, hopefully that works, pal.
So
I mean, I listen to half the stuff you say, so we'll be all right.
honestly, if you just talk and we'll talk over you, and if you ignore us, it'll be just like a normal podcast.
Exactly.
So I don't know if you heard the jab that I said you finish right under Nate usually because you're right under him on the screen. So it doesn't matter. Everybody else outside the world thought it was funny.
They got it.
Yeah.
So-
Nate's pretty good at frisbee. I think I beat him maybe once.
Name it.
Oh, come
When?
on.
When?
More than that.
Actually, Fort Steilacoom Open, and
What?
that's a good intro for me talking about that event.
Oh, yeah.
All
you
right.
Living in the past, Dana.
You were in the.
And we'll see, hopefully, now that the video, we'll see if we can start sending video again out to all of our wonderful users. Was that your phone saying Smashbox is live again? There it is.
We hope. There we are.
Stream Health, we are coming back.
Nice.
All right. Well, we apologize to everyone that was hanging around out there and not knowing what was going on. Hopefully, you're all here.
Saying Smashbox is live again.
And
Oh, there we go.
All right. Stream out to all of our wonderful users. Was that your phone saying Smashbox is live again? There it is.
We hope. There we are.
Stream Health, we are coming back.
Nice.
All right. Well, we apologize to everyone that was hanging around out there and not knowing what was going on. Hopefully, you're all here.
Saying Smashbox is live again.
And
Oh, there we
There
go.
it is. All right. Stream Health, we are coming back.
All right. Well, we apologize to everyone.
All right. So we're back, Dana. So tell us more about Fort Steilacoom.
All right, so Fort FSO. Wow. Let's see. Winner for that event, Eric Oakley. Finished. No.
Jeez.
But anyways, yeah, there was a lot of good players. Again, Eric with the big breakout win. First A-tier victory ever, and quite possibly one of the lowest rated players to win an A tier. So big congrats to Eric. He does a lot of promotion, works with Discmania, for Discmania, doing some of their events, and then as I said, babysitting the kids on the Discmania RV.
I would say about Eric, that rating surprises me. I think a rating is just a number. He truly believes that he can win every weekend. And that just goes to show you that if you just continue to stick with it.
And obviously your rating is what you previously played.
Sure.
It's not where you're at now with all the traveling that Eric's been doing and whatnot. He's clearly on the upswing.
Yeah, but 966, I'm just surprised that that's his actual rating.
Well, we're going to see that. We're going to see that definitely improve because of his last few tournaments. Maybe it's partially because of his sponsor, his Whale Sacks. Those could be doing it for him as well.
I think it's the Whale Sacks.
It always is.
What? Can I get that sponsorship?
You don't have Whale Sacks on tour?
No, I don't.
Oh, you should get Whale Sacks.
Okay, wow.
You definitely need Whale Sacks.
Okay.
Yeah, especially on tour. All right.
More sacks, better.
You got it. So, any other surprises, or it's fair to call that a surprise, any other things of note for the Fort Steilacoom event?
Let's move down over to the women's side. They had a 9 person women's open field, and winning that was Melody Destroyer Girl Bailey. She had a 4-stroke win over Carly Pruitt. I'm not familiar with that name. Nate, do you know Carly?
I don't. No, I don't.
Okay. All right. It looks like Carly is out of Washington, and then finishing in third was Mindy Thomas out of Washington, and she tied with Shauna Buzzingham, Discraft sponsored.
Mm-hmm.
Former PDGA employee Sarah Nicholson, 5th, and good friend of the show, Zoe Andike, finished in 6th. So congrats to Melody, and again, congrats to Eric. And then I'll give a shout out to Ming Vang winning the Masters, and Rick Provost the Grand Masters. Congratulations to all the winners out there. I wish I could have made it back out, especially since Nate Westbell was running the event. Nate's a good dude, good friend. Had some good times in Japan a few years ago with him and Jesse. But there were some other events this last weekend. European Open, Disc Golf World Tour. Only saw a couple Americans make their way over, and that would be Paul McBeth and Ricky Wysocki. And they found themselves on the lead card all weekend. Katrina also went over, as we talked about last week. And Katrina found herself on the featured card again for round 1. So there is video on the Spin TV YouTube channel. There were a few other Americans out there, but
it looked like she struggled a little bit, to be honest. She had a couple shots out there that just are right in her wheelhouse that she missed. Some easy putts, and I think a couple drives that she really wishes she could have had back.
Now, I guess one of my questions would be, we know that there's not a women's division that's represented at the Disc Golf World Tour, and we've now seen 3 World Tour events, 2 of which Kat's played in. In the first one, she finished just a single stroke out of the cash, or a single spot. It might have been 2 strokes, but it was a single spot out of the cash. This one, I believe she finished in 84th, if I recall from her Facebook post, actually.
Yes, 84th.
Yeah, 84th out of roughly 140.
About 7 strokes out of cash.
7 strokes out of the cash. Will we see anytime a woman is at one of those events, do you think we'll see them as part of the featured card? Do you think that's like a strategic move, and does it send any mixed signals in that we're not offering a women's division, but the 1 or 2 women that may come play, we put them in what many would call a featured card right away on the opening round?
I don't think you'll see it at the next event.
Okay. You don't think we'll see any women at the next event, or that?
No, there might be women, but I don't think we'll see them on the featured card. I think UC realizes that he's promoted Kat for these 2 events that she's played. I don't know if she's going to play the European Masters. I'm not sure offhand.
Okay.
I would think she is, because she's going to be out there, and I know Paul is going to be out there.
Well, she'll come back. If she does, she'll be coming back between now and then.
But because she's kind of a Beaver State fling. I think she flew in tonight or tomorrow or something, I think I saw Paul say. And then I highly doubt you'll see her promoted like that at the USDGC. Just the USDGC tends to stack one card for that first round for if they do live coverage.
And that's assuming she gets into the
assuming
USDGC.
she gets into. Yep.
She is currently not signed up for the European Masters. She got the Beaver State Fling, and actually, I'm not. All right, this is kind of interesting. I don't see her signed up for Vibram. Wonder if that is an oversight or if she's not going, but she is signed up for.
Is Paul signed up for Vibram?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but I could probably.
Yeah, maybe
let you know pretty quickly.
Maybe they're not making that swing this year. For some reason.
That would be crazy.
It would be.
I mean,
because I know Paul.
You're talking about Paul Ulibarri.
I know, I am.
He
plays
be
every
there.
weekend.
Yeah, he'll be there. I mean, that's what I.
Yeah, there's
would
a
say.
pickup game at 1 a.m. tonight for Smashbox. He's going to be here, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Paul is signed up for
Okay.
Vibram Open. Katrina is not, so I'm not sure if she had. Maybe
a
Val
wedding.
is sitting out Beaver State. You normally wouldn't see that. Maybe Kat has a wedding or other obligations or whatever it might be.
We can talk to Paul a little later because we might be getting him on.
Sure.
Yeah, Kat is signed up for just about 10 tournaments ahead of it.
A weekend. That's kind of.
But again, Kat, she did make it over to Europe. Paul did not. Again, rough stuff with his passport from what we're hearing.
Yeah, we discussed that last week with him.
Yeah, I missed that. You guys put me to sleep. You guys put me to sleep faster than Cool Daddy Slick Breeze does.
Wow. All right. So what about the lemon drop? Is there any chance you took any look at that as to what was going on over there? We saw the likes of our good friend Little Spoon, Steve Rico, and a lot of different people talking about the event. Did you happen to see anything that was taking place? Probably not, because it wasn't sanctioned from what I recall.
Well, I was actually going to give my spoiler alert for
the world tour.
Yeah, I was gonna say we just glazed right over that.
Yeah, we didn't actually. We didn't actually talk about the winner.
All right, sorry, I won't sidetrack too much. Go on.
Yes. So again, top Americans, Paul and Ricky. They were on the lead card all weekend. Paul was struggling. He did not look comfortable with his straddle putt early on in the event. He was still playing really good disc golf, but definitely not the McBeast caliber disc golf that we come to expect in every weekend. And Ricky found himself winning by 5 over Paul, and Paul was actually in 4th going into the final round.
Well, it was really just his second round where it looked like he struggled. He kept pace on the first round, shooting a 56, which is 1040 rated, 1045, tied with Ricky.
lead.
And then it was that second round where the whole front 9, he really he couldn't get anything going. I don't think he might have had one birdie in the front 9. I vaguely recall, and then ended up shooting I think 4 down or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. We'll call round 2 not very Paul McBeth like.
Yes.
And again, I didn't think he looked all that comfortable with the straddle, and I was a little surprised that he was going with the straddle even for putts from a distance, where you might normally see someone go more traditional style putt to get that, to use their legs a little bit, use that back leg a little bit more, and do the Macbeth. Macbeth.
Yep.
80 footers, they're on track, and I don't feel like he can do that with the straddle putt, but maybe he'll prove me wrong. But again, going into the final round, he was in 4th place, and then all of a sudden, after a few holes, kind of a slow start, he went off and birdied 9 or 10 in a row.
10 in a row.
It was 10, and then bogeyed. In 12 holes, he birdied 10, bogeyed the next one, and then birdied 16.
Exactly.
And then went par. Right?
And the course record on that course, I believe I heard, was 12. And he put 10 in a row at one point.
Yeah. And some of the holes that he birdied, are phenomenal. I mean, every hole out there you can birdie, but just to do it 10 in a row is amazing, really.
Now, before I continue on, Nate, were you following the live scoring? I know it was probably in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, we were playing the team event up here, and Terry actually, it was on Saturday. Mm-hmm. Terry come over to me. He's like, Macbeth came back, and then at lunch we had looked at the live scoring. I wasn't actually following as it was happening, but I followed along after at our lunch break, and it was just, it's just incredible. I think it really goes to show that even injured, that middle round, Paul might have not played very well, but he just, that just shows he just never quits.
Yeah,
and that's really, that's his greatest strength.
And he took the method. I know Dana was saying struggling with longer straddle putts. He took the method, just put it close. Just,
right.
If I don't have to have long putts, then don't, because that's kind of what he did that last round. He didn't hit a lot outside the circle. So
No, and neither. You know what? Looking at the stats, I don't have it off the top of my head. Ricky didn't hit a whole lot of outside the circle. It was Lazat. I think Simon may have had the most out of those guys. But so Paul came back. It's an incredible round. It's up on Spin TV today. I haphazardly watched it, and it was a pretty amazing finish. Ricky was down and then battled back after Paul had caught him, and on Ricky, it really looked like the disc slipped out of his hand on his tee shot on 18. He went big forehand, and it never had a chance. And he immediately
went right or left?
It went right.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it just slipped out hyzer and went to the right OB. Okay.
Yep. He looked at his hand immediately after he threw it.
Was it raining?
In disgust.
It was really windy, but not raining.
Okay. Huh.
So.
Yeah, I was interested to see how did he 5 or 6 saddle? I think somebody said he double bogeyed it, but.
Well, yeah, it didn't matter. He missed his 15-foot or 20-foot tap in, but he had already locked up second. Paul had locked up the win, so he kind of. Okay. He didn't have that Rick look in his eyes. He was unfortunately defeated at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to 2011 on that same hole, it's great to have some history there now. I mean, Paul Ulibarri had a similar issue. He threw a backhand off the tee, but that hole cost him the tournament. And
is that against Felberg?
Yes, it was. Oh, was it? Yeah, I think it was against Dave. But I was in that group, and I just remember, seeing that happen. And it's like hole 17 in Winthrop. You have to get by that hole. These are big shots, and really, the one thing about Nokia, they call it the beast. But that last final 4 holes is just intimidating on every single shot.
Yeah, 17 and 18 are two of the scariest looking holes because they're both birdieable. Like you can walk up and say, all right, if I just put my disc here and then here and then here, I'll get a birdie on 18.
Yeah.
But 17, you look at it and you're like, oh, that's a birdie for all these guys. But with the speed of that green.
Oh, yeah. And the wind, and it's wide open. There's nowhere to judge where you're throwing it to.
Yeah, as a backhand thrower, that's dangerous. And as a forehand thrower, you run the risk of hitting and rolling out of bounds. It's just, it's scary. Like watching that, I'm glad I don't throw that. So
what I would ask, since Nate is here and present, when we're talking about Saturday, or in our case, Friday night, when we're talking about the scores on Friday night, we're seeing, Paul McBeth was down 4 or 5 he was down 5, and then there was 2 people between them. We know that McBeth is a dynamic player, and he, more often than not can bring out his best game when he needs it, when he's under that kind of pressure and he's making that charge. But he had to get past 2 other players and catch Ricky. So to see that he's down 5 and then ultimately up 2 for the win, 7-stroke swing in that final round, that's not something you would necessarily predict, is it?
Well, I mean, I don't think you can ever predict anything like that. But we know with Paul that, I mean, pressure means nothing to him. I mean, literally, I think he's had the most ice in his veins from any other player that I've ever seen, almost in any sport, honestly, because think of how many fantastic final rounds he has, where he just makes everybody look, I think, and really the big one that I remember, the very first one, was that year at Vibram. When he just went off. I mean, he had the one at the Memorial. I mean, that was amazing as well, but that one at Vibram just really blew my mind as an even competitor, playing in the same tournament as him. But no, I mean, you could never predict a 7-stroke swing, especially with KJ and Simon there. I mean,
I counted him out. I
kind
of did. I mean, I hate to say it because we've seen him come back so many times, but I looked at that on Friday and I went, well, he's not taking first because I think one of the other guys above him is going to shoot. All I kept thinking to myself is he's going to have to shoot 12 because these guys aren't going to shoot less than a 5.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, Ricky has been playing near the top. I mean, there was that feeling, I think, in the general population that, Ricky had the momentum. He's been playing great.
Monkey off his back.
He's won all
with
these
Beth
tournaments. Yeah, to me, the monkey off the back thing means nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say that all he wants. That monkey's not there. He goes out and wants to win every single tournament. You're just seeing two great players play against each other, honestly. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, Paul never considered himself out. I doubt that.
Clearly not.
I mean, he might say he did, but, I mean, really, in his heart of hearts. But, 99.9% of the people out there, I would say, yeah, they're out of it. But Paul McBeth he's just a unique guy, and this is just another thing on the list of great things he's done. I mean, really.
How different would it have been if you were in town? That's the real question.
Oh, I don't know. There might have been more smiles in the final group. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
These guys are intense, man.
Yeah.
Ricky's probably one of the most intense players I've ever been around. He's very to himself, and which is it's awesome.
I'd say it's great, which is kind of funny because you get him off the course and he's friendly. And
God,
smiling,
yeah, he's a big jovial.
He's just a big joker, and then Rick, and then you get him on the course. He doesn't like a caddy. He keeps to himself. He does his own thing, and it may come off as a little cold, but it's just he's a competitor. He's just focused.
Ronald Harkey chimes in on one of our favorite smashies out there. Says he was actually down by 6 when they stepped onto the 5th tee box.
Sure.
So
he didn't start well.
Yeah, so
Ricky birdied 2, and it extended it to 6 at that point.
So that's an incredible. If you really think about it,
12 holes.
He picks
made
up
7
strokes.
7.
How far was he ahead of the next best score for that round of anybody? Can we look at that?
Pasti Koivu shot a 57,
and what did
Paul shot a 53? So he beat him by 4. It was really windy too.
Yeah,
actually there was a 55 from Leo Peronin. Excuse me.
Okay.
So he beat Leo by 2, and then I think the next best was Pasi at 57, and the rest of the lead card: Ricky 60, Simon 63, KJ 64. Simon and KJ kind of just. Ratings don't mean a lot, but 10, 11, 1,004. Not what you want to do. Final day lead card at an A tier or major event. They kind of just
those ratings are a little skewed because there's a lot of lower ratings in the event. And that guy the guy was 2 behind McBeth. Yeah. I mean, his rating wasn't 1050. Let's put it that way. But
have you ever been in a group where you just watch somebody just shred and just kind of like you look at them and you're like, oh God, I can't do anything about it. Like clearly you've won your world.
Well, dozens of times with Paul, but honestly, and even other players too. I mean, it happens. Myself. When a guy gets on, and I would say, especially in the wind, because sometimes when you're playing in these adverse conditions, whether it be rain, wind, whatever it is, when the snowball starts going downhill, it seems to just. There's no way to stop it. Yep. And without knowing, because I didn't watch the coverage, I would say Paul had to be driving phenomenal, just compared to the other players, And some guys just, when you get on sometimes I go out and play in the wind or the rain, and it's just like, wow, didn't look like any wind affected that. And then the next time you go out, and it's down the fairway. So, anyways, it can. And it is.
I was going to ask.
It's disconcerting to when a guy's just shredding and there's nothing you can do. You're trying to refocus yourself. And sometimes the more you focus, the worse it gets. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask like what your mentality is behind that. If you're kind of thinking, all right, maybe I can ride some coattails and get on with him and start moving, or if it's just like, no, he's already gone. I can't even get those coattails and just.
Well, I mean, I have to really hand it to Rick. I mean, he turned around. He birdied 16 and 17, and 7. I'm sure he threw a sidearm on 17. It's a great sidearm hole, but you have to hand it to the kid for not giving up. I mean, he was clearly being outplayed, and he just continued to fight and fight and fight. So, I mean, that right there says a lot about his character, a lot about what we might see, for the rest of the season. I mean, just to continue to battle it out is huge. He just happened to be on the short end of the OB there on 18.
Yeah.
And anything else that we saw from the World Tour event over there this weekend, Dana? Why weren't you there? Come on, let's be real.
Yeah, come on.
They sponsor you. You should be
Oh,
there.
I had a sick baby.
Oh.
So,
Is
So
she
you were gonna go.
no, I was not, but I had a sick baby, so I couldn't have went anyways.
You told me that when you signed on with Discmania, they were making you the face of the company. So I would expect you to be there.
He said if I shaved my beard and my hair and clean cut that they do it, and I said no way.
Oh, okay.
I like a man with standards.
There you go. All right, what else did we see around the tour?
All right, so
Zootown?
I know you wanted to talk about this like 20 minutes ago, so
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go over to Arizona to Mount Lemon for the 11th annual Lemon Drop.
Okay.
It sounded pretty crazy, like 90 plus degree weather, 100 degree weather, playing 27 holes on a mountain, 6 hour plus rounds, even longer, I heard.
Longer, yep.
Your boy, Steve Rico, came out first round, course record. You know what? I think Stevie was the only 1,000 rated player there, but he absolutely shredded that first round. Played really good second round, fought through the crazy conditions. Sounds like a really fun event, cool course, and finishing second. I don't know why he was there or how Curtis Manahan, he's out of Iowa. I played with him a month or two ago at an Iowa event, but there he is out in Arizona, maybe taking a vacation. But he finished in second, tied with Jeremy Herr and Andrew Bohm. Haven't seen Andrew lately. He's a really good player. I think he runs races now or long distance stuff, crazy like that.
I'm about to get started on those.
Your boy Rico won by 10 strokes.
Honestly, that tournament is more of a destination event more than anything. I know the Kansas City crew goes out there. I mean, Pete's always telling me how great that event is. So, I mean, if we look at the names, I'm sure they're from all over the country.
Yeah, and it also, from what I recall, seeing some of the posts on Facebook early on, is that it sells out in seconds or minutes.
Yeah.
It's almost
Pete
instantly
Cashin won
sold out.
Grandmasters. By the
Oh,
way.
there you go, Petey.
Yeah,
Atta
so
boy.
it
Uncle
does sound
Pete.
like quite an event, and congrats to all those guys out there that got to compete and play in it. I know I remember seeing a post, and that's what made me think of it. Is Steve Rico said something about he's been playing for like 4 or 5 hours, and he's only like through 5 holes.
He's 14.
14, yeah.
And
correct,
I was like,
5
oh,
hours.
that's halfway.
Yeah.
On a 27-hole course.
Yeah, so
All right,
that's
hey
pretty
guys,
incredible.
I just got some breaking news. Ashley just
Dun,
walked
dun,
in the
dun.
door from Women's League.
And
Her first ever Women's League, 15 women. She won.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Booyah.
oh yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
And now
All right.
she's eating celebratory Taco Bell. So I don't know.
Oh. Yum.
But
Gordita
like a
or
chalupa
yeah.
or
what-
Double
Quesadilla?
decker? Double
Quesadilla.
decker? Those are good.
cheesy gordita crunch.
Oh.
all right.
Val likes those
that's
too.
her 4th meal. All right,
Classic.
As they
Classic.
say.
But
congratulations, Ashley.
yeah, congrats, Steve Rico, Ashley Vitchie. I also want to give a shout out to my good friend Paul Oman. He held it down in his hometown B tier, the Evansville Open. Won by like 5 strokes or something like that. But Paul is getting ready to head out on the Pro Tour. He's going to be driving a van with a trailer, helping out, setting
He
up
looks
the
like a van
Frisbee
guy.
Festival stuff that we got going on. So if you see a tall ginger out there with a great beard, that's Paul Oman. Go get his autograph.
Stay away from his van.
Yes, don't go near the man with the van.
Yeah, if he asks you to get in the van, think twice.
Yeah.
All right, Dana. Well, we appreciate all of the updates from around the
Wait,
tour.
what about Zootown?
Are you going to give us any Zootown?
Come on,
actually-
what was up with that?
Okay,
That's one that's on my. I want to get to that event. It
All right.
happened,
Yep.
right?
Yep,
Yeah,
it
oh,
did.
it happened.
Yep.
Yeah,
happened.
Zootown
I saw
definitely
some
happened.
posts.
It's one of my favorite events. We've gone and played it a few times on our way out to the West Coast, hitting that West Coast swing, and usually you could chalk Christian Dietrich up for a win or being right there, and he was right there this year. But unfortunately for him, he had a pretty rough final day. More so finals. He I believe he was down by 1 or 2 going into the finals to Ben Squires, and Ben he beat Christian Dietrich in Montana, which is a pretty big deal. Christian's a if he was out on tour, he would be a household name. Christian, as we've talked about in the past, has won a national tour. He won the Beaver State Fling, kind of a Cinderella story. But Ben Squires just came out, and he doesn't even have. He's living in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, right now. That's Ben Squires. He's only played a few events in the last year.
Yeah, he's only rated 967.
I was just gonna say, talk about.
So there you go. I mean,
yeah, talk about a Cinderella.
only
story.
1 point above Eric.
Yeah, these guys are trying to set
What
records.
a great
here.
weekend.
Ben doesn't even have enough. He's not even a propagator. He's got one event on his, rating.
Yeah,
So,
Wow.
but he put up a 1023, a 1031, and a 1034. So
yeah.
clearly he's doing something right.
Yeah, and I've played with Ben actually out at that event. He's a pretty good player, and it's obvious that he's not playing that much anymore. He's cashed at national tours before in one event. So don't let the rating fool you. It just looks like he hasn't been as good playing that much. But again, Zootown, awesome event. Blue Mountain, they played 2 rounds there on day 1. It's an epic, beautiful mountain course in Missoula, Montana. Nate, have you had a chance to play there?
I have. That one is definitely on my list of events I want to play. I mean, Val actually has been there, but that was before they played on the ball golf courses. I think there's 2 ball golf courses, right? Or is it just one?
It's the 3rd round. The past few years has been at
okay.
Vista Golf Course. Not a whole lot of elevation, but it was a pretty fun. We played it 2 years ago, and it was a lot of fun. Good mix of holes, but yep, it's all about that day 1 at Blue Mountain.
Yeah, I just think whenever you get a chance to get off the beaten path, go into a state like Montana, I mean, it's just beautiful. I'm sure every corner of that state is just gorgeous, and to go and play in a town like Missoula and see the people there, I'm sure it's just I'm sure it's a friendly place to be.
Oh my gosh, the Missoula crew it's one of my, I've got all, how it is traveling across the U.S. and the world. You meet all kinds of awesome communities of disc golfers. The Zootown crew is top notch. Brian Bjorn, he's the tournament director. He runs the show there. He puts on a heck of a show. He works at Big Sky Brewing.
There you go.
So in the past, check-in has been in there, and there's beer and stuff. The trophies are always bottles of beer with custom labels made.
Oh, cool.
But Brian's a super good dude. The crew out there, they have a good time. Last time we hit the town pretty hard in Missoula after the event.
Beautiful. I think Val even got an ear piercing in Missoula. She told me.
Wow, anything can happen
between
in
rounds.
Missoula.
Oh, it's a crazy town.
I'm gonna remember that for trivia.
Yeah,
That's
there
right.
you go.
Where's Val Jenkins got?
All right, and then with rounding out on the women's side, we saw Paige Bjerkes was able to take it down somewhat easily over the traveling Madison Walker, and Birdie girl Kelsey Wilmerding, who has not been on the tour but local to the area, she managed to sneak into the cash. It looks pretty favorable in that they paid 3 out of 5 women, and she still went home with $245. So. If women are looking for a solid payout, clearly this is an event where, as you said, with all the things that they're doing right there, including paying out the women quite heavily over in their division, a small division of 5, but a pretty serious payout. So, again, shout out to them.
Also, just noticed, looking at the results here in the Masters, Big Mike Leslie, he took down the win. Not too big of a surprise there. He's a really solid Masters player out of Washington, but Jeremy Thornton, he must be 39, turning 40 this year. I have not seen his name pop up in the Masters division. He got 2nd place to Big Mike, and the legend, the Whitler, Glenn Whitlock, won Grand
Whitlock. That's a name I haven't heard in a good year or two.
And actually, when we were out on tour 5 years ago, driving around in the van, we met Glenn at Zootown, and then he ended up getting in the van and riding with us for a while until
Not
we
surprising.
Wow.
some issues at the Canadian border, which I can't get into.
Glenn has slept on the floor of one of my college
Yeah.
rental units. So I know Glenn from many, many years ago.
That guy can take down a buffet. It
Yeah.
doesn't look like it.
No,
but
it doesn't.
Boom.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's always the skinny guys that fool you.
Exactly.
They do, for sure.
Yeah, Glenn's a special guy, and I'm glad that we opened the van doors to him, because it definitely made for a much more interesting ride.
Well, and a huge shout out, one of our favorite Smashies and one of the greatest guys on tour. I know his name was mentioned in positive light while we were in the Northwoods of Wisconsin this weekend, is our good friend Jason Castro.
Jeff Castro.
Jeff, no,
What?
wait, okay. Jordan Castro, who was misquoted, misnamed, I should say. There was a local newspaper article as to a write-up about Jordan Castro, but right at the very first word of at least the excerpt that he posted was that it said Jason Castro. It talked about him throwing a shot that I think skipped off the water, and it was this phenomenal shot where the crowd erupted, but they listed him as Jason Castro instead of Jordan. So kind of funny,
Ouch.
but we love you, Jordan, and
Jason.
Jason Jordan Castro. Good to see.
He's very busy right now, liking statuses. He's got 2 phones up.
Yeah, he's like.
He's sore. I heard he's on tour right now with Paige Bjorkas. He's paying her per like, so she's got her laptop up.
Wow.
It's quite the
It's a machine.
Quite the scene.
Well, congrats again on a solid finish out there, Jordan. I know we missed you up in the Northwoods of Wisconsin, where you'd be up there trying to beat up on people at the team event. So we didn't miss you really, because you would have been another asset to a Minnesota team. So anyway, all right, you got anything else for us, Dynamite?
Before I go, who won the team tournament?
Hey, now.
Do you want to sit here and hear this?
I just want to know who won and who was your MVP.
Okay.
Well, for those who, this last weekend we were in northern Wisconsin at one of our sponsors of tonight's show and at one of the greatest places on earth, and sponsor or not of the show, we talk about them all the time, up at Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch, 1230 Sandy Point Lane, Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. No, Lac du Flambeau. Sorry.
Lac du Flambeau.
Let's get it
anyway, in a heated battle, when it was all said and done, there were 7 matches and then a finals for the top 2 teams, and I'm proud and honored and elated and joyous to proclaim that the team I had up, Team Alliance, was ultimately your repeat champions here for the.
Now, how many players from Illinois do you have on your team?
We have from Illinois.
Well, yeah, the guys from the border, right?
What do we have?
Jason.
One?
You have Heasley.
One?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
just easily.
one who's where do you have him playing? Advanced?
Yeah, that's right where his rating put him.
Scumbag.
Yeah.
David Heasley is one of this year he's been one of the best players he's probably been the best player in Illinois or Wisconsin.
And he was the best advanced player on our team.
And I was going to say it fell very fortunate to Terry as to where the numbers fell this year. We'll see what happens. Who you're going to get next year for advanced? That's a good question. Someone else that's going to be 1,000 rated next week.
I've got some recruiting
Terry,
to do.
no, he goes right up to the edge.
That's right.
Yeah.
I know. We were literally here one night with a spreadsheet open, taking all the numbers
For
Heasley
and Matt Parker,
looking at numbers like
At the stat.
like these like what. Oh, if they include this one, but they drop this one, I think this is how it's going to go. I think they should be 969.9. Ooh, we need to get below that because it's going to round down. Or it was a whole night of doing this after a podcast.
Yeah, I mean, he played within the rules.
Of course, I always do. So when it was all said and done, some stellar performances. And I don't know if we officially declared an MVP. We had David Heasley, the gentleman that we're talking about. He ultimately went 7-0-1. So he pushed one match.
Who tied him? You know?
Not off
I
the
think it
top
was
of
the
my
Team
head.
Burr, but either way. Yeah,
So 7-0-1. Last year he went 8-0 and gave up 9 points in 8 matches. This year he gave up a few more than that, so he's slipping clearly.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And then also having a pretty stellar record, going 7-0-1
as well.
And was in fact Nate Doss.
Oh yes,
This guy right here.
Yes.
So Nate,
Hold on, let me guess. What slot did he have you playing in?
take a guess.
The 2?
Yep.
Indeed. Scotty Too Hottie was just way too confident in being number 1, so we had to put him in the number 1
So
slot.
who is your tie? I'm guessing Keith Warren was the 1 slot for his team. So
No, Keith played 2. I ended up
that
playing
tie?
Keith. No, it was not a tie.
Okay.
I actually beat Keith. My tie was Danny.
You whooped Keith.
Oh,
Oh,
Danny.
I'll say it for you.
I didn't say it, Keith. No, it was Danny Polk, and actually we had a phenomenal match. Really, it was right in the middle of the afternoon session on Saturday, and I mean, it just came down to we were on 27. He threw in the water, then I pitched in the water, then he pitched another one in the water. I took the 1 hole lead with 1 to play, and he banged a 60-footer on the last hole to tie. And he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna call my wife and tell her I tied." So, I'm like, Danny, like, it's.
Danny's no schlub.
No, I
It's
was
not
like, you played phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so. Anyways, it was, man, I cannot say enough about that place. I've been wanting to go there for 15 years, and I finally got the opportunity to go. I wish you were there, Dana. Could have played you, maybe.
It's too tough coming off the St. Jude trip.
Of
and
course,
then
yeah.
Family. I'm gonna get back there one of these days because it's as you found out this weekend. It's a special place, and the event's just so much fun with a good. I guess you were stuck with the Alliance, but if you got a good group of people, it's a lot of fun.
Now I will say, Heasley gave up fewer points than I did, but I actually earned more points.
Oh.
So it was like the MVP was sort of, we did talk about it. Matt the Stat put all the numbers together, and we'll give it to Heasley.
Nah, I don't know. We'll have to talk about it. He's I mean, his nickname ended up becoming MV Heasley last year because he was
It's a moot point, to be honest.
Well, as to who's MVP?
Yeah.
Why is that?
What did they get?
MVP status.
Okay.
The big.
Are you saying it's no big deal that Steph Curry's 2-time MVP?
He gets in a big fat award.
And probably a huge bonus.
Yeah. If you make up a really big award.
Nate might be wearing his MVP award.
I did. I got this shirt today.
Yeah.
Which is like, Terry's never given me a free thing in my life. So
after you've given him beer
except his
and
friendship.
That's not.
That cost me a lot. You're right.
Yeah. A lot of interviews.
You're not getting a refund on that.
Right. He's like, good luck telling me how to get out of here. But
So it was ultimately, we'll probably talk about it a little bit later as the show moves on, but when it was all said and done, that's how the event shook out, and it was a really good time. And I think Nate, we'll get into it a little bit later as we can describe our Nate's Northwood experience.
As I'm heading out the door, Nate, can you just tell me what's your favorite hole out there at Sandy Point? I know it's tough, but
disc golf wise, I would say hole 6.
Okay.
It's a long turnover through the. It's got a really nice fairway.
2 fairways.
2 fairways, but for the right-handed player, the left-hand gap is perfect. It was just a beautiful turnover buzz down there. There was a nice wide gap that you could hit late. I thought disc golf wise, I mean that could be a really, really nice hole in any given high-end professional tournament. Most of the course is pretty short, very tight, wooded, but 27 is probably my favorite hole just because there was so much drama on it. You could be in the water, not in the water. It's on a peninsula, make a big putt.
It's a great finishing hole.
Yeah, I thought it was an awesome finishing hole. And just, the view there is, pretty beautiful too. So
I want to beat
my
your boy
answer.
Jatwater on 18.
What? Jatwater was there?
Oh yeah, Kansas used to have a team there.
Ah, okay.
But
That was back when you were in AM or no?
No, that was open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just wondering, Jatwater.
We were a couple 1 seeds, Not big.
Oh, okay.
So that shows their team.
Yeah, that shows the KC team right there.
Or does it show the Illinois team?
All right. Well,
All right, Dana.
You're part of the Smashy family, Dana, and if Illinois is not under some kind of house arrest next year, maybe you could join the alliance. So we could work out
our
a
parole
deal.
officer just was like, "Hey, you know what? I can't let you all go up there," and so I guess that's why Illinois didn't have a team. So
Dana, we'll wrangle up a team next year.
Oh, yeah,
I saw something on Facebook saying Stevie Rico wants to come up and play again. So
We got room for him. I got room for him.
So I'm saying
I was in a big king size bed, and Stevie Rico.
Okay. On that note, Dana, we
need
need
people playing left-handed against him.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, Dana. Thanks for the updates.
Hey, good to see you guys. Nate, travel safe. Where are you heading to next?
I got a wedding on Friday, not mine, but a wedding that I'm going to on Friday. And then up into the Northeast. Yeah, I'm going to go visit a few places and then head on down to Maple Hill. So we'll see you and the whole family out there, right?
Yep, the whole family will be there. Looking forward to it. And you come by my way, need a spot to stay, or I want to have a beer, let me know.
Oh, I would love to do that. I'll let you know.
All right. Cheers, boys.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
Smell you later.
Peace.
Later.
Wow. Did he just say smell you
Yeah,
later?
like in
it's eighth grade?
Eighth grade.
Smell you later.
Wow. Good old Dynamite giving us the stats and the updates from around the country. Again, congrats to everyone he mentioned. And if you missed Cash by One, as always, we give you the obligatory Smashbox big hug. Steve Harmeyer's out on the board, letting us know that at the Disc Golf Girls Gone Wild over in Michigan, Ragna shot 1,000 rated first round. So big shout out to her. I know she celebrated a birthday just a few days ago. So
and she's local.
And she's local to Michigan.
She lives in Michigan,
Yep, she won the Michigan State Championship, I believe is what it was.
Oh, really? Okay. Either way,
I saw Ragna with a big first place
I saw
trophy.
the trophy as well. Yeah.
So
was it?
If maybe I'm
it
getting
wasn't
bad
Disc
info.
Girls.
Yeah,
it wasn't
maybe
that
I'm
one.
getting bad info from Steve Harmeyer. That's what I get for reading off the board blindly.
I think it was. The
She
Michigan
won
State
an
Champion.
event. So.
Yeah, she won an event this weekend.
Happy birthday, Ragna.
Yeah, happy birthday.
And Eric Oakley celebrated a birthday as well in the last week. So I don't know. Got to have a birthday, win a tournament.
Oh, so maybe it was the 10th annual because she did win the 10th annual Disc Girls Gone Wild. So it was that, not the Michigan State. I thought I saw her something say Michigan State, but
there you go. So she won.
Yeah,
congrats.
Nice job.
All right, what else do we have out there? Someone says that Paul Ulibarri still wants to show his face on his own segment. Is this true?
At some point, yeah, he's gonna have to show up.
Yeesh. Well, clearly his picks are.
Is he still making his picks?
I don't know why.
Those don't count as picks. What he's been doing.
Yeah, he should just be throwing like names into a hat and then maybe picking them
That
out.
might be what he's doing.
It was bad this week. It was bad.
It was bad.
He just.
Are we getting him? Is he coming on?
We're gonna get him in a couple minutes.
Okay.
We're gonna see what we can do there. So Nate, again, let's talk real quickly. You just explained to Dana you were able to visit Wisconsin, really for the first time since 2007.
Yeah,
2007. You and Val rolled into town on Wednesday night. You came right from St. Jude, cross country. Wednesday night, you guys got into town, and then, well, tell everyone the story. I mean, you took Val. A few hours later, you actually took her to the airport.
Yeah. So Val was doing her. She's a part of the wedding on Friday. That's actually why we're not going to be out in Oregon, which of course we miss, but. Weddings only happen once, hopefully, and and we're happy to be there. Super excited for sure. So we got Val on a plane, sent her to Cleveland, Ohio, and she was off to do her thing, and then it was just kind of me and T hanging out, and yeah,
a lot of time. I've spent a lot of time with Terry. I mean, more than I care to tell anybody. And
I mean, it was, I don't know. It was, I mean, I was worried about it at first.
Yeah, everybody should be.
I was like, "Are you sure?" No, I'm just kidding. No, it was awesome. We headed north, and it's just interesting. When you go into certain places in the country, you just feel like you're not maybe even in the country. I mean, when you get to the Northwoods of Wisconsin, it's just a different flow, different vibe. The streets aren't packed. There's no traffic. There's just beautiful scenery and, all the way up, we, just passing some cool stuff. And then when we got there, it was just a beautiful afternoon, got around with Big Daddy Jenkins and you, of course. And, all three of us went out and played. And, yeah, it was just great. I mean, I remember I hadn't really looked out at the lake, and we came around to 26, which is a nice downhill, little birdie hole right near the lake. And I was like, whoa. And we were just there at the perfect time. And yeah.
And then you realize, you turn around and you say, that's the house I get
yeah,
to stay
exactly.
in.
And there's Terry's room and everything. So yeah, the cabins are, just awesome. And Mike Cousins, who I've known for a long time. I mean, he's a California guy. I've met him at different events here and there, whatnot. He's always invited me to come up. But really, the story about going up there reaches all the way back to like 2000, when Team NorCal traveled out there because Mike was friends with Pete Sontag. Story goes on. They ended up winning. I just remember them coming back. We won it. We took it down in Wisconsin. And I always wanted to be a part of that team. And I was just too young, and so I was still in high school at the time. But yeah, when you offered it to me, I was like, I'm there. And little did I know that, honestly, the team that I was a part of, regardless if we won or not, I just really bonded and connected with everybody on that team really, really well. And I'm sure there was, I met a lot of people this weekend. I say, I had 1,000 little mini conversations with people, and our groups were great. Hanging out with Larry all, the whole time we played together. It's entertaining, to meet new people and just have those fun conversations. So, yeah. And then, just to win the event. So the weekend went on, and, there was rain, there was wind, there was beautiful cold.
Bugs.
I'm like, is this fall? Like, where are we right now? Are we in like northern Canada or something, So, yeah. It was just, I don't know, I can't say too much more than I had just a phenomenal weekend. Again, just the people, the place, the golf, 60 holes in a day. That'll be more than I play in any other single day.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It is a lot. So,
well, who else had a great weekend?
I did.
Okay.
The Warriors had an awesome weekend.
The Warriors had a great weekend. You know who didn't have such a great weekend? This guy.
Welcome to the show, Yuli.
Yeah, we asked if he would show his face, and we're actually not showing him our face because we're a little sending a signal issue. But everyone can see you. I don't know if they want to.
They can't see your point totals because it's so low.
I had to scroll.
Can we put the scoreboard up? Is there a scoreboard?
We'll have to get one dialed up.
There
here.
is a
Johnny
scoreboard.
will work on that. So are you from Solo or Sholo? Which one is it?
Slow Joe, I think, as Tom Schott would call it.
Slow Joe.
Tom Schott, yeah.
All right, Yuli. Last week we heard the trials and tribulations of Yuli on the road. Yeah. Yuli without a passport, Yuli with his wife in another country, and you had to stay back and win an A tier. What happened with you this weekend?
I went up to play the Fort Stellacome Open.
Yep.
In Washington. Needless to say, it was a rough weekend for me.
Okay.
Not really my kind of style of course out there, and I definitely had some challenges with the putter. But, had a good time and got another tournament in, and now I'm back up in Oregon getting ready for the Beaver.
Now, I know we talked about it at great length about Eric's performance up there and being rated 966, a solid field. People like yourself, Eric wasn't playing with other, just a whole other field of 966ers. But, he was playing against some of the best out there. What did you see in his game? Is he on your radar officially?
Looks like we may have lost him for a little bit. Today's just not been a good Skype day.
Yeah, it's a weird Skype day. I'm interested to hear Yuli's answer to that question, honestly.
Not all my questions are dumb.
No, most are. But that one was pretty good. That was the one I was actually thinking about posing to him.
Sure.
Mainly because... there's a lot of people, not to say Eric is forgettable, but there's just a lot of people like him that come out and try to win. And, there's just so many great players. And on a weekend like this where we had, A tier in multiple places, there's a world tour, 10,000 miles away, it's really cool to see him come through with that. And, it's just, did he get hot? Is there something in his game? I'm sure he would, if we had him on, he would tell us that there was something that he really had. So I'm just interested to hear.
All right, Yuli. Sorry, we know you're back here. Did you catch my question? I was basically asking about Eric and his performance on the weekend. Is he the next up and coming star that you need to make sure you have in Yuli's picks?
Maybe. We saw him have a very good performance at the Glass Blown Open.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out and leading that tournament. So it was no surprise to me when he was leading this one after the first round. But I mean, for him to hold on the way he did, I mean, speaks volumes for where his mental game's at right now and how confident he is as a player. I don't know. I remember when I was touring with some people and they were obviously way better than me when I first went on tour, and playing with competitive disc golfers, it's sometimes they just give you the confidence. You learn from them, and so to me, it's no surprise really that he won the tournament. He's a good player. Obviously, it's a surprise, but he has the game to do it, and it was really cool to see him hold off the good players that he did.
Well, and speaking to that, I was going to say, maybe you get a little bit nervous. You could crack under pressure. One putt at the end could have cost it, but here he was with a 50 during the final round, and then that ultimately gave him a 3-stroke victory. And even when you see, Messerschmitt with the 47 and the hot round, he was able to maintain. So I'll say he won it handedly.
Do you think that the experience at GBO of being on that lead card in front of the cameras, you think maybe that helped him out for this time? I mean, because clearly he got in front of the cameras and the weather was nasty that round, and he kind of fell apart a little bit on that during that round. Maybe it helped him.
Yeah, absolutely, it helped him. And the people that he beat are no jokes. Like Jared Roan just had an awesome performance at the St. Jude the weekend before, so he was full of confidence, and he was, I'm sure, pushing him, the whole way. So for Eric to win that tournament, I mean, it's very, very impressive. Very impressive.
Okay. Well, if we been doing Yuli's picks for that weekend at that event, I think that would have
hurt us all.
That might have thrown us for a loop. So congrats to Eric. By all means, as we've all been saying, throughout the entire night, very impressive performance, and we're looking forward to big things from you as you continue around the country.
Yes.
All right, so let's take a look at the picks you did make.
Ooh, all right, so I got some notes here, and they were a little sad. I was accumulating them earlier today.
Well, at least it didn't take you long to accumulate his. He didn't have a lot of points.
It didn't. So now, for those of you who are just joining us, the way we play is we all pick 4 players who are going to finish in the top 4. If you hit someone directly on the head where they finish in the top 4, you get 3 points. If you pick them but they finish in the top 4 in the wrong spot, you get 1 point. So last week, Yuli picked Ricky to win, Paul to take second, Timu, and then I believe it was Seppo. Seppo. All right, and that's not how it fell. I picked Paul.
So that accumulated.
Wait,
hold on.
Timu who? What was the last name on that? That's like
Neeson.
John.
Oh, Neeson, right?
Timo Niesonen. Yes.
Niesonen. Okay. And honestly, those other 2 picks, it's not like they performed poorly. They were just outside of the top 4. I think it was like 6 and 7 or 6 and 8.
Sure.
They're solid players. That Ricky got him 1 point. Paul got him 1 point. So you got 2 points.
Scoring points, man. That's the name of the game.
Slow and steady.
Is that more 2s than you had this weekend, or just 2?
Actually, funny story. I'm gonna go into for a second here.
Yeah.
Last year I had an 8-year streak end in Florida to start the season where I had a 2 in every tournament round that I had played till that point.
Of your whole life?
Since I started remembering.
Okay,
because,
all right, that's fair enough.
Me and a buddy started. It was like one of his stats that he would keep, like how many 2s did I have, and he said he had a 2 for whatever. So I kept the stat for 8 years, like just after I started playing, a 2 in every round. It ended last year in Florida. I did not have a 2 the last round at Fort Silicon. So there's 2 times. So that's funny that he brought that up because
Oh wow, yeah. How did you know?
I didn't. I had more twos in my Yuli's picks.
Oh, jeez.
Got
Burn.
him. Got him.
Ouch. All right.
When I'm on. What can I say?
And so last week, I picked Paul to win. I said that I thought he was going to come out and shred the course. And he did that last round.
Yep, sure.
I thought he'd win by more overall, but that's still a solid win. I picked Ricky to take second, Simon third, and then I picked Timu as well. Terry, you picked Paul to win.
How many points did that win you?
That got me 9 points. 3 for Paul, 3 for Ricky, 3 for Simon.
Okay.
And then
0.
Terry, you picked Paul to win for 3 points. Ricky to take second for 3 points. Simon to take third for 3 points. And then you picked KJ in fourth. Now, unfortunately for you, KJ technically tied Simon for third. So had you picked KJ to take third, you would have gotten 3 points as well. But obviously we can't pick ties.
So there was no way to get a perfect score this week.
You got what the
I got
perfect
the
scores.
most perfect score you could achieve.
Can you say that they're going to tie?
Just say that. I'd like to hear Nate Dawes say that Terry, you got the most perfect score that you could achieve this week.
It certainly seems like you got the most perfect score. You got the best score that was possible.
That was achievable.
You received 10 points.
Thank you.
I got to just ask, why from the other two, John and Paul, why did KJ get? I mean, was
KJ's?
Because he's been really the most
He
consistent European player over the last 3-4 years.
He has, and my mentality behind it was, if I was going to drop one of the 4 people, Terry's got a little point lead on us.
Okay.
And I didn't know.
You wanted to change something.
I made my picks before Terry did last week, and I just figured Terry would probably. I mean, the way Terry does it is he goes to the PDGA website and he just hits sort by player rating and then he picks. Right? Is that what you're assuming,
I
Paul?
use that as a reference point. I don't go straight down player rating.
Paul, I think Paul would.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does. Okay,
No,
it's
I
a
don't.
lot of thought into it. No, we're just giving him a hard time.
Hashtag winning.
So I went actually with I took one player because I assumed Paul was going to win and Ricky was going to take second. Simon, I wasn't sure that with the way he's been playing lately. He could take third. He could take 12th. The way he depending on the mentality he gets, especially at the beast where there's all that OB. And then so I went with Timu over KJ, just thinking that I would mix it up and hopefully gain a couple points on Terry.
Okay.
So, but otherwise, normally I would have picked probably KJ third or fourth.
Right. Got it.
So how'd that strategy work out for you guys?
I only lost a point to you.
No.
So overall,
I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah, I picked Timu. Timu was actually probably the hottest European player going into the tournament, in my opinion. He had just won his first A tier over KJ.
Oh, got it.
Maybe 2 weeks before, on the final hole. So I knew Timu was hot. I picked Seppo because Seppo always plays very well at the European Open. I think last year he took like 5th or something, and then obviously Ricky was riding a pretty hot streak going into the tournament, and I didn't see him losing.
Yeah, and Seppo was doing really well up until the end of the third round. It looked like where then he just had a rough finish. So.
But you're right. Like KJ definitely deserves to be in the top 4 picks almost every time for sure. But I was hoping for maybe a couple upsets and some extra points.
Yeah, for sure.
And instead, you messaged us shortly after the event and just said you got McBeasted. You just said
While it was happening, he had gotten like 8 in a row, and I messaged you guys. I'm like, I can't believe this is happening.
We can.
So the scoreboard right now stands.
This is my favorite part of the entire podcast. Somebody mark this on the timeline.
In third place is Yuli at 47 points.
47.
If you would have only shot like a 47 at one point this weekend, you would have probably been doing good, huh?
I am sitting in second place amongst the 3 of us with 58 points.
That's cute.
So I've got you by 11. And Terry, sitting at the top of the heap, still riding that first week perfect score with 73 points. You've got a 15-point lead on me right now.
Wow.
And you're almost lapping Paul.
All right, so Yuli, I know this is your segment. I know you said this is Yuli's picks. You said you feel like you have some of the best insight as to what's, the pulse of the tour. You always know what's going on. You know when players are hot, what they're doing, where they're going, how they're feeling, what kind of course suits them. All of those reasons. This is why this is your segment. So I'm going to give you a pro tip to try and help you out.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest that you pick in the top 4 for this upcoming week at Beaver State. I would suggest you include Doss. He's from that area. He plays up there often.
Yeah, I know that he didn't sign up this week. So.
Oh, damn it.
Damn it. We were hoping. I was going to suggest. I'm feeling good this week.
Yes,
so.
Nate's feeling good.
I saw you were in Wisconsin, and I'm like, I'm going to check the registration there because I would have picked you for top 4.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
You still could.
Well, you
That would have probably been my
every...
first pick.
Yeah, nothing's going to stop you. So let's start with our picks we're doing Beaver State Fling. Anyone that wants to go out and join us, you can go out to smashbox.tv/picks. We've got a small core group of people that are continuing to make picks week after week after week.
Oh, awesome.
And
post them on Terry's wall. Make
yes.
sure you post all over
And
Terry's
if you,
wall.
on top of the picks, if you post all over Terry's wall what your picks are, we'll have Jordan like them.
Yes.
So Terry, because you're in the lead, why don't you tell us what your picks are
Well,
going to be
I'm gonna switch it up a little bit before I give my picks. We have an honorary guest here. We'd like to see how he gets to play along for 1 week, and if he wants, he can take a look at the pre-reg list. He knows he's not on it, but we're gonna have Nate Doss. Do you need a minute? Should I go first and then you? Because we want to give you an opportunity.
You go.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna go too far outside the box or do anything too crazy for you guys.
Sort by player rating.
I suggest let's go a little bit more into detail why you pick them, also to let the viewers know.
Okay.
Usually we just kind of pick and we
Sure.
whatever, but I want to go a little more in depth this week.
Sure. All right. I'm gonna start in 4th place, and we referenced him previously when Dana was on the show. We said that this gentleman never really loses in Montana, and we know that he's had solid Beaver State performances. So I've got to go with the long throwing, the Northwestern rep in Christian Dietrich, and I'm picking him in 4th place.
Interesting.
A little bit of a mix-up. I know he's been successful there.
Is he a long thrower? Is he?
He's more accurate
heard,
than anything.
Yeah, because I've heard things of different. That he's he's clearly throws what pro caliber can throw, but he's not known on the tour as a crusher.
He's just a solid player.
Yeah, but he's a phenomenal
all
putter.
around great game.
Yeah, all around. Yes, exactly.
For sure, and I know he's had success there, including winning it a few years back. I don't have the year off the top of my head. I'm going to guess 2011, but I know he's won it.
Yeah.
Same year, I believe, as we saw Liz, now Liz Carr Sapien win it. So I think it was the same year that she won it. All right. I could be dead wrong on all that. I don't know.
Me and Nico, we were like 1 stroke behind him.
Okay. So moving on to 3rd place, he's I'm just going in order of, he had
player rating again.
No, I'm going to go in order of 2 weeks ago he took 1st. Last weekend he took 2nd. This weekend I think he's going to take 3rd. And Ricky. I'm going to take Ricky Wysocki. We all know he's got backhand, forehand game, all that stuff. I just have a feeling, call it an intuition, whatever. I'm going to put him 3rd.
Okay.
Going with a not so crazy choice here. 2nd place, again, a Northwest guy. I played with him the first round at Worlds back in 2013, which
He's
is
still
14,
riding that bump or
yeah,
what?
which is totally irrelevant here. I'm going to go with Nate Sexton.
Good solid pick.
Yeah, obviously one of the higher. He's the 4th highest rated player there, but I'm taking him in 2nd place. And then we're going to go back to the champ that won it last year in overtime, and it sounded like a pretty exciting finish as he chased down Will Schusterek. I'm going to go with Paul McBeth taking it. I know that's not a real crazy pick, but I like him. I'm here to win it, so I'm going to go. So McBeth, Sexton, Wysocki, and Dietrich. Those are my picks.
All right.
And if you want to be right and earn points, you should probably pick what I pick.
I mean, the way I look at it, if you're picking seriously, I think you're trying to make up points.
Yeah.
Maybe long shot here and there. I mean, you cannot pick Paul out of 1 or 2. I mean, he just hasn't finished.
Fair enough.
Other than that,
Yeah.
You figure, okay, eventually it'll happen one week. In my opinion, the Beaver State is not that weak. I mean, the Beaver State fling is this.
No,
I think Yuli will agree. It's got to be the best tournament of the year. I mean, would you put it up there in your top 2 or 3, Yuli?
It's definitely top 3 best.
There you go.
Do you think there'll be any issues with the travel? I mean, he was just overseas.
Yeah.
He's
absolutely.
He's flying in.
So you want me to pick next?
Yeah,
Go for it. Let's hear it.
So before I even looked at that, I was gonna pick Sexton number 1.
Okay.
I think, Nate hasn't been doing all the crazy travel. He went last week and had a fun weekend with his family playing. He played in the doubles at Whistler's Bend with his brother, which I'm assuming they won. I mean,
he says he wins every year there.
Yeah, those guys are awesome.
It's a Nate thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'd put Sexton first.
Okay.
Macbeth number 2. Rick number 3. And I'm picking seriously here, so this is what I really think. And then I don't know, that fourth one it's a toss up. And like I said, I'm surprised with your pick of Christian. He is an ex-champion. We just haven't seen him play much. But I would it's tough. I'm going to go with a Greg Barsby in 4th.
Wow. Okay.
Because I saw Greg play back at De La, and I think the time off really, really helped him, honestly. He seemed fresh and just into it. So that's my top 4. I'm going to go Sexton, Macbeth, Wasaki, and Barsby.
Okay.
All right.
Got him. I got him written
Awesome.
down.
You got him written down. So when you see Paul at the Vibram and you've beat him and you'll have more points with him than just from this week, you can
your total will be higher than mine.
Yes, you can you can get it. So
should I go next?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I know you're going out of order. You're right in order. You usually are 3rd every week in terms of your point totals amongst us, so you can go 3rd.
Yeah, and my phone may die, so I want to.
All right.
Good.
So in 4th place, I picked myself because I didn't have a 2 last week, and I think I have some built-up 2s that I'm going to get out there.
Okay. And you're sure you're going to be there, right?
And I've always played solid, really, at the Beaver. It's more of and Nate can, I think, agree with me. It's more of a thrower's course than anything.
Absolutely.
And so I think the best throwers are going to always play well there. 3rd place, I went with Sexton.
Okay.
Like Nate said, I thought that maybe the weekend off, he's having a fun weekend with his family and stuff. He's going to be relaxed, and I think he's going to have a very good performance. But it's going to be really tough to beat Ricky and Paul right now, and I just don't think that Sexton's going to be up to it this week, especially after the battle that Ricky and Paul just had. I think they're going to both be really hungry. So I'm going to pick Paul Macbeth to take 2nd. I think Ricky's going to be pretty fired up this week. And so I'm picking Paul 2nd and then Ricky 1st.
Okay.
Now, wait a second. I mean, do we know Macbeth's going to play, though?
Yeah, he's on the registration.
Well, I know, but
list,
we just don't know injury-wise. I mean, this knee thing, I don't know if this is serious or what.
Well, one of our smashies.
Is Uli, have you heard at all anything?
I've heard of his injury, yes, and I've also heard that he's definitely going to play this week. So,
all right.
So
I don't think it's as serious as. Well, I'm hoping it's not as serious as a lot of people think it is. Okay. I hope it's just maybe like a meniscus sprain or something like that. I know he's had troubles with his meniscus, so hopefully, we all wish the best for him.
Oh, for sure.
Emac said it was something similar to what he has with some sort of jumper's knee.
Right. And Ed Wood Sr., at least that's his login, had stated that he saw Sexton and Macbeth practicing at Milo with Anthony Barella today.
Okay.
So
nice. Okay, good.
Ooh, AB, I should change. No.
Okay.
All right, I went with a slightly different 3rd and 4th than what you guys did. For my 4th place, I'm going out on quite a stretch, but I'm going to try to make up a couple points. I went fourth place. I went Dustin Keegan.
Okay.
I think he's been spending a lot of time up there.
Well, I mean, he's from like 2 hours.
Exactly.
Or
I think,
an hour.
and I think this might be I'm hoping this is the week he kind of steps up, gets his game all in line for all the rounds. I think it's 4 rounds.
4 total rounds.
And makes a statement up there. I think
That's
this would be a good
pick.
one.
Certainly.
Third place, I'm going with the young gun. It's a thrower's course, as we know. He's been kind of, I can't say he's been making a name for himself because
Eagle.
It's Eagle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Eagle. Yep.
Okay.
Second place, Rick. I think he's just going to come up a little short of Nate Doss.
No,
Paul
good pick.
McBeth.
How about the other Paul?
The other Paul McBeth, first place.
Okay.
So, as always, Yuli, I had you at 5th. You just missed out.
Hey man, that's usually about right.
So I went Paul number 1, Ricky number 2, Eagle number 3, and then Dustin, Don't Let Me Down, Keegan at number 4.
All right. Sounds like we've got a good battle on our hands for this weekend. I will be there taking it all in live. Out there producing Disc Golf Guy video blogs. We're going to be excited. Myself and Joe Height will be out there recording the action. I've also heard, and I don't know all of their workflow or their plans, so to speak, but I know that Central Coast is going to be out there as well. I think they're bringing a massive crew from what someone has said. So look for those. My focus personally, I can tell you that we're going to be looking at second round, get that posted so you can watch it sometime Saturday, record third round on Saturday for Sunday and Sunday to Monday, that kind of thing. All right, Paul, anything else you need to share with us before we let you go tonight?
No, I think that's going to do. Just to all the smashies out there, make sure you post on Terry's wall.
Yes.
They're going to post on Nate's wall this week. That's what they're going to do.
Nobody will read that. I mean, I'm on once a week, so.
That's right.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks for joining us.
Hey,
We
good
appreciate
luck,
it.
Uli. Come on, bring it, baby. Reach.
Thanks, I will.
All right,
Reach
bud.
for it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, buddy.
All right, dude. Late.
I think as Eagle would say, keep dreaming. Or keep on dreaming.
Keep on dreaming.
Yeah, that's what Eagle would say. Do you have any inspirational words? Reach, is that it?
Well, yeah, I mean, are you just in general or for Yuli specifically?
For Yuli, any?
Oh,
any
yeah, I mean,
inspirational?
we had a good interaction a couple weeks back at the Masters Cup. He said something to me during the round about his putting, and I said, the guy's a great putter.
Mm-hmm.
He just sometimes, I just noticed
all
that he was,
12 of his styles.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing about Yuli is he's on the road, so his game is constantly changing and ever sort of, he's making adjustments constantly. Do you
find it hard to actually practice when you're on the road?
Well, I think you're in a constant maintenance mode.
Yeah.
So you're just consistently saying, okay, last week I putted bad this way, so I got to fix that, and then you don't work on something. Then you're just in a constant maintenance mode. I'm not talking about Yuli specifically, but anybody who plays week in and week out, it's hard to work on your game because, like, I have a very sort of strict policy which I break every once in a while. But once an event starts, I stop working on everything.
Sure.
Like that weekend is that weekend. If I'm putting horrible, I don't go and putt a ton. I let it roll. I go out the next day and I try to get a nice good warm up. But, anyways, for Yuli, I just was saying, like, dude, just reach it into the basket, and he actually shot the course record the next day because that was on Saturday.
Yeah.
He came out on Sunday, killed it out at the ball golf course, which is awesome to see. Yuli's had a tough time at De La, and he did well on the ball golf course. So, yeah.
And then the next weekend, he went up and won the links.
Yeah, and then he went and won. Clearly, ball golf courses
had suited him.
Yeah,
for
at least he's
three
kind of
consecutive,
yeah, and
four consecutive rounds.
But then he got to Stellacum, which is wooded, and he had some trouble. So, it's good to hear him say that he's feeling confident up at Milo. Now,
Yep.
One thing that if Yuli was still on, we could talk a little bit more in depth about this, but Milo specifically is just built for the greatest players in the world to play. This course has everything: long holes, open holes, wooded holes, elevation.
Right to left, left to right, OB.
Yeah,
there's everything out there.
I would say that in the history of this event, there has not been one fluke winner, one winner that came out of nowhere. I know the Dietrich win was sort of probably that, but if Christian, and I actually I battled for that one really, really hard that week. That year's weather was really detrimental, and Christian just stayed with it and stuck with it and played really well in the rain and the wind and everything. So, but it's just made for great disc golf. I mean, it really, really is. We have never had a bad show there. It's just, it's one of those special places in this world that when disc golf is played there, special things happen. And I really, really, I hope Sexton can do something great for himself. I mean, this is a guy that has really, over about the last couple of years since he's been traveling with Paul and just, he's really dedicated himself, has just gone on another level of, even for him. He's been always a very consistent player, but I've seen him take more risk and all those things. And his performance at last year's USDGC was just phenomenal. So
he's no fluke, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely it. And we need to see a Sexton come through, and I'm hoping the best for him for sure.
Okay, well, we're looking for a great battle, as you're saying. For many years, Nate, you just alluded to it. You talk about how Milo and this event is really arguably the best, if, first or second or third, whatever you want to say, top 3 best tournaments of the entire year. And for the longest time, being at that course and seeing this event was on my bucket list. And the closest I actually got to it previously was being there for the World Championships. And I got to see the course and the layouts and all of that stuff in 2014 Pro Worlds. So to go back there now and be able to experience it all in terms of the Beaver State version of it, I'm
So
excited.
this is your first trip?
So this is really my first Beaver State trip. Yeah,
I'd assumed you'd been there before.
I get around.
Sure.
But,
I know they all just roll together.
But yeah, this is my first time taking it in as the Beaver State,
Okay.
Presented by Keen. I got to get that in there. Sponsors of
Absolutely.
Nate and I and of Smashbox. So I'm excited to see how that unfolds, and it's a unique format. And I was just again talking about that. Friday's 2 rounds, and then 1 round on Saturday with a tee time, and then Sunday 1 round with a tee time. And what do you think about that format? I mean, you and I have talked multiple times this year that with your schedule, at no point this year except for the team tournament this weekend, at no point this year will you play more than 18 holes of golf in a single day at a tournament.
Right. I mean, maybe I don't know, the Green Mountain.
Okay.
That one might have 2 rounds in the first day. I can't recall, but other than that, I know it's just 1 a day for the whole season. The format, they do it on Friday only the pros play. And then on the weekend, the AMs sort of bookend the pros playing in the middle of the day on Saturday. And then on Sunday, the AMs only play 1 round. The pros finish the day. Okay. So what I would say is actually on tour, that Friday is one of the most difficult days of the season. I mean, just because Milo, it's a massive piece of property. Big holes, par 4s, par 5s even. A lot of tough throws. And, you come out of that day just, like, wow. And usually the leaders just, to me, it's immediate. It's right off the bat. They step up and really show that this is their, their weekend or whatever. So I think we'll know Friday night, who's got a chance and who doesn't, kind of thing, like we do in most events, but this one specifically for sure.
Okay. Well, it should be exciting to be out there to see, as I said, multiple cameras, lots of different people out there covering it. There is not cellular signal down with the location that it is. You're in a much lower,
well, it's a river valley. I mean,
the
Clackamas River is right there. One thing, no, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say is, that's one reason, of course, we get asked, and we're flattered every single time we get asked, where's the live coverage? It's just physically not capable. So even
there's
in
no
2000,
towers in the area.
Yeah, there's no towers, and it's just so hidden in that course. It's so majestic with the location, but that also therefore has ruled out powerful cell phone signal and towers. So as we saw in 2014, there was no coverage of that course. Again, we speak so highly of it, but there was no live coverage of that course simply because of its location and the lack of cell phone towers. So that's why you're going to see recorded action, and it's going to be abundant in that. But that's why. So to all our Smashies, we appreciate that you guys get excited about live shows. This, again, is a weekend where it's just not possible.
Sometimes our best, most beautiful courses
are in tough locations. Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
one thing that I would just for the smashies and just anybody listening to this or watching this, I've said this before. If God or whoever, the higher power, whatever, just said you're only going to play one disc golf course for the rest of until you die, that would be the place for me.
Nice.
Okay.
Now everybody is blown away. Now I make the other statement, and whoever you believe in, whatever it is, God and whoever else said you only have one round to play for the rest of your life, I would play De La.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where I grew up.
Yeah, of course.
But
Okay.
there is just something about Milo MacGyver Park that if you have not been there, you need to get there. And if you're in the region at all, show up, watch some great golf.
Well, so expand on that just a bit further, though. What we will see this weekend in being really 2 sets of 18, that's not what you would see if you went out there on any other day? Is it always set up in this configuration? Because isn't there some holes that are kind of really just Beaver State fling holes, or
yeah,
when
so
big events are taking place?
it's 27 permanent holes. I think they break it up into the West 18 and the East 9, or it's one of those two. So yeah, those holes are not generally there. Some of the ones that are out on the outer fringes that play near some of the parking lots and some of the pavilion areas. So you're not going to see that course there, but the essence of the place. I mean, just the river, the Clackamas River going there, the massive. I mean, the trees are just huge. And it was an old military golf course that they had drilled these fairways down the thing, and we played disc golf down those. And they're not ball golf grass. It's disc golf grass. And the way that the staff and the rangers and everybody that they mow it, I mean, you feel maybe let me put it this way. It's one of the only places that I really, truly feel like I'm in a disc golf stadium. Yarva is one of those places. The Beast out in Nokia is a similar place to that. At times, Winthrop can feel like that, where you just feel like you're in this stadium where you're just, everything just seems larger than life, and that's what really gets those competitive juices flowing.
Well, I'm excited to go back. As we mentioned, there were some fireworks last year, some drama last year as to how it unfolded, and hopefully there's going to be more of that, and hopefully my 4 picks are right in order for the segment, because that's what matters.
Yeah, we'll
for the segment.
For the segment.
All
right.
What was your experience like there last year? Can you recall?
Yeah. Well, not really. No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I don't know where I finished. Actually, it's just hard. It's just. I mean, honestly, I have a good memory, but it's hard to remember absolutely everything that happens. You know, and I do remember the playoff between Will and Paul, and
that's someone that nobody picked was Will after he finished, tied for first last year.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked a little bit about Will this weekend. He's having a tough season. And this is something that, I've had it, Yuli's had it, other players has had it, and
We're having our
I'm having a tough decade at the moment.
Yeah, me too.
It shows.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's the test for Will is how he's going to come out the other side of this. Because every athlete in every sport has always been pushed to their limit and given a test. It's going to be interesting in the next 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it is, to see Paul McBeth go through that, or a Ricky Wasaki, and then see the new players come up. That's what I love about sports, is just watching the kind of the waves and the shifts of the tides that happen amongst the best players.
Well, and speaking to what we just said, talking about Will Schustrick and the picks and whatnot, I believe it was, in fact, our good pal Batman out there. So, hey, Dutch, how you doing tonight, pal? We all say hi, but I believe he had just chimed in a few moments ago saying that Schustrick played in an event this weekend, and it seemed I don't know if it was him or someone else that said it, but it seemed that his putting was a bit off, and that it looked as if, I thought I read on the notes here, that he did not cash. Which,
wow. Okay.
As we know, Will is, obviously the champion that he is, USDGC, and then, dozens of other tournaments that he's won. So to hear someone like to hear Will struggling to the point where he, had missed a cash line, that's That's incredibly
That's just surprising
yeah,
for anybody that kind
Can you confirm? I mean, I'm just making stuff I see on the board.
I just pulled it up, and it was the Tennessee Disc Golf State Championships. Todd Bagwell won that, shooting a 147. Will took 21st place out of 40, so he missed cash by 3 strokes.
Bottom cash, yep.
Yep, and shot a 156. He was 10 strokes.
No, there was a finals.
There was a finals.
Oh,
so,
finals, right.
Yeah,
right,
so there was a
right.
finals. So he was more than that.
So he was 16 off, off the pace.
He was 16
of
off
the
the
win.
pace, and he shot a 957, a 953, and a 980. So some rough rounds for Will, and I think he's just. It seems like he's just like we said, he's got a hitch in his putt. He needs to somehow come out on the other side, like you were saying, refocus, and we'll see. I mean, he's got a lot on his plate right now. He's getting married. He's getting. I mean, there's all sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, as an athlete, as a player, you always, like I said, you sometimes you find the bottoms of those valleys, and it seems like Will must be in one of those. I mean, I played with him a few weeks ago at the KC Wide Open. He was certainly having some putting troubles there, but he's a great player. He's going to go down in the history of our game as a guy who, and still obviously those haven't been written, but so far to this point, he can throw a mile, and when he gets on, he gets on. But yeah, that putt, look, anybody's putt. I mean, for a long time, people, said that I was a great putter. I've always, even when I was putting well, I tell people all the time, I just parked every hole. Like they're like, man, you putt so well. I'm like, no, I was close. I mean, if I get, so I go back and forth with that, and Will's going back and forth with that, and he'll be okay. But, yeah, as you said, a lot of responsibility, getting married, doing more promotion for his sponsors. I mean, there's sometimes you get so many responsibilities that at the end of the day, it just, you just take it a little bit too serious. Maybe you just don't have that free flowing weekend. You're playing for, you have different things that you're playing for. So we'll see how that all turns out.
Yeah, so we wish him the best of luck. So he'll be out there. It's a huge cast of amazing competitors, so
yeah,
it will be interesting to see. And I know, again, Nate, and we talked about it a little bit with Dana, and he didn't have all the inside scoop on the U.S. Amateur Championships taking place. I do want to go ahead and send a shout out. Gavin Rathburn is your champion. He did message me back actually just recently during the show, letting me know that he'd love to try and join us next week. So Perfect. We may be able to get a quick interview with him. But congratulations to him. And then right there with him was Isaac McDonald, who of course was your runner-up to Anthony Barella last year at the Am Worlds. And then Adam Hammies, who's from the northern part of Wisconsin, where Nate, and I, where he was up from the Minocqua area. So Adam with a solid performance. We see Dylan Lotek, Logan Ritter, and then another name in DJ Baldwin, who I believe won one of the junior divisions at Worlds last year from Michigan.
Awesome.
So some pretty stellar performance. I saw a tweet by our good friends over at the PDGA. I'm assuming it was Media Marty Gregoire from the PDGA, saying that he added up all 4 of the competitors' ages that were on the leader card at Am Nationals, and I want to say it was like 16 and a half was the average age for the 4 players at the Am Nationals.
How old was the guy that won?
He's less than 20, 17, 18, 16.
Well, because if we're saying 4 people, average of 16, if there was a guy that's 18, there would have to be somebody who was 14.
Yeah, if I knew how to use Twitter, search on Twitter, but
I'm just saying they must have all been right around 17 or 16.
Yeah, correct.
15. There's probably one 15-year-old in there as well.
Yeah, so
that's I mean
that's what you're saying. Like the ebbs and flows. Like we're watching the new guys come in. Your Anthony Barellas, your
Eagles.
Isaac, Eagle, Adam, as we know.
A few years ago, Simon Lazard. I mean, Ricky Wasaki. I mean, just think about it. Generally, out of every...
If you think about it, Ricky and Simon feel like old men. I mean, I'm sure you get that all the time.
My God.
Like people are like, "What? How come you're not playing Masters, Nate?"
Right.
Like
it's crazy.
And it's like I'm only 30. What,
one?
Yeah. It's I got 10, and you got 10 years. I got 1 year. 1.5. But and these kids are so young, but they make all the guys who are in their early 20s look ancient. Like, oh, we've seen those guys.
Yeah, so, and again, I'm just kind of quickly perusing through the tweets that we saw from the PDGA this weekend, but I did see, sorry, I just had it. They said something about the second round leader card looks to be, based on results they had so far, that round 2 lead card is a 19-year-old, an 18-year-old, and 2 17-year-olds. So maybe the average was 17 and a half or something, or whatever it was.
Like
but
18.
It was incredibly young.
18,
was
still
under 18, yeah.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
That is amazing.
They can't vote.
All right, so speaking of, it's we need some kind of music or segue for this, but it sounds like it's giveaway time.
Oh, another giveaway.
Giveaway.
Give it away.
Give it away.
Give it away
no,
now.
Stop doing
Give it
that. They're
away,
going to flag us.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah, we didn't pay for that. Yeah, right.
We didn't pay for that.
Give it away. Give it away. Give it away now.
So,
YouTube isn't
speaking
hitting
of Am National, speaking of our good friends over at Discraft, we know Bob Giulio and all of the other crew over there work so hard. I can only imagine, and if we weren't busy this weekend, that's where I would have probably been, is checking out Am Nationals more in depth. So we do have a giveaway thanks to our friends over at Discraft. Nate and I were talking about, some interesting questions that we could come up with. And one of those would be, I don't want to give away too many hints. So here's the question. First person to answer this question. Which
Are we going to say what they get?
Oh, I apologize. Good call.
Yeah, I mean, because I was going to say, dang.
Yeah, there you go.
These are nice.
These are nice. You introduce them, Nate.
Well, okay.
Ready?
So what they are is
a pair.
It's a pair.
They're going to get a pair.
So they get a pair
Yep.
of what we're calling Jawbreaker challengers.
Okay.
And I believe these challengers are insanely rare.
Okay.
They have some rubber in them.
What?
Yeah. And
Okay.
really, really cool colors. Just, almost looking like a Jawbreaker. Sort of like the inside of a Jawbreaker. All those different colors and layers. So, yeah, I mean, this is something, honestly, I haven't even got yet. So,
wow.
Yeah, so Bobby Giulio, come on, man. No. We've actually been talking with the guys over there about, working on some new technologies and so it's cool to see these putters come out.
Well, if you take the long way around Wisconsin, if you go up through, the thumb, you can go right through Minnesota or Michigan, and just hit Discraft.
I know, be like, what's up?
Come on, guys.
So, yeah, some Jawbreaker, a pair of Jawbreaker challengers.
All right. So here is, we're gonna make you think just a little bit and maybe Google just a little bit. So the first person to put it in the notes as to what previously touring pro has a PDGA number just one digit off of Nate Doss's. And think about a few of the clues. We're talking about Am Nationals. We're talking about locations. You got to know Nate's PDGA number.
Right.
I mean, this is a 1 or 2 step question here.
There's no Ninja Turtle trivia, as people are asking.
And we know it's a 50-50 chance because there's only 2 sides of
of your number.
One before and one and after.
Yeah. So which we'll definitely say famous touring pro who toured previously extensively.
It's not Dan Ginley.
Has a number. Oh, there it is.
Somebody got it right away. Elephantricity.
Elephantricity
nails it.
Oh, I thought that was what they wrote.
No,
that's
no, that's a login.
Elephantricity is their handle, and they guessed correctly with Todd Branch.
Todd Branch.
So
quick fingers.
Very much so. Nate, your PDGA number is
11 or 11794.
And Todd Branch's is 11795.
Yep.
So there you have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, it's just that's a funny thing. I mean, you could have gotten it any time. In fact, the story of my PDGA number goes, well, my dad's is 7277. He got one right when he started.
Wow, which is funny for another reason. Go on.
Because he got it, I believe, in the fall or spring of 2009 or 93. I think it was, and then for 96, Santa actually brought me my PDGA card and mini.
Santa did?
Santa did, yes.
Wow.
I was 11 years old.
Okay.
And I think it was in '96. So I mean, Todd would be the only one that could really verify this for us, or anyone in the 11,000s, really.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It was the winter, I believe, of '96 that I got it. So thank you, Santa. I really appreciate that.
That sounds about right, because believe it or not, I have a lower PDGA number than yours. Mine is 10738. And I know I needed mine to go to my first AM Worlds, which happened in July of 1996.
So there you go. So that was, yes.
And believe this or not, folks, back in those days, back when I was a kid, PDGA numbers, it could take literally months to move 1,000 digits.
Yeah.
Months.
Yeah.
Months to move 1,000 digits. Now the PDGA can offer up, can move through 1,000 numbers literally in a few days. It took months upon months to move through 1,000 digits. So it would make sense if you were fall or so of 96, and I know I got mine sometime just before I went to the 96 AM Worlds. I'm roughly 1,000 or so off of yours.
Yeah, I mean, my dad got his, like I said, in '93. So and his was 7,000. So if that's 3 years. It only really moved. What is that? 4,000 digit. It only moved 4,000 members in 3 years.
Yes.
That says a lot about our game and where it is now. And I'm playing with guys that have PDGA numbers like in the 50,000s,
50, 60,
that are
70.
pros.
Yeah,
so
it's
insane how quick people are moving through the ranks and their game is developing. So
Elephantricity, go out to smashbox.tv/winners. Fill out the little form we have there. That'll get you. We'll be able to get your address and your contact information. Please send get your email so we can do a little verification that it's you, and we can get that. We can get that out to you. I believe they'll come right from Discraft.
Yes.
Right from Discraft.
Them go right from Discraft.
They don't even let us touch those.
No.
We're not special enough.
No.
So please get that to us.
A little spoiler alert: if you stay tuned, we're going to give away some more of them.
Ooh, Nelly!
I can't win.
We'll get you one. Johnny B. You can hang it on the wall back here.
I will. It's one of the...
Thank you so much, Elephantricity. We see that you said you had sent your information in, so we'll get you taken care of.
Which means Fast Fingers Elephantricity is now ineligible to win
the next
one.
Got it. I like that name, Elephantricity.
Yeah.
It's a good beer name.
There you
go.
go.
Speaking of which, so Nate, let's go ahead and get into it. One of the questions you probably get most on the tour or requests is, hey man, I see you're on tour, where can I try your beer? Bring me some beer. And here you are, on the other side of the country, and hauling your beer around isn't exactly it's not practical, really.
Well, yeah,
but kind of address that or talk about that with people.
First of all, the support has just been tremendous. Both Valerie and I have just seriously, the support is unbelievable. So thank you to everybody who supported us. Just high five or whatever. And a lot of people think actually that we've opened a brewery, and I want to really reiterate the fact that is not true.
Okay.
Your
garage doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count. We actually have a home brewery in our garage that I do what I call pilot batching. Pilot batching is, I'm testing different recipes and different ingredients and things like that, doing it on a small scale before you move to a big scale. And what we really announced, Bevel Craft Brewing is a dream. It truly is. Right now, as we said on Smashbox, disc golf is our job. We love it. We love that career, but eventually sports runs out for everybody, and we don't want to be left kind of standing there looking around going, what are we doing? So both Valerie and I are very passionate about craft beer and being in the industry, but doing it in a way that helps disc golf and can get beer in the hands of people who are of age and want to try some high quality craft beer. So right now it's just a dream, and we're going to continue to work towards that dream becoming a reality. And I want everybody to know that I wish I could get my beer into the hands of everybody who wants to try one. And really, if you're out there listening right now, a big part of our plan is to work with breweries around the country. We want to work with breweries that support disc golf tournaments, come in and do celebrity collaboration beers, do a lot of marketing in their region, use their popularity in their region and our popularity as disc golfers to really just rally people behind that brewery, because the beer industry is at the craft level is much like disc golf. I mean, it's a bunch of families and friends and people that just get together. So anyways, it's a dream, and thank you for all the support. And yeah, it's been a great ride. And but as I said, disc golf is still number one. And unfortunately, if our dream does come a reality, you'll see a lot less of our smiling faces out on the course. But the game's in good hands. So
we'll keep you on Smashbox. We'll check in
good.
with you.
Yeah.
We'll make sure.
From the brew house, the brew house
right.
report, we can call it.
Well, and one thing that you just hit on, and I know we talked about it extensively throughout the weekend. We were fortunate enough to go to a local brewery here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We went down to Lakefront Brewery. But you talk about these collaborations. Last year, you worked with Fiddlehead out in Vermont.
Yep.
And what are some of those experiences? What are you trying to, I don't want to say accomplish, but how do you go about that when you do get in touch with someone? Kind of explain that process. Don't give away all the details, but explain that process when you're talking about a collaboration beer or a session beer or whatever it might be. What exactly does that mean to you in the big picture?
Well, I mean, first of all, going to Lakefront yesterday, me and T went together. I mean, that was awesome. They have a really cool brewery, great location, great story. They actually bought the building they're in for $1, which is it's unbelievable. The place is probably worth $2 million now. But so whenever a collaboration beer comes about, I mean, to be totally honest and upfront with everybody, there's only been one, and I really have to thank Matty Cohen out there in Vermont. I'm sure he's not listening right now, but he's probably getting ready to go to work tomorrow in the morning. But anyways, I really got to thank him. He's a phenomenal human being. He's offered up his experience and advice and just everything to us, and to be able to be a part of a project like that was just very special for us. And from that, we've just continued to drive forward. And I really I explain it to you as it's like taking a swing in a bar or wherever, in a restaurant or at a party, at girls that just keep walking by. You're like,
Figuratively.
hey, yeah, not a swing. I'm just saying like, hey, how you doing? What's your name?
Hitting
how
on.
you doing? What's your
Hitting
name?
on.
Hey, I'm Nate. What are you doing? And
Which you did none of this weekend, right? You didn't.
no, Val.
Okay.
Hey now.
I'm just saying.
It was mostly guys. So
Okay. I'm just saying it's a story.
it's a
not
story, right? But I'm saying it's in the fact that we're trying to reach out to as many breweries as we can, tell our story, find out their story, and we've met a tremendous amount of really cool people. So yeah, that's kind of what it means for me, and really, our hope is that eventually we can do these collaboration beers all around the country. We want to be, the official beer of disc golf, and work with other breweries to bring that beer to events. And really, in 10 years, what we all think disc golf will be, I think we'll be able to work with that. So, yeah.
Well, there's two ways I could have gotten rich this weekend. If I had a nickel for every person that said, hey, do you have any of your beer? Or if I had a nickel for every person that said, hey, try this beer.
Right.
Does that ever get tiring, having everybody want to try some, having you try some beer that they're drinking or talking about or that they just purchased?
Well, no, because really for me, no, because it's another opportunity for me to taste beer. Mm-hmm. People drink beer, alcohol, whatever. We're not going to get into that conversation, but
here in Wisconsin,
just anywhere. But yeah, Scotties, they like their beer. The Brewers, right? Go Brewers. Yeah. Anyways, it's just another opportunity to taste flavors, understand the ingredients, find a new brewery, because I always want to try to be on the cutting edge. What did they do? What ingredients they use? For me, it's a game. For me, being in beer is not about I made beer so I get to drink for free. I love the process. I love piecing stuff together, making a little puzzle. And when that puzzle all comes together, you have a product that everybody can really enjoy and, things like that. So, no, I never get tired of that for sure. And, it's great. It's great. It's a part of my life. And a lot of the times it breaks the ice with people. People can be nervous when they're talking to, in what their mind is, somebody that they have never met before, or is this big, disc golfing guy? And when we can just say, hey, what's up with that beer? It kind of breaks the ice a little bit. So it's fun for sure.
So I'm going to put you on the spot. What has been, or what is your favorite beer you found this particular weekend? Whether it's up north, here, because you did go to the lakefront. I'm sure you were up north. If you stopped in at Triggs, my guess is
right.
They tend to have a pretty good selection up there.
Yeah.
I'm not a beer person, but I'm married to one.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what did you find this weekend? What touched your palate?
Well, I mean, Wisconsin has an incredible history of beer. From Miller to PBR, right? Schlitz. I mean,
Sprecher, which you didn't get a chance to.
Get to go there, but really, my favorite beer that I tasted was New Glarus Moonman, actually, which is an American pale ale. Well, they call it a no coast pale ale.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's just because you're in the Midwest, although you have a coast with the lake.
Our largest lake in
North America.
Yeah.
So, but that was a phenomenal beer. Great flavor, really super easy drinking. So yeah, New Glarus is a well-renowned brewery in the craft industry. They've been around for a long time. They're very unique in the fact that they don't distribute outside the state of Wisconsin, which I really respect and appreciate, because they want to, give it to the locals and keep it fresh in the state. So Moonman is pretty bomb.
Got a couple people on the board saying Moonman. That's my favorite as well. So.
Nice.
When you talk about your plans and the brewing, we had a discussion that you want to be relatively small. I mean, of course, you want to be successful, but yet at the same time, your operation and possibly even your production is ultimately a relatively small process when it's all said and done. Isn't that true? When you're talking about distribution and where you want to be and the how much you want to sprawl out from the location you're in and things of that nature?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we live in Oregon. Ideally, our dream, part of our plan is to open up in Oregon, in Bend, Oregon, and Central Oregon, there's a ton of craft beer. There's everything from the biggest brewery in the state to, some of the smallest. But really for us, it's more about the experience. It's about for the user experience. We want people, when you come to Bend and you walk into Bevel Craft Brewing, you're going to see one of us there. You're going to get the feeling, the sense that you are at Nate and Val's place. And that's what we really want. We want people to come and visit us. I want to have that. And because I thrive off of that in disc golf, meeting people. I remember when I retired from my IT job back in 2010, I had made the claim that I was flying in and flying out. I never had that authentic experience with people, local players. And, everybody likes their own private time, but a big part of it is meeting those people. And for us, that's a big aspect of it. We want to keep it within the state of Oregon. We want to keep people coming to come visit us on vacation or driving through or whatever it might be, and then work these collaboration beers and be able to work with these fantastic breweries. There's over 4,000 craft breweries in the country, so there's a lot of opportunity. Just keep swinging.
Is it more difficult in Bend because of the large amount of craft breweries to stick out, or would you look at maybe moving someplace, where there's I will say less competition or fewer areas, or is Bend kind of like this is home?
Yeah, I mean, at first when we started doing this, we made the claim we could do this anywhere. We have no roots. We don't own a house. We live in a van half the year. We've been, I've been to 49 of the 50 states. I haven't been to Alaska, which T's going to be there soon. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like we said that, but then you start realizing that wherever you lay down roots or plug in that brewery and that's where you're going to be, I mean, you have to be that person. We can't have a brewery in Central Kansas. I mean, I'm not from Central Kansas. I can't relate as much as there's great people out there. I just can't relate with them. And after living in Bend, Oregon for 3 years, I mean, we fit in really well. We relate. We immediately found friends. Of course, disc golf helps with that a lot. But and it's one of the fastest growing cities in the U.S. So, California is really not an option for us. It's too expensive. I mean, we love it down there. Ohio, where's Val's from? I think there is an opportunity there to kind of be kind of like a standout because, maybe there were these West Coast people came out, opened a brewery.
Sure.
But ultimately I think Oregon is really for us. And, that's where we want to live and raise a family and do all those good things. For sure.
And our friend Disc Golf Nerd had asked specifically, and you're kind of just about getting there, why did you pick Bend over, say, Portland or anywhere else? Bend specifically.
Well, the
Portland's
rain.
expensive.
No,
too.
it's just the rain.
Just the rain.
I mean, Portland's nothing compared to even a smaller city in California.
Well, I guess that's another question. Does all the rain and precipitation and moisture affect? It's got to affect the beer somehow, doesn't it? I mean,
well, not really because
just drink it in the rain then, right?
No, you have to imagine. What's the main ingredient in beer?
Water.
Yeah.
So you got to go where the water. Yeah, you're smart.
I'm getting on it.
He is a smart guy. UW Milwaukee, right?
Yes, you got it. Both alum here.
That's
wow.
right.
Yeah.
This is what it'll
Hall
get you.
of Fame.
That's right.
In a basement at 11:30.
Exactly, 3 degrees. That's where it gets you right here in our basement.
No, for real.
We got you here, sucker.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I'm a part of that. Yeah. So good job.
Yep.
What drew us to Ben was a great friend. His name's JD Platt. He's the Canine Kings. He's a dog, frisbee dog entertainer. He's been a part of disc golf events here and there in the state of Oregon. He lived there. He brought us there years and years ago when Avery was trying to break a distance record with one of his whippets and things, and we really liked it there. And so Bend is in Central Oregon. It's actually protected from all that rain that comes in, hits the coast. Even Washington is more rainy. Val just said, look, I can't live in a rainy place. I grew up in Ohio, Northeast Ohio. It's great. It rains. It snows. So we went up to Bend, and when we first went there, we had made no decision on are we going to stay, where are we going to go. We could go to another town. Felt like within 5 minutes we were hooked. And actually, we walked into a Safeway. We were going over to JD's. It was a Sunday. We were going to watch some football. Or Saturday was college football. I think Oregon was on or whatever. But we walked into there, and Sally West, who is a local, she lives in Bend. She's from Estacada, right near Milo, actually. But she lives in Bend now. She came up to us and was like, are you Nate and Val? Or, Val and Nate? And she had just aced the day before or something, or that day, and Val had seen it on Facebook and go, aren't you Sally West?
Yeah.
And I mean, from there, we just connected, and we're still friends with Sally to this day. So, all those things just is kind of where it took us there. But, you never know what curveball life is going to throw you. I mean, of course, being athletes and doing this, it throws you many. Of course, the day I won the World Championships in 2005, I had no clue that was going to happen, and I didn't know what I was in for. But you just got to go with it.
Well, and you had stated at one point this weekend that Bend is voted as one of the greatest cities in the country for recreation, for outdoor recreation. However, you have also stated within this last weekend that you don't necessarily partake in a lot of it because you are concerned about your disc golf career. And first and foremost, you got to make sure that you and Val are doing this for a living. You want to go out and you always want to be healthy. And, snowboarding might sound like fun, but disc golfing with a broken leg is not exactly practical. So that's something that may change as the years go on for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'd love to, go up to the mountains in the winter or, go do some other, do some mountain biking or, we're adventurous people. We love going hiking. We love going camping, floating the river. I mean, everything is just so beautiful there. But right now in our lives, each other and disc golf is at that's the most important thing to us. And we're lucky that we get to do it together. And so we really are thankful for that every single day. Even when it seems like it's Val's worst day or my worst day, we get to do it together. So there's you have to, give up some stuff for that.
Sure.
But when it's all said and done, hopefully we'll be out there doing it one of these days, I guess.
Another interesting, and I'm going to bust you out on all the conversations we've had.
I know. This is like ammo.
I know, like the last 6
was in private.
Yeah.
Suddenly Terry's like, hold on, let me check my notes.
Right, I forgot to say off the record.
I got to ask him this one. So the last 6 days have really just been queuing up for this interview or having you as a guest. But no, you just spoke to it, though. You spoke with living with Val, traveling with Val, doing all these things. you guys are together all the time. Like when you guys had separated from each other last Thursday morning, that was really the first time that you guys weren't together for an extended period of time in a long
it had been over it had been over a year.
Year.
Well, I thought back about it, and it was the last time we had spent a day apart was when I went to Bowling Green.
Okay.
To like release the forces. So
yes,
that was like in
the Sports
April.
Center Top 10 Forces.
Yeah, that was in
sure.
April of 2015.
Okay, so over a year.
Yeah.
But essentially, you guys are with each other every single day, and yet both of you have a smile on your face pretty much every time we see you. How do you guys do that?
You know, it's incredible. I say this all the time. If somebody's going to get married, I want to put them in a van and tell them to live for 2 months with each other in said van.
How would that work for you? With or without your kids?
Without the kids. I'm just saying, how would that work for you without the kids?
It would be, it would
be fun.
Yeah,
it'd be a lot of fun.
You would get through it, but
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about it, that was it for us.
Do I have internet? Do I have internet in this van? You do sometimes.
Yeah, you got internet.
Okay.
You got
Okay.
Smashies and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and Vine and blah blah blah. What's that? Forget it. Yeah.
Chat roulette?
No.
Oh,
What's that? What's
Tinder.
that site with no? Was it Waze? No. What was it?
Okay. Anyway.
Google Wave?
Yeah. No. So, anyways, living in a van together really just you just know. I mean, we don't argue very much. I mean,
I've never seen it, and I'm around you guys.
It happens every once in a while.
I was going to say, what was the last insignificant argument you guys got into?
Oh, it had to be about where we were going to eat.
Okay.
Wow, yeah.
Hashtag
married couple problems.
Right. I mean, if Val's listening, she could write in. She might remember it. But, it had to be a long time ago. And
Yeah, sure.
so anyways, that really just put the relationship sort of to the test very early on. And me and Val had been friends for a long time before we even started dating. And
well, you were good friends with Avery.
Avery, yeah.
Was that awkward at all? Like having to go to Avery and be like, almost like in third, like
I think I like your sister.
Your sister. Like, would you care if maybe I went out with her?
I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't too awkward. I mean, in fact, because Avery, he kind of came to me. He's like, "Yeah, I knew it was you, bro. I knew it was gonna be you." Like, he, of course, he was, he's my best friend.
Yeah.
And
he did it like this.
He was in your face. Like
I bet he talked with his hands a little bit.
Oh, totally.
He knew.
Yeah, he was like, "You,
yeah.
it's you."
And
his
man.
head,
It's all you, bro.
I watched a lot of coverage. He did a lot of live stuff this weekend, and there's a lot of head too. I noticed. I'm like,
right.
He likes to.
Yes, he gets into it. So no,
as he should.
Avery
awesome.
was, they were all the whole Jenkins family was just so
Awesome.
welcoming.
Yeah.
To me,
It's a very cool crew.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So, what else did I have written down?
Yeah, what's on that list?
Nate questions. We can speak real briefly. You've kind of touched on it, but just being back in Wisconsin, and maybe I'll expand the thought process there, which is you don't get to go wherever you want all the time. You guys are on a schedule. You're on a tour. You get invited everywhere, but realistically, you have places to be at certain times usually.
Yeah.
Is there anywhere on the bucket list? You mentioned, you haven't been to Alaska yet, but is there anywhere else really on the bucket list internationally or here in the States?
Well, Missoula is a big
Sure.
one. I mean, that one was huge. For sure. I'm thinking, Alaska, obviously. I know there's an event up there. Is it the Alaska State Championship? Or
no,
what's the name of the event?
King of the Mountain.
King of the Mountain.
Yep,
So
yep.
that one.
Accepting sponsorship opportunities for video blog coverage.
There you go. Yeah, disc golf guy. I'd love to go to and play in New Zealand. That would be really huge. We got to Australia and just never made the trip over, which people were like, "Is that crazy?" I'm like, Australia's huge. We were adventuring, figuring it all out. It is tough because there's a lot of people. And I would say thank you to everybody who's been on Facebook and has written and said, come to my event or come to this event or, can you do this? I mean, there's just no way to do it all. I mean, Paul Ulibarri has come as close to playing every event as you possibly could. And I'm sure he still has a lot to hit. So I mean, is there stuff on the bucket list? Not really. Anything new is great. I mean, What was it? What was the event last year we were talking about? I can't remember. Oh, Peoria, the Ledgestone. That was a new event. I hadn't been to Peoria
in like a decade.
Yeah, since I could barely remember. And then, this year we're doing the Silver Cup in Manitowoc. So, there's new events that happen. Those are the ones that get me excited. Well, they all get me excited, but that one's just kind of a new, experience. So, yeah, you can't do it all. And it's funny that you said that because I'm sure you heard me. Somebody said, "So, Nate, what's next for you?" And 3 minutes later, I was like, "Yeah, and then I'm leaving the USDGC and driving back to Bend." Like, they're like, "How do you know all that?" I'm like, my calendar is literally every day is scheduled, even if it's like in Ohio for 6 days. Those are scheduled for those days, and I got to leave on that 7th day.
Yeah,
because at the beginning of the season, me and Val, we sit there. It takes 2-3 days, and we go over the whole schedule. Where do you want to play? Where don't you want to play? Does this work? Does that work? How are we going to get there? Where are we going to stay? There's just so much to do, and I applaud the guys that do it, more frequently than I. But yeah,
well,
ultimately, it's a fun process, really.
Well, and I know that you had a fan reach out when I had made a post about you being in Wisconsin. He wondered if he could borrow you for doubles tonight. I had to tell him you were preoccupied.
Yeah,
I'm sure you get a lot of those offers of people.
Oh, God,
come play our course, come play our C tier. Come check out this brewery along with this this course. And like you said, is you guys get to travel the country, but you're on a schedule. You're booked.
Well, and think about it. You asked, "Hey, how was your trip?" We left. So here's an example. We left the St. Jude Sunday afternoon, almost night.
Yep.
There was a ton of traffic. We got up into Northern California on I-80. Boom, rest area. That's where we slept in the van. It's our bed back there.
Yep.
Got in, started driving on I-80, got into Wyoming, got almost all the way across Wyoming. It was about midnight, pulled into the Loves, took a shower. That's where we shower. You can shower in a rest stop.
Yep.
It's truck stops, $12.
How much does that cost?
$12. Yeah.
Per shower?
Per shower. But like semi-truck drivers, professional drivers, every 50 gallons, they get a free shower. We don't, So anyways, took a shower. Boom. Drove a few more miles, stayed in a rest area, went to bed. Got up the next morning, drove 15 hours or whatever, got past Omaha, stayed the night in Iowa. And then the next day we got up, drove up, and then we're at your house. The next morning, Val's on a plane. She's gone. The next afternoon, me and you were going to northern Wisconsin.
4.5-hour trip, 5-hour trip to northern Wisconsin.
So just think. That was a 4-day period. There was no way we could have stopped and played in Cheyenne, Wyoming, or Omaha, Nebraska. There's just no.
That's an hour and a half to 2 hours out of your time.
Yeah, and you just can't. Yep. You just can't do it because it's not. You can't just pull over and play. Because it's like you got to find the course and you're playing. You meet people. You got to eat. It's just so it's just a process that is so unique, and people just aren't used to it. So that's just kind of a little insight into what golfers are doing. And it'd be crazy to hear, Paul Macbeth, like, what, yesterday or today he was already on the course? He just was in Finland. So, and granted, think about it. Even though Finland is a long ways away, it's a 10-hour plane flight.
Okay.
I'm driving 15 hours in a day.
Sure.
And you're only getting, 600 miles. So, it's all relative, I guess,
Well, it's definitely the
time zones is harder for his travel.
Sure. And it's definitely a warrior. It's just a road warrior mentality, and you've learned to adapt to it, and you has stated 4 or 6 hours is really no big deal to you this point, where some people are like, I'm not driving 6 hours for a tournament. You're when you're busting off 10 and 12 hour clips to get where you need to go.
Eight's my limit these days. Anything over 8 driving, I'm like, I can fly and save myself so much time. For as little, if I was you, where everything you pretty much have is in your vehicle, that makes total sense. For someone like us, where it's like, I gotta pack up my car. I got, I'm like, I can go to the airport, throw my stuff in the luggage. Hour and 15 minutes later, I'm there or something. So
right.
Yeah.
So speaking of your tour, others have asked, and we're headed shortly. Our next live event, for all those who don't know or don't recall, our next live event is going to be the opener of the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and that is in fact going to be the Vibram Open. So You're ultimately making your shift towards the East Coast. Vibram Open, an event you've won before, an event that Val has won before. May have had a different name that given year, but it was ultimately the Vibram Open at Maple Hill.
Yeah, I think she has won at Vibram.
Yeah,
and a
Marshall Street.
Yeah.
So you guys headed that way. We're gonna see you a ton on the Pro Tour. I know there's some scheduling. I know there wasn't a women's division, but we're looking at Pro Tour versus World Tour. The Pro Tour just seems to fit your lifestyle so much better this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's right here in the U.S. I'm actually going to be traveling to Sweden. I'll be playing in the European Masters. It's a PDGA major. I think for me there was a bigger draw. Of course, I mean, I'd love to be in the Czech Republic, but it just wasn't in the cards for me.
Sure.
And the Pro Tour is just set up for traveling, within the United States, and a lot of it is actually in the Midwest. There's 2 events in the Northeast.
Yep, in being Vermont and
Massachusetts.
Yep.
But then the other ones are in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois.
The Ledgestone.
So those are like all within whatever, let's just say 6 hours of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Really, 6-7 hours. So yeah, it fits great. And I would love to be at every tournament. There was a big tournament with a lot of media and all that, but you gotta just do what works. I think, as you said, it works really well for us to play the Pro Tour. We're looking forward to those. Absolutely. And yeah, I'll get to do this, play in Järva, which is, out in Stockholm. So
hot topic that we continue to touch on from time to time is the World Championships, reducing the amount of rounds and or courses. And here we're going to move over into Emporia this year, and you just have to prepare for 2 courses. That's the least you've ever played.
In a Worlds?
For a World Championships.
Yeah, last year was only 3, so we've...
Yeah, reduced even slightly. That's got to be a little bit more refreshing for someone that travels and has to learn courses and then has to prepare for the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, I mean, just think the World Championships is the most illustrious tournament in the history of our game. Really, just the name. It's really the name, and coming up, way back, it was the most rounds. The cream always rose to the top. Obviously, Climo winning all those years and things, but just the modern game is so different, and I don't know this for sure, but I would imagine the 9 straight Climo won. He maybe played 1 course that was over par 54.
Okay,
like 1 or 2. I don't even know if that's true. Maybe Cabin Creek in Cincinnati or something that has a couple par 4s on it, but I mean, everything was par 3, par 3, par 3, par 3.
Yeah.
And as the game has progressed, the powers that be have not changed the format, but where are we playing? I mean, we're playing courses like Blue Valley in Kansas City, and those types of places. I mean, eventually it just, so yeah, to only have 2 courses this year is extremely refreshing, and eventually, spoiler alert, I think it's going to end up being 1 course for the World Championships, and people cringe, and I think there's a lot of history in that conversation, but I think eventually for us as players to find a consistent format, I think is really going to be key. I mean, I think our spectators will like it more. The players will certainly be more prepared. It's easier on the host cities to, not to get in too deep of a conversation here, but think about it. A World's town needs generally 4 courses, at least. Mm-hmm. How many cities out there have 4 phenomenal courses, hotels, an airport, tons of restaurants? I mean, Emporia is even a small town. It's DD is really making that happen. Mm-hmm. How many of those really exist? Not many.
There's very few places, and there's been some phenomenal Worlds at them, but they're far and few between.
Yeah, Des Moines, Kansas City has stepped up year after year.
Des Moines, Iowa, as you said.
Yeah, Portland did a great job.
North Carolina,
Charlotte, phenomenal. Sure. But how many? Now take that same question and just turn the 4 into 1.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that number is exponentially larger, which means now our World Championship can really travel around. Could even potentially be international, I think, a little bit more feasibly.
And I think Johnny's going to say,
as I said, I think in the next 5 years you'll see an international world.
Yeah, I know. I know UC wants to bring one to Finland,
Yeah.
and I think with going to 1 or 2 courses,
Yep.
I think you're going to see that happen, and I think that's sort of the future of it. And as a player, it's refreshing. It's tough for me to go learn 3-4 courses that are par 64, all these shots.
Yep.
And
I always come at it from the mentality of, I think one course, it's really hard to test all your skills at one course.
True.
There's a reason why Macbeth has won the past 4 years, because as we say, the cream rises to the top. He's been down, he's been considered out at times, and he's still won. You shorten this to 4 rounds on one course. I think you're adding a little bit more possibility of a fluke, so to speak, but that's not even so much my concern. My concern is more one course. I think it's hard to judge unless you have something like the Beast. It's really hard to
challenge
all your skills and things like that. So I think I like the sweet spot of 2 courses personally.
Yeah, I mean, and I totally I accept that as being a total fact. But really think about it. I mean, the challenge is more in getting to that course and learning it better than the next guy.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
Macbeth
agree.
is still going to do that if he is the best player.
Correct.
Can you learn those shots? And not only that, can you repeat those shots over 4 days? The USDGC is insanely difficult to win. You know why? You can go out and have a great day. Then you got to sleep on it. Then you got to go out and do it on the same course.
Yeah.
And
That's almost more pressure.
It really is. When you got to go to a
Sure.
different course, it's all different. Now you're throwing different shots. There's not as much pressure to repeat. Like I had a fairly substantial lead at the USDGC after the first round last year, and I'm like, oh, here we go, because now you're the chased, and you can. I mean, I could easily have gone out and done that again and again and again and won by whatever. I mean, I had a 4-stroke. Well, you could have won by 12,
But nobody does.
nobody does.
Yep.
And that's my point. And that's where, even though we only share a name, golf and disc golf, we only share a name. I think that's really the most common thing in the two. They got it right. They got it right because the golfers have to show up, learn the courses, and perform on said course day after day after day. And that's where I think there still is a little bit of a dividing line.
Yeah, and I've heard that argument before, and I say, well, I mean, they change up the greens in golf, and that is kind of, most golf shots are open to open to open.
Sure, it's all about distance.
It's all about distance and
where the undulation is.
Exactly,
and
so that's my that's my mentality.
So maybe the 2 course would be a really nice
balance.
Yeah, a good balance, or maybe 1 year it's 1, maybe another year it's 2.
Sure.
Or eventually we get to maybe playing a longer tee or moving the green. So
I think that would be an interesting way to do it. Being able to move a green either 15, 20, 30 feet in a different position to get a slightly different angle at the shot. But
yeah, and disc golf it's so much more dynamic than golf. You're playing in a wooded year or an open year or whatever it could be. So Pittsburgh, besides Slippery Rock, I mean, Slippery Rock was really so unlike Pittsburgh. I mean, because the rest of Pittsburgh was playing through tight woods with thick rough. So
Nakamixon.
Right.
Very tight over there in Allentown area. So you don't like Nakamixon? We saw Nakamixon months, if not weeks or months, essentially after it was put in.
Yes,
I'd love to see it.
I'd love to go now.
You won Worlds there in 2005. I myself would love and played in that. I would love to see Nakamixon, what it looks like, what it's worn into, how it's shaped and molded and evolved. All of these 11 years later. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I did not like that course.
That's another aspect of Worlds. It's like you kind of blow into a town like Allentown. You're there for 2 weeks and then you leave and you're never going to see it ever again unless they run another Worlds. Well, I'm not sure, but I doubt I'll be there ever again. I mean, you never know, but and that's happened in a few places. I mean, there's places like Kansas City that run Worlds and they run a big tournament every year, or Portland or whatever. But sometimes you come into towns and they build these courses and then we never get to see them. I mean, Nakamixon could be one of the best courses you've ever seen. We don't know that.
Yeah, I think of a Highbridge Hills, which may
Sure,
will likely
Never be
maybe
seen.
not in our lifetime will we see another World Championships held up at Highbridge Hills, for instance, here in Wisconsin. What's it going to take for you to win a World Championships again? What is that? You playing flawless golf? Is that where does your mind, where does your game need to be for yourself? Because we talk about it every week here. You're in the hunt. You're right there. You're always, up in the thick of things. But what about winning, pulling down another big title?
Well, I mean, it's a great question, really. Honestly, it's a difficult question to answer because I go back in my personal history. That's the only thing I can ever really draw from. I mean, going into the Allentown Worlds, I had never won an A tier. I'd won a B tier. I never won an NT. I had finished second place to every world champion previous to me back to Climo.
Okay.
Climo, Schultz, Todd, Russell were the ones before me. We're just counting those ones. I had taken second place, all of them, and I was literally, the players knew me, but to everybody else, I was a nobody. Honestly. And this was before social media and everything. So that one, I go in to every World Championships believing that I can win, knowing that I've put the time in, knowing that sometimes it's just about being in the right place at the right time. You're playing against the best players in the world. My final 9 in Allentown was Ken Climo, Barry Schultz, and Matt Oram.
Yep.
The 2 guys that had, essentially had
dominated the previous
dominated
14 or 15,
one besides
14 out of
2 guys in there.
Yeah.
Barry had 2, Kenny at that time had 11. What am I doing there? And now fast forward all these years later, and I'm still a factor, which I'm extremely proud of, obviously. But also, I mean, I'm gonna go into the week in Emporia. I'm gonna be there ready to play with a great attitude. I'm gonna practice the courses, and I believe that I can win. I don't think there's a said way of doing it. If Paul Macbeth wants to go out and win this event and win his 5th in a row, he can go out and do that. Ricky Wysocki could win his first. There's so many other guys on that list. I'm not going to name them all, but those are definitely the 1 and 2 players right now. But I feel like I have the history. I'm physically in great shape. I feel awesome, and mentally I'm in a great place right now. And so that's really what I lean on. And just going back to that history of 2005, when I'll never forget Guru announcing, saying, this kid's never been in, never won this, never won that. And here he is. And so that's my mentality is you have to go into every event believing you can win.
Now, I know she would have to say it in her own words, but could you kind of say ditto for your wife, for Val? I mean, she's right there. She's clearly on, right in the top with the other women. She's always in the thick of things. Typically, it's, like you just said, Macbeth Wysocki. We always see her right there with Kat
Paige.
Yep. She's always in the thick, literally just, a half a stroke off, ratings-wise on any given, ratings update, or right there with them, whatever it might be. So she's always right there. She has that experience, the 3, titles for herself. Same answer kind of for her. Great attitude. Everything else?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know if she's watching or not, but
She was watching earlier because she said the last argument that you guys had, all she remembered was she was right.
okay.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Wow. That was a given,
Nice,
Val.
Nice,
I mean,
of
right?
course. Val is literally a miss putt or a big made putt by somebody else away from having 6 titles.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible what she has been able to do over a long, extended period of time. I mean,
Possibly better than any other woman.
Yeah, not to take away from
No,
any of the greats before
Of course
her.
not. Of course not.
Val is just, not only is she a great player, she's just a phenomenal ambassador, and has been able to year in and year out reinvent her game, get herself to a place where she feels comfortable winning. And that's what, for Val, it's all about, it's about being, putting yourself in that mind frame. She truly believes that she can win every weekend, and we all know that she can. You know, she's going up against the greatest players in the world right now. Katrina and Paige specifically have taken this sport to another level as far as the distance that they throw, their abilities as players, and Val is right there with them. She's continued to get better, and yeah, I mean, you know, for her, it's just about belief and getting back in it, and yeah, I think she could really dominate. Honestly, it's just all about being in the right place at the right time.
So this upcoming weekend, you talked about, you know, in just, you know, less than 24 hours, you're going to be in Cleveland. You're going to be back in Ohio. There's going to be a wedding festivities of good friends. Obviously, you know, Val's best friend from middle school or from grade school. Good friends with you as well. It's essentially, dare I say, almost a weekend off.
Yeah.
And you know, you guys kind of just hit the tour, and then you get this kind of little break right now, and then it's grind mode after that.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend was the end of a 5-weekend stretch, so I mean that's a long time. 5 weekends in a row. I mean, again, for Uli's picks, I mean that's nothing, but for us, that's a long time. We scheduled in a few off weekends, and that's great. This one is, I mean, this is a wedding weekend, so for Val, it's not. And in fact,
you've told me about her.
Oh my God, she's making the cake.
Yeah,
she
organized a bachelorette party.
She did the bachelorette party.
She's the maid of honor.
She's the maid of honor, co-maid of honor with her other friend, Kristen. And her other friend is Martha is getting married. She lives in China with her fiance. They teach English or whatever they do. But they're coming back for Amy's wedding, and she's having her bachelorette party the night after the wedding.
Jeez.
So, like, for Val, it's not a weekend off. It's just a busy time. But honestly, we schedule in off weekends. We do. We say if there's a big A tier before an NT or before a Pro Tour or whatever, it's like, we're not going to do it. You know, so that way we can come in nice and fresh for that. And this goes back to what we talked about earlier. That allows me to go work on an aspect of my game. Go and get some throws in the field or do a week of putting. And then when I get to an event, I can just focus on being on the course and learning the course. And I don't have to be in maintenance mode, like on the course. It's the most, being on tour takes your game to another level, but it also brings other challenges to it.
Sure.
Maintenance mode on a course that you got to play a tournament on is horrible. It's one of the worst feelings in the world, I think. So.
Well, speaking of which, do you have a disc in front of you? Is there one right near you? Did I see one?
I don't.
I guess not. Well, what I'm going to call you out on is I noticed this weekend while we were at an event. There you go. While you were at playing in this team tournament, is there more of a slant or an arch to your twist of your wrist again on your putt? Because you seem to get rid of it, and now it's back. So,
are you talking more Annie or none?
No, I'm talking pre-putt.
The pre-putt look.
Yeah. I've got one here. This weekend,
okay,
you were back to more of an angle like this, where I noticed earlier in the year or last year. It was a little flatter. Because forever you've been this guy.
Yes.
All right, I'm trying to demonstrate. Hopefully everyone can see that. You've been, this is how you kind of just hold it as you're getting ready to putt. And then I saw you switch it up last year where you really just were holding it relatively flat before you putt. And this weekend, where there'll be a trivia question, but this weekend you were back to the slant again. Come on, break it down.
Yeah, so this goes all the way back to it's 16 now. So this goes all the way back to 14.
Okay.
The Worlds of 14, which one that was? No, it couldn't have been that Worlds. Anyways, I think it goes all the way back to 14, and we were out at the Vibram Open, and the weekend before I'd putted really bad. And this goes back to what I was talking about with Will. It's all about how he's going to come out the other side from this. Just similar to me, I was putting really, really bad. When you putt it the way I used to, it was all about trusting the line. You're putting it on an ante and hope it should turn into the basket. I had lost that line. I had just lost it. And so I went to flat, and I was just putting flat. And I did that for an entire year had some great events, and continued to do what I normally do. And again, that just goes to show what players are willing to do. And then I was back in the backyard this preseason, and I was just playing around, and this comfortable I was just back to it, and I pulled it back, and then I was releasing a little bit more flat. And so this just put me in the field to be here and back to it. So it just goes to show you it's all about what's in your mind. And if you're confident that you're going to make it, you got to find what does that for you. So over the last 2.5 years or whatever that's been, I've made some adjustments that have people notice it right away. Cause like you said, I'm that guy.
Well, and not only that, but in this day and age, we have so much access to video footage that people can watch you progress 6 months in a week. They'll watch like, oh yeah, I noticed. Yeah, Nate's not putting so well because he has this thing going on, and people are like, really? I always think that you have no clue what's going on through that pro's head.
Well, I'll never forget the first week. I think it was Yuli or it could have been Colleen. Came up to me during the round, what's up with are you putting flat now? What's the deal? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm on this now. This is what I'm doing. This is
my jam.
This is my jam now. I'm doing the flat thing. And I was making putts. And I was making big putts, and I tell people this all the time. I go through an event, I make 140, 50 footer. That's it. I am not a long putt guy. I just am not. I drive it close. And I've always leaned on that. And I've always been very consistent from inside 20. Whenever I do clinics or anything, I tell people I start ridiculously close. I move to 20, 25. I never work outside 33, very rarely. And, that's something that I've had to make an adjustment on. I do a lot more work from outside the circle now, trying to make that extra putt that might connect two runs together. Because, let's look at it. Ricky
Paul, hits from everywhere.
They made at the Masters Cup. They made 100-footer, 110 footer, and a 65-footer on the same hole when they both threw OB to save par.
I remember that.
It's uncanny. It's uncanny the abilities that they have, and nowadays, if I'm not making a few extra longer putts, it's just not helping.
That might
out.
be the difference.
Yes, it is. So I've been working on a little bit better of a spin putt, finding my line, because from long range, it's all about the line that you're choosing. Because you can't it's not a point A to point B situation.
Correct.
Which it is from 20 feet.
Yep.
It's
you're accounting
where
for
are you hitting,
loft
wind. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
you're accounting for this thing. Well, we're glad you guys are still with us. This, of course, is going to be
go. Literally.
Well, we're going to do a giveaway.
Another giveaway? Okay, yeah.
Let's keep hammering on this. We're talking about putters. We're talking about Nate Doss challengers and these Jawbreaker challengers. So we've got 2 more. There was somewhat of a hint given probably hours ago within our podcast. So it being a dedicated listener here on any given night can help you out. This was at least, it wasn't, I don't know if we directly answered it or not, but either way, there might be some guessing or you're going to nail it on the head. For 2 more challengers, Jawbreaker challenges, I would like you to tell us what Nate's 8-match record was this weekend up at the Sandy Point Team Invitational. Tell us what Nate's record was. He was in the number 2 seed. And you could be resourceful in one way or another depending on where you're from. But what Nate's 8-match record was when it was all said and done. We played 7 matches. Then we moved into the finals where we came out victorious.
Already nailed it.
Oh, okay. Ronald Harkey. Jeez.
Ronald, bang.
Ronald Harkey on it. Him and Scott Linthicum. It was within
seconds.
A snap.
Seconds. Dang.
So they've been listening the whole time because we did reference it way back when
the Hog is in. With 7-0-1. Man, you guys are good. Look at all of you right on top of it. Unfortunately, a little bit late. Leonard, no, that would have been a logical guess.
What they don't know is that Ronald is sitting over behind Nate. No one can just see him, so he had a head start.
Ronald Harkey, do us a favor, smashbox.tv/winners. That's plural because we're all winners here. And punch in your info there, and we'll pass that information on to Discraft, and we'll get you a pair of Jawbreaker Challengers. You were correct with that 7-0-1 record.
It should be the next. Do we have another one?
We got more giveaways. We need more questions, but so don't ask it yet.
Okay.
But I know the answer is the real question.
Yes.
We've gone through
It's in reference to Sandy Point.
Yeah, okay.
And we did mention it on this show.
Okay. So, and of course, our good friends Mike and Michelle Cousins over at Sandy Point Resort. Check them out, sandypt.com. 27 permanent disc golf holes. 25 are open during the summertime because 2 are on a beach where other people are enjoying their time, so you can't throw into them. But 27 permanent disc golf holes. There's short tee pads on 4 of the holes, but there's 27 pins that are out there and available with one of Wisconsin's nicest pro shops that also then sells other things, including clothing and jewelry and disc golf bags and apparel.
Handmade jewelry.
Yeah, all of this amazing stuff. So again, sandypt.com, or look them up, Sandy Point Resort on Facebook. So a huge shout out to Mike and Michelle Cousins up at Sandy Point Resort. So awesome stuff. Nate, wow, we've talked about beer. Mm-hmm. We've talked about your amazing world champion wife.
Yes.
We've talked about your traveling plans. Again, we know you're going on to the world tour. Kind of highlight where you think you see these next few months for you.
Pro.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the pro tour. Yeah, and you got me confused. We
the
talked
tours.
a lot.
There's just too many tours.
Well, we talked a lot about them this weekend. Then we talked about the American tour. We talked about it all at one point.
Yes.
But give us a quick overview of where people will run into you and ask you if you've got beer for them. Where might they do that?
So all the I'm going to be competing in all the pro tour events. So that's the Vibram Open, the Silver Cup, Minnesota Majestic, Ledgestone,
and then out in Vermont and the finals.
Yeah. So, the big thing is if you're anywhere in the Vermont area, come up and just watch.
Yeah. Because Smuggler's Notch.
One of the biggest things.
Notch.
Yeah. One of the biggest things I'm looking forward to is the Pro Tour finals. I mean, there's a lot of cash on the line, but just a really cool format from what I can tell that I just don't know how it's going to all turn out. Macbeth could win it or whatever.
Steve knows how it's going to work out.
Right. Yeah, knowing Steve. But so with that, it's an amazing place to be. Vermont is a phenomenal area, but we're also going to be doing the collaboration beer with Fiddlehead. And we're going to be doing an IPA this year. So last year we did a session IPA, and we're going to do an IPA. It's going to be awesome. We're doing even more of it this year. So Terry can't buy, 10 cases and distribute it to everybody. Well, you can, but
I might.
You can't get enough to get everybody some. No. So come on up. I mean, seriously, it's going to be super entertaining. But really, any of the Pro Tour events come out because from what I understand, it's more of a festival-like atmosphere. A lot of things for spectators to do, from games to, there's food carts.
With the festival itself.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really in store for me there with, two pretty big tournaments interjected there, the European Masters and the World Championships. And I'm really looking forward to this year's Worlds. I took the glass blown off, and then we talked about it on Smashbox months and months ago. And ultimately I'm glad I did. I think for me it's all about what's going on between my ears, which is not a lot most of the time, but this little sucker works. It works still.
From time to time.
I wanted to come in to Emporia with just a fresh look and a refreshed thought process. And I didn't want to go play the glass blown and play in all the wind and the rain and the blah, 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 cold weather, warm weather, whatever it is. So, I'm looking forward to it. I really, really am. And Emporia, I know it's going to put on a good show. That's a disc golfing town, man.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
So that's kind of what's in store for me, really. But the Pro Tour, awesome.
And then just the one international trip.
And the one international trip out to the World Tour event. Yeah.
And that's actually, is that the least amount of international travel this year is what you're doing?
In the last 11. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. Just one trip. And in fact, Val's not going to be going, so it's going to be just me. So now that's 2 trips away from each other.
Wow.
Are you bringing me to that one then too?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like this last week.
Do you fit in luggage? I mean, you might fit in that luggage.
I
that
think we
have over
talked
there.
about that before. We're gonna stuff you in my luggage, bring you with me. Need somebody to talk to on the plane.
Yep.
But yeah, so yeah, it's
Just download this podcast and it'll get you through the
right.
flight.
I need it exactly. Should have an app.
We did inform Nate just tonight that believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, Smashbox TV actually has an audio podcast. So if you guys want to go out and download that, you can
on
do that
your cell phone.
Yeah, you could put it on a cell phone. Name some other places you could put it.
iPod,
iPads.
That's really it.
A computer, probably.
You could
listen to it.
Oh,
on
sure,
a
computer. Yeah.
Computer.
But you can download it and play it offline.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, ladies and gentlemen, Nate Doss
okay.
is informing you that through some new technology we've come out with, you can, in fact, download and listen to this podcast offline.
You know, I listen to a podcast almost every day. My favorite 2 radiocasters in sports are Mike and Mike.
Terry and Johnny.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so now I think you're T and V.
Okay.
Nice.
That's like
M&M,
that'd be
M&M, T and V.
yeah. There you go,
That's
T and V.
Okay.
You could do a daily podcast, 4 hours a day.
Some have requested.
Yep.
Some have.
Yeah, Mike and Mike's a 4-hour show, so I'm in. I'm in. I'll
right.
be your first subscriber. T and V.
All right. Well,
Sweet.
it is available.
Should
Yes.
talk about like.
We can talk about
It should be like TMZ, like just talk about just different
That's
stuff.
what the kind of the after show is. We open it up and we just talk about anything.
Are we not even in the after show yet?
Not technically.
Wow.
Technically, meh.
Wow.
So
This is gonna be fun.
So, is it safe to say that if we schedule it around the right time of year, that maybe we could get you involved when we do our 24-hour podcast-a-thon?
Are you doing that?
That's the plan.
That's what we want to do.
We I know we've
Wow.
talked about it for a long time. It will benefit St. Jude is the entire premise of it. Or
Maybe
just,
like-
or
it's
just
like
talking a lot, but the entire premise is that we do a podcast-a-thon where, of course, we have sponsors for every hour.
Yep.
And we do have other fundraising efforts that are
and
tied in with it.
fundraising
And
When is this going to be?
We're hoping
Off season or
before Ledgestone?
we're hoping like right kind of before Ledgestone-ish.
Okay.
Because we're going to be working.
We're
with
going to be doing it from here, though.
We may be doing it from Nate Heinold's office down at Ledgestone, but if you're in another part of the country,
well, if you're there, I'll be there.
okay,
'Cause I'm going to be at the Ledgestone. So
okay, it may be directly before it, or maybe a few weeks or whatever before.
Oh,
but if so,
okay.
you can always Skype in.
Oh yeah, I'll
and
Skype
join
in.
us for an hour
for
or two.
sure.
For an hour
I
or
can
two.
have my phone, and I'll make sure to charge it.
There you go.
Both of the guests tonight, their phones were dying. Like, what is it with people and their battery?
What is it with batteries?
I don't get it. It's maddening.
We'll start taking well.
You know what we should do? We should probably end the podcast and get
it's all the same,
get
but
into
okay.
an after show. Break it up.
Let's take the shirts off.
No, only Dana does that.
Well, what people can't see is Nate stepped into the pantsless podcast.
Yes.
No one can see below the waist.
Right?
No.
I know.
So
It's kind of a funny party
Yeah,
here.
and I have like a weird view here. Too.
it's a little strange, but
It works one way or another.
Socks and mandals. It's the whole
We'll have
thing.
some more giveaways probably during the after show. So
How many more of those jawbreakers do we got?
We got some more to give
As
away.
many-
Boy,
as-
Bobby J. Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
you know what? If we call them, we'll just tell them, give some away. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
That's what our boys over at
Exactly.
Discraft do.
Love those
the
guys.
beloved
For us.
Nate. Are you the son of Discraft right now? Is that what can we call you that?
Yeah.
The grandson of Discraft.
Grandson. Yeah, yeah. We've
Grandson?
had some,
You've told me countless times. You're treated like family. They're so amazing to you, and it's awesome because I sound like other maybe sports, but in this day and age, there's not a lot of athletes that are with a sponsor for the longevity, for a really long time. Other sponsors come along and deals, and of course we don't have like the free agency world or salary caps and such, but you've been with Discraft really from day one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I mean, the way I look at it, here's how not only have I been loyal to them, and really, in my opinion, they've been loyal to me. I'll never forget when Jim Kenner brought me into his office after I won my first world championships, and he just said, "Welcome to the family."
Yeah.
He's like, "We're going to take care of you for as long as you want to do this," and that meant the world to me. And these are the types of guys that are over there. They treat everybody that way, and we've had our people come in and we've had our people go, but they really do treat everybody like family. And it's just you don't come across people like that all the time, and I feel very fortunate to have been a part of the Discraft family for as long as I have, and their continued support of not only me but disc golf and other events. And I was just sitting in a restaurant a couple of days ago, and there was the ultimate collegiate, and Discraft is like a massive sponsor for that. I mean, I can't imagine doing all of the work with all the ultimate teams, all the colleges, everything that they do, and then to still do everything in disc golf. I mean, it's just the work that all of these companies do is really fantastic. But specifically for me, Discraft is A-okay in my book.
And this past weekend, you got to play with what might be Discraft's newest addition.
Phenom,
Justin Lammers.
Justin Lammers, great kid. I gave him a challenger right out of my personal stash. He's a great guy. He was on the team, on Team Alliance. He did pretty good, I think. He came out on Sunday. He said he shot like 18 down for the 27 holes or something. So we really at Discraft we really focused on the younger players. As we've talked about all night tonight, the youth is really the future. And I've had a lot of people come up to me and be like, "So Nate, like, who's Discraft sponsoring? Besides you?" I'm like, a lot of really great young players.
Yeah.
And the first thing I say back to them is, well, who's available?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's got somebody. Everybody's, nowadays, if you're not sponsored, everybody's sponsored, it seems. It's crazy. And so we've gone out and we've really focused on young junior players, and, hopefully those guys can pay off in the long run. But otherwise, and it doesn't matter. I mean, Discraft's going to continue to represent themselves in the sport of disc golf as best as they can. And, our young champions, whoever they may be, that's all we really care about, is that disc golf is in the right hands, and the future of our sport is going to move in the right direction.
Someone named Justin L. just popped on the board.
Lammers.
And
What's
said
up, buddy?
7-0-1. So I'm assuming that might be Justin Lammers.
I'm assuming as well.
Is that it?
That might have been his record.
So there we go. So we all three had the same record.
So you, David Heasley, and Justin Lammers, 7-0-1. So
nice team you picked up.
Some pretty impressive play up there. And again, Mike and Michelle hosting and putting on the event. It's such a massive undertaking. Organizing, big shout out to we'll say like Team 365, someone who really just formed a team literally just a few weeks ago that didn't know they were coming, as we said and heard Dana had said, that Illinois didn't have a team, and then there was another team that kind of didn't form this year. So it's just great. It was a massive undertaking, and I know I said it earlier at the awards ceremony. Like it's a really special place to me. Why it's so special to me now, and to have our names on that trophy, a really impressive trophy up there, is just
a lot
something
of cool
that
names on there for sure.
There are, and it's just cool to have a little piece of it. And also, for what it's worth, up at Sandy Point Resort, the Wisconsin Disc Golf and Frisbee Hall of Fame is hosted there as well. So you see, a dozen or so Hall of Fame members from the Wisconsin Hall of Fame, and I think even the history, as I was explaining to Nate when we were on our way up, Marie Elsner, who is not a household name, but Marie Elsner is from Wisconsin and is the first ever women's world champion, and she won the first 2 years that the PDGA offered a women's division in the World Championships, and that's someone, for instance, who's in our Hall of Fame. So it's a pretty amazing place, and to see some of the pictures and there's going to be very little video from me or from others from up there this weekend because I was trying to focus on playing, but it's a great place to be, and really exciting.
I meant to ask this when Mike the TD Mike was on earlier. I mean, the history in Wisconsin disc golf is tremendous. I mean, you told me some stories this weekend that are just like with Steady Ed and all these people coming here, and the first women's world champion, Barry Schultz, yourself, 4 world championships that I know of. I don't know if there was another one. Is it just the 4? 3 AMs and 1 pro.
3 AMs and 1 pro that I know of as well.
Yeah. So I mean, the history up here in disc golf is tremendous. And then you were saying before a certain year there was only 50 courses, and now there's like 300 or something. I mean, that. Congratulations on everything, and really Sandy Point is a place that is a cornerstone in that as well.
Correct.
And I remember reading articles about Sandy Point in the magazine like 15 years ago.
Yeah, featured on actually Disc Golf World News at the time. There's a particular shot where, I'm sorry, I actually do forget the player that was on the cover, but it was a player putting towards the basket on 26.
Okay.
And,
Yeah.
Obviously we talked about 27 being one of the most dangerous greens in disc golf. 26, if you're 25 feet short, is also pretty daunting as well.
Right.
Especially when you feel like it's such a deuce hole. And so that was featured on the cover of a Disc Golf World News at one point, was somebody putting on a hole 26.
Awesome.
So it's pretty cool that we do have so much history. And let's just speak to the forefathers or the grandfathers and all the people before, any of us in this room, that were, laying all that groundwork in the 70s and in the early 80s, before we were really around.
Even born.
Yeah. So very cool. Someone out on the board talking about his 100 various spit outs he's had trying to get 100 aces. Sorry, James. Got to get one to stick, buddy. Quit playing on tone poles or something.
Right.
No, or maybe
Tone
start
poles.
playing on tone poles.
Yeah.
So that once you hit it, that's
count.
an ace.
Yeah.
Then they count.
Yeah, that would maybe
Any
that's
metal.
the solution. That would be the way to go. Nate, we're gonna move into the after show. We're gonna, we get a little bit looser there, I guess. If we're gonna have a separate after show, we can do that.
Sure.
Is there anything you want to say here in the regular show? Arguably one of our longest to date. No surprise. But anything you need to say here in the regular show before we move into the after show?
Well, I'd like to say, good afternoon to the people out in Hawaii watching. 'Cause it's 12:30 here. It's only 6:30 there, so they're probably just sitting down to dinner.
Yeah.
So
good.
aloha to all of them. And no, guys, I wish I could do this every week. I mean, I really envy you guys. I love talking. I love having the mic. And I said it earlier, if I could live my life with headphones on, because everything's so clear. I can hear you guys perfectly. I can hear myself. So, no, seriously, thank you both. And, hopefully it can come back many, many more times.
Well,
If people want to support, now maybe I missed this when I was there. If people want to support Bevel,
Okay.
how do they go about doing that?
Well, you via GoFundMe right now. If anything, $1, $5, $10, go to GoFundMe.com/Bevel. That's BEVEL, just like a beveled edge disc. That's what we play with. Go there. And seriously, I mean, if you can support, please do. If you can't, just get the word out, man. We just. Again, we're disc golfers, and we always will be, but we want to support it in our lives with something else, and that's what it is. So, bevel.com, and then you can go to our website. We actually have like a website that just kind of is showing potential beers we could have. It tells a little bit of our backstory, so that's bevelbeer.com. So those are the two places. And we have a Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, so any of those places, just follow along. We're always posting cool beer articles or pictures of us meeting with breweries or drinking a cool beer or something like that. So
Nice.
log in, check it out.
and certainly do so. Or if it's as Kimmo Naj, maybe Kimmo says it's 8:30 a.m. where they're at. So
Right in Finland.
Yeah, there you go.
So good
Possibly.
morning.
Yeah, we're drive time radio for them.
Kitos. Yeah,
See,
exactly.
We're hitting that sweet spot. If we go on long enough, we hit really everyone's time
right.
frame.
Tokyo, it's like noon.
Yeah, they're
tomorrow.
partying. They're out, wiping off their 150 class disc, ready to play golf.
Right,
listening
exactly, man.
to what we have
It's
going
just-
on.
Yeah, doing good.
All right. So for all of our guests tonight, of course, we'd like to thank Mike Batka over there at Glide Disc Golf in Madison, Wisconsin. He's going to be stepping inside the Smashbox, giving us a few Am Worlds updates. We'll try and check on with him as often as we can. Big news that Innova is going to be the title sponsor of the Am Worlds, but also that Smashbox TV is going to be there giving you a live podcast on Tuesday night, along with some pros that are going to stop in. We'd, of course, like to thank Yuli. I'm almost getting sick of thanking him for beating him every week. That gets a little
Harsh.
That's getting a little bit old, but it's my job. So that's what I'll keep doing, Yuli. I'll keep giving you the beatdown. week after week. Your 2, my 10 points, whatever. We'd like to thank Nate Doss for joining us right here inside the studio. Having a good time. He's going to stick around for Johnny V and myself. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. That's podcast 91. We'll see you guys in the after show when you step inside the Smash Box.
Boom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
We're back.
Welcome.
We're back.
If it wasn't if the 9 to 12:30, if the 3.5 hour main podcast wasn't enough,
We're back.
we're back, and we got nowhere to be.
No.
Was that like where you play your last song, walk up the stage, and then everybody screams encore? Wait, what's the deal with that?
The lighters up.
They always walk off, and then they they go back and take a shot
Boost
of
their
booze
ego.
or something. Yeah,
Boost
I don't
their
know what
ego.
it is.
Yeah.
Well, here we are.
We're for the encore.
We're,
here.
of course, here for the after show. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined here in the Milwaukee studio with Johnny V and our very special guest, 3-time world champion, Nate Doss.
Heyo.
Nate,
First time in the after show.
first time? Or
No, remember
No,
I
yeah,
called in on an after
You
show.
did call in an after show. That's right.
I think
You're all
was
over the place.
I'm all over the place. Who knows?
Yeah, well, you're one of our most frequented guests.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you're quite the most frequent.
Like I don't have a segment.
Not
So
yet.
but
No, but
I'm a frequent guest.
we're open to ideas when it comes to segments.
Okay.
So
That's right.
That might be something you have to think about.
I liked the one where you were gonna potentially just fill me in on like stuff going on.
yes.
Like on
It was
Facebook or
like,
whatever.
It was like basically gossip talk.
Yeah,
you
just
know?
like here, Nate, and you just like
coffee
blow my
talk.
mind. Be like, so did you hear this? I'd be like, what?
There was a couple of those today we had.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Were some
For
stories.
sure.
Not all of them are appropriate for general public and our disc golfers, but
Sorry, not even the after show.
yeah, sometimes not even there. So, but it is fun to catch up, Nate. I've, you have a life outside of disc golf, and some of us don't. And sometimes you're not always up to speed with just the latest ins and outs of the really what are usually trivial things. You don't need to concern yourself. That's what I'm for. That's what Johnny V's for. But you go as far. You don't even have a Facebook app on your phone. Is that true?
No, yeah. I mean, it just drains the battery, and
It is. It's
it's
actually
like
one of the
message
biggest.
after message after message. Yeah, I mean, I honestly like I love social media, and I think it's really great. I can see what people are doing, and people can see what I'm doing, but I'm all about the genuine connection of with with them hanging out with you guys.
Okay.
And that's just me. And I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. I mean, sometimes people Facebook message me. I'm like, hey, there's a billion ways to get a hold of me. You can go to my website, email me. It's nate@natedoss.com. Like, it couldn't get any simpler, but people are like, oh, I Facebook message you. I'm like, okay, I guess.
I might see it in 2 weeks.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
I try to do it every other couple of days, but
Sure.
yeah.
No, you're out living life, and you're on the road, and internet and all that other stuff. And if it's not a top priority you to have internet and to get where you need to be or where you are, then
I got to
that's how it
admit,
shakes out.
the one social media app I have on my phone is Instagram.
Yep.
And I like Instagram. It's cool because you get to see it's a picture. Every single one's a picture or a little video, and I think that's pretty cool.
Scott says that your segment should be called Nate Doesn't Know, or maybe What Nate Doesn't Know.
Nate doesn't know. Or is it Scotty doesn't know? Is that the song?
Nate don't know.
Yeah.
Or we could do Nate Beer of the Week. We could.
Yeah.
That's what
There's
someone says.
Yeah.
all sorts of them could be.
What do you and Val talk about on the road? Because when you get in the car with Terry,
They talk about Smashbox.
yeah, clearly.
No.
When you get in the car with Terry, there's a whole plethora of things because you guys haven't seen each other, you don't communicate as frequently. When you spend that much time on the road, is it? I mean, is it audiobooks? Is it podcast? And clearly not podcasts, because other than Mike and Mike. But,
yeah, right.
Radio, CDs. I mean, obviously you guys sit and talk somewhat, but what do you guys talk about? What do you fill that time with?
Mostly it's like talking about like things Val's working on. I mean, she's
busy.
one of the busiest people that I know, and I know Terry.
Yeah.
She's not quite that busy because
Okay.
she doesn't have
good.
2 kids and
Sure.
drives around, sells this, but she's doing the women's committee, the women's global event. And I mean, she's always just filling me in and asking my opinion, and we work on ideas and try to work through things that are going on. So that's a lot of the talk. And then of course it's where we're going to eat, what beers do we want to try, and then, that's about it. I mean, we just, of course, just other fun stuff. I mean, we say all the time that disc golf is the thing that we have the least in common. We love food. We love making food. We love beer, obviously. We love adventuring and hiking and doing all those things together. And disc golf's just the way we met each other. So, and there's some other things that we talk about that aren't appropriate, maybe for the after show.
Uh-oh. It's about to get real.
Do you guys have a Netflix account? Do you sit and watch anything like that, like on your iPad or?
Well,
is it?
I'm a computer guy, so I got a lot of, I have TV shows and movies and all that stuff that we watch, and it's we can watch TV while we're driving. Now, I have to preface that with I never do it in in a city, but when you're on I-80 in Nevada, you can flip on the boob tube and watch some TV.
Yep.
And it's shows like House of Cards. That's a really great one that we've been watching. All kinds of different shows, and then just going back to like, there's a great trivia question for whatever the future. Like, my favorite television show of all time is Seinfeld.
Yep.
Okay.
I've literally watched through the seasons probably a dozen times, and there's like 9 seasons of. First season's only 5 episodes, second season's 12, and then all the other ones are 23 or 24.
Yep.
So I've watched them all, and that's just like I flip on. It's like listening to your favorite song.
Oh, sure.
But it's just
It just never gets old.
It just never gets old. So, we break it up every once in a while with that.
Okay. And now an interesting fact as well that we were talking on one of our long drives is that you do most of the driving, 90+% of the driving when you guys are traveling cross country. It's pretty much you. Not that you said Val's a great driver. Everything else is just you're doing most of the driving.
Yeah, I've always been that guy. I figure, okay, if I'm going to drive across country, I want to see stuff. Mostly it's cows and grass and corn, stuff like that. But I want to check it out. I want to see what's going on, and the best place to do that is from the driver's seat. I actually grew up, and as a kid, I got car sick a lot. I don't know why. I just whatever, your equilibrium or whatever, and I always had to sit in the front seat. And then when I was able to start driving at 16, I never got that ever again. So it was like the safest place for me to be. I can't sleep in a car barely unless I'm exhausted. And Val can, So that's the other thing that I forgot to mention is, we always have like a co-pilot rule. We always had a guy in the front seat of the RV. But with me and Val, I'm like, just go hang out. And she'll go sleep for 4 hours, and I flip on a show or whatever, listen to some tunes, move the volume to the front seat, and I just roll on. And that's the way I love it. And if we're in a pinch or doing super long hours, we switch off. Sure. You just have to. But I like the driver's seat for sure.
Nice. And someone had asked earlier regarding your driving, miles per gallon. How many are you getting?
So we're getting anywhere from like super big headwind, we're like 16 to, I would say on average about 18 and a half.
Okay.
Never drive Big Blue over 68 miles an hour. That's where it gets its perfect gas mileage on the open road. I mean, it can go 75 or 80, but then you drop that down to 15.
Yeah.
And it's just a safe speed to be going at. You're never speeding.
Legal.
You're never speeding. So, yeah.
Do you have an iPass? Some kind of pass system?
We don't. It's kind of stupid
I was
because
thinking
now
as
we're in
you're
the
leaving
land
tonight-
of tolls.
Yeah, as you're leaving
Is
tonight.
Is there an
So
iPass
here it's
one?
called an iPass.
That's the one in
and-
Illinois.
And I hate
Yeah.
to even say here. Yeah, in Illinois, those guys, they have what's called the iPass system. Now that, however, is connected with everywhere I've pretty much been and been able to bring it to. So when I traveled up
Because it's
through
called
Ohio.
Fast Pass, or what's the other one? The
Yeah,
other one.
there's a few of them. And when I traveled to Ohio, like I think of Worlds last year, I traveled into Ohio. That pass still works.
Worked.
Iowa, Indiana, Ohio.
Those are all Fast Track. The main one is called Fast Track.
Sure.
And you get it. It's the same thing because I saw it in your car.
Yeah.
Never got one.
Yeah,
I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I don't know. You should even maybe get one tonight to
Well,
save you a few bucks.
I don't think you can. Can you just pull in and grab?
Yeah,
them?
there's
Not at
certain
2.
places where you can get them.
Okay.
And I'd have to do a little research for
I
you.
might
but
get
know
one tomorrow.
It would be
actually in Ohio. I know you can get them at the big service areas
Yeah,
on
sure.
the turnpike. So.
Yeah, and I know if you stop somewhere in Illinois, I bet you could even get one yet tonight. You load it up and
New
then it just-
York, the New York Turnpike
Oh
is the
my
most
gosh.
expensive.
Yep.
Ohio's is moderate. Indiana's is like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like $8 to drive through the state. Like Ohio's like $19, and then New York is like $35 just to drive through the state.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't get it. Trust me, and we, like I said, coming in and out of Illinois so many times when we were younger, it was just like, oh crap, we need to pull out change at the time, and it was like, what is this, like a 75? No, it's $1.25 now, or
Right,
$2.75 to get into Indiana, or whatever it was.
Yeah, something like that now. And as they're saying online, yeah, you can just go through them and then you can go back and say, oh, I know I missed this toll, and you can pay them online. You can just go right through them that way. And then what happens when you forget, and then that thing turns in, your $1.20 turns into a $19, toll when you don't, get around to paying it. But anyway, it definitely a great investment.
I think I'm
living here in
it.
Wisconsin. I bought one probably 5, 6, 8 years ago now, and it was just a really.
How
good,
often do
easy-
you go down to?
Randomly, quite a bit actually. I find myself
Going to
whether
the
it's-
airport
yeah,
or-
or wherever exactly. So it makes it worthwhile. I don't tell Dana I'm going down there, but
How far is the O'Hare Airport from here?
less than 90 minutes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, both Midway and O'Hare.
Oh.
You're looking at less than 90 minutes.
Cool.
Especially from here, and as you know, where Val flew out of the other day, you're about 6, 8, 10, 12 minutes from
here.
from
Yeah,
Milwaukee Airport.
yeah, she flew to
Milwaukee.
Yeah,
General
that's what I'm
Mitchell,
saying.
yeah.
You're,
So
right now, you're also only about 10 minutes from the
yeah,
Milwaukee
the airport's about 10 minutes away.
Okay.
So-
Nice.
Put you guys in position.
So that's the traffic portion of our.
That's right.
Yeah,
Traffic. You got
exactly.
traffic on the 9s, followed up by weather.
Well, and so we'll go ahead and give a little more insight to our Smashies. It worked out really well in that you weren't necessarily in a hurry to get back to Ohio. So through conversations with you, Nate, that you were able to come onto the show, hang out for a couple days after this tournament, but then come onto the show. And then really there's a strategy there in that as you leave tonight, in the next hour or 4, you'll be heading out and you'll be able to get through Illinois or through Chicago at least specifically.
Chicago.
And that way you can avoid it in the morning or any other time, morning or afternoons, whatever you're
Right.
Any
It's
it's a roll
part
of
of
the dice.
day.
Exactly. So that's part of your strategy. So for those stalking Nate and Big Blue, he'll be traveling.
I'll be on the
94.
Indiana Turnpike tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
probably
So
the first
94, you can stay on 94 all the way through Chicago versus taking the 294. It'll be a little cheaper too.
one on the toll.
So I would just stay right on 94 all the way through.
Booyah.
That's right.
So there you go.
I
Stop
like
off
it.
in Wrigleyville. Well, it's going to be closed by the time.
Yeah, right. Dang it. Come on, it's Chicago. Isn't they open all night?
They got some late night clubs
Yeah,
there. I've
soda-
heard.
soda and water.
That's a
So
rumor.
so Johnny B and I have heard.
It's in a movie somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you'll run into Ferris Bueller at a game.
Right.
Someone said that today they officially found out they're based on everything. Like this is the day Ferris Bueller, probably yesterday, took off of school. Like if you look at
Oh, come on. Really?
that's I
Wow.
don't know
Like
if it's, I don't know
the
if it's
day
one
in
of,
June,
yes.
obviously not like necessarily
Yeah,
like
not like
somehow
the,
forecast
not
a
like
year,
forecast
but
of the future. I think
but
like
just-
this like today is the date, or yesterday was the date. That
that
Ferris
would have
Bueller-
logically lined up for him to take.
based on the year. What was it, like 1987,
88, I wanna
87,
say the
88, or
movie
6. The Cubs were playing X team, and they figured out what date it would have been or something like that. I saw it on the internet. I don't know if it's one of those Back to the Future dates.
Because I was going to say the Back to the Future date was last year.
Yeah, yes.
Something like that.
I believe
October of something or other.
Yeah.
So I'll correct myself in that the release date for the movie itself was June 11th, 1986. So, wow. And the budget for that movie? You want to take a guess what the budget was? Where they went?
$876,000.
No, 5.8 million.
Oh, geez.
But
way off.
Kind of crazy though. Like 5.8 million. You couldn't get Matthew Broderick to show up for 5.8 million right now.
Right. Wow. Amazing. In 86?
1986. June 11th, 86 is when it was released.
Just over 1 year old.
So you've got Netflix. You're watching. Seinfeld's your favorite TV show. What about movies? I mean,
movies. Yeah, I'm a big trilogy type fan. I mean, I love Back to the Future. We just mentioned that one. Super huge into like the mob movies. Goodfellas, Casino, Godfather. Those are awesome. And I get into a chick flick every once in a while. Me and Val, we watch them. And then one of my favorite parts of the year is like right around the holidays. Me and Val just take like every iconic like Christmas movie and just watch like one a day for like a month.
Cool.
So yeah, that's cool. Getting like the Bad Santas and the
Elf.
Oh, I mean
Home Alone. Home Alone.
Yeah, Home Alone 1 and 2.
Of course.
Gotta have 2. The one in New York.
Yeah.
That was a great one. Then you get to 3 and 4 and it's a different kid.
It's
and
weird.
They're like horrible actors.
Christmas Vacation. You gotta watch.
Christmas Vacation. But really, the movie I probably watched the most is A Christmas Story. I mean, Ralphie. I mean, come on.
Shoot your eye out.
You'll shoot your eye out. So that's kind of my thing. I've gotten into like Lord of the Rings, those types of movies as well.
Yeah.
Like I said, just movies that have that trilogy kind of, they just draw you in.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So this weekend, I had the experience, and again, I hardly play golf anymore, but I had the experience of trying on a new bag. We've tested and reviewed the Fossa bag here. Obviously, Grip has been a huge supporter in the disc golf world and a huge mover and shaker coming out with the bags that they've had, knowing that that's one of your sponsors. But we've also seen this movement on usually 2 wheels, sometimes 3.
Right.
But this movement on 2 or 3 wheels, give us your take on disc golf carts. And I'm not calling out any company. I'm just saying the concept of carts.
Well, yeah. I mean, I saw a ton of carts this weekend.
You did.
In fact, I played in a group where all the other 3 had them.
And if you recall, one of the reasons why carts in particular, especially here in Wisconsin, are so popular, the Zuka / Ridge Roller cart was ultimately designed and started right here in Wisconsin, a little more than an hour from here.
Right, and
so
Zuka is actually from the Bay Area of California, but the Ridge Roller
they ultimately worked with
modified one.
Exactly. But just talk a little bit about carts. I mean, I remember there was the slightest push, pardon the pun, there was the slightest push on carts many, many years ago in the early 2000s, and I remember Ken Climo picking up his bag, and somebody had a cart, and at that time it was more of like the 3-wheeled like golf cart that somebody shimmied bag onto
put a
it.
Piece of
wood,
plywood there,
exactly,
the slots and all that.
And they kind of tried to pull it, and it was a little clumsy. He was a little
like
clumsy
off
with
center,
it.
like
something. Yeah, he was a little clumsy with it. This person, and Kenny was agitated, like kind of like, get your cart out of my way, like, and I've heard and talked to him in the past. I know he's just not a fan of carts, and I think of a guy who's played some more disc golf than most people ever will. Even him in his mid 40s now, you don't see him pulling a cart. What's your take? You see Ricky, the young gun, one of the youngest in on the tour. Now he's pulling a cart, but yet some of our old schoolers aren't. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think carts are cool for casual play.
Okay.
You can load a bunch of stuff in there and have water and Gatorade and snacks and whatever. But Yeah, I don't know. I just think, when you get into like a tournament round with, at the highest of levels, I don't know, a cart just seems to throw off I don't know. It's hard to explain, really. I don't care. I don't like a cart. I like a bag. I like having it just right there with me. I can take it anywhere. I can get into the woods. It's not, I don't have to, you constantly hear like a seat slamming down or, whatever. They got to lift it up and carry it here or there. The companies that have come out, the carts look really cool now. The Zuka cart looks great. A few of the other carts, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think they really have a place in high level disc golf. I mean, as far as the pros are concerned, I think eventually we're going to go to caddies across the board, and everybody's just going to get used to that. Having a caddy out there is like having a built-in best friend, and you really got to trust them. I can't have a caddy of somebody I just don't know. I need somebody that I know if stuff goes awry, they're going to just be there right there with me.
Sure.
And that's huge. And some of these caddies are just either fans, super fans, or just guys that came off the street. That doesn't get me off.
Okay.
But if I got a guy who's been there with me, knows my game, and that I can like show my true colors to, then I like a caddy. But to get back to the cart thing,
You don't care if your caddy's taller than you, do you?
no, not at all. No whatsoever. Tall caddies are cool. So I got to reach to get the discs out. But carts are cool, man. They're super popular in the Midwest, because it's all grassy courses.
Do you feel that from an image perspective? I'm going to take it there for a real quick second. From an image perspective, do you care when it's a cart that's maybe? And I know you don't personally aren't using them, but if it's a cart that like the Zuka cart, like the Ridge Roller, like the Delta cart, I don't know. I'm giving out free advertising here, but these guys that have carts versus the old,
baby stroller,
the baby strollers, the three-wheeled, golf carts that should be holding bags. Like, is there any kind of image or imagery that you do or don't really like seeing out on the golf course, or does that not at all concern you? And I know that could then spill into general attire of players themselves, but you know what I mean. Do you feel like there's anything regarding the cart and how it looks?
Yeah, I just think disc golfers are resourceful. And there's a very organic aspect to our game. I mean, there really, really is. Guys wear different things. They got different styles. I mean, golfers are they're following a tradition that's hundreds of years old and all those things. But yeah, when you see just some, for lack of a better term, janky cart just banging down the thing, or a guy walking down the thing with all these noisy clanks on his bag, you're just like,
Yeah.
I mean, you're just carrying all that extra stuff around.
It's a lot extra weight.
Yeah, it's just a lot of extra weight. And I don't think I'm concerned really so much about the imagery or what people think, but bag manufacturers, grip equipment specifically, has gone to great lengths to make these bags look sleek and fashionable. And, we're even coming out with some new fresh colors that are going to be like cool and abstract. And, so we've gone to great lengths to sort of try to make everything a little bit more professional and
of course comfortable.
And so have the cart companies. I mean, they've gone to great lengths to make them look nice too. So I don't know if there's a right answer or wrong answer there, but I'm not a huge fan.
I don't mind like your baby stroller cart if you're out there for a casual
yes.
If I see a rec player or something doing that, whatever. I don't want to see that at a tournament.
No.
Regardless of level of event.
I mean,
C tier versus
I
De La. I think when we're and I'll speak for Braden and the PDGA and the National Tour, when the Masters Cup puts on the show that they did,
you don't want to see that at all.
Bringing it to the golf course and trying to attract, the main reason for going to the golf course was to have fans, to have a crowd, to have a gallery that can follow and watch what our top players are doing. And then do you care when somebody's pulling along, a bunch of, we'll just say a cart with a bunch of 2x4s and a milk crate,
Of course. I mean, it makes it look janky, as you said. And I think, here, what Nate said, we need to have a professional output. If we want a professional input from these companies, we need to put out a professional output. So I think, yes, you can't have a cart like that. But the carts that we have coming out now from these manufacturers, I think are legit carts. And I think I don't think they look they may even, to the outside person, may even look more professional than a backpack.
Sure.
I mean, depending on how you look at it. I mean, we're used to seeing people, think of the first backpack straps that came out. How funny did that look?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we took golf.
Yeah.
The Golf Pack was the name of them, I
And,
believe.
everyone
we literally took golf
Yeah.
bag straps and
Yes,
put them
the
on
two
just,
black ones that were
Yeah,
kind of separated.
yeah,
Yeah.
yellow.
And think of how goofy that looked for the first couple years that we said, like, really back. I got my nice padded strap here. Why would I need that? And then suddenly everyone started doing that. Now we're going to carts, and Sandy Point is a great example because that's one of the courses I've got one of the original Ridge Rollers. I don't like Sandy Point for a cart. Because you get through holes
into the woods.
1, 2, and 3 are okay, but then once you go down 4, I got to carry it. Because I've
5,
tried.
6,
Take it
7.
up 4s. Yeah.
Over Cousins Creek, up on those.
Yeah, and I've tried using it there, and I don't enjoy it. I brought it, and then I ended up transferring my stuff over to a bag. I was like, it's just not worth it. And there's a lot of roots, and your bag, your cart tips and stuff like that. There are some courses that aren't meant for it. Now, the De La course down at the golf course might be a perfect use for it. A nice, big, flat, wide open, but not regular De La.
No, not regular. And we don't see very many carts at all at De La. And in fact, the ones that do come out, the tires get all ripped up. And, I think the conversation here is casually anything goes.
Yeah.
I mean, it really, really does, even in traditional golf. I mean, think of how many clubs casual golfers bring out there. They bring whatever. They got all these wedges and different, funny things. But professional disc golfers, I think, should be held to a higher standard. And, you can't just come out there with some baby cart and push it down the fairway. It just looks weird. I don't know. It's meant for a baby.
What if you put your kid in it?
And during the round?
Yeah, in your golf bag.
not during
well, then it's less weird, I guess.
Because I've done that when Mason was younger. We went out for a casual round. I grabbed a cart, it's a big 3-wheeler one, tossed like 6 discs underneath of it, and I said, "All right, buddy, we're gonna go out for a round."
Right,
and that was great.
And that is great.
That's casual.
Yes. So I think, and you mentioned C tiers, B tiers, blah 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 blah. I don't differentiate any of those. Of course, at a C tier, nobody's going to be around, so everybody just thinks, well, you can do whatever you want. Yep. And then you get into a major where there's 10,000 freaking fans watching online, in person. I mean, those are two different things, but, I don't know. We just need to – and whatever it is, it's almost like Sandy Point. We had a guy who's played great pro, but he has an AM rating. Mm-hmm. You got to have standards. You got to have things set in place so everybody can just follow those rules. It's very clean, cut, and simple. And
maybe this is out of purview. Should the PDGA, like they do with discs, sanction carts? Say, okay, these are the models that we accept for sanctioned events. Like saying, okay, you want your cart to be used at a PDGA event?
See, I think they just need to say no carts. I think it just needs to be a no or a yes. Because I don't think the PDGA is never going to go as far to say one is good or not.
Because would that be like saying which
agree.
bag you can or can't use?
And that's what I'm saying. Would you have to do that for bags as well?
I think it should just be. I think it should just be. Can you use them or not? I would think that would be the like in golf. Yeah. It's no shorts.
Yep.
They have to wear pants. It doesn't matter what those pants look like, but they can be purple, pink. They can have stripes on. They can be anything. It's just. No shorts.
Yeah.
And no carts. And must have a caddy.
What? Okay, so they have to have a caddy, and we're getting a little, into
semantics here.
Yeah. Well, you
brought it up.
Does the bag in golf? Do you know if there's any regulations on that other than the amount of clubs in it?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, because naturally, as you're talking,
if you do carts, you have to do bags as well.
And then if you're talking about bags and carts, and then where somebody draws the line and says, "Well, no,
I got a plastic bag.
Yeah, I got a plastic bag. I'm showing up with my backpack from 4th grade, but it's got everything I need, or that I've only got 5 things, or I bring in my nutsack, bag along, or whatever it might be. And that's why I ask if there's any regulations.
And I don't think
bags.
the PDJ should. I'm just saying that if you get to the point where you think we need to have a truly professional, and this might be 10 years in the future, 30 years, of a truly professional look, you don't want someone making the top card and pulling along their raggedy bag or their raggedy cart with a raggedy bag in it and making it look bad. I mean, look at what Rico had for years, that triple bag he used to carry.
Right, that came around Dog's sides. I mean, that was hilarious.
Goofy looking. And, but could the PDGA or a governing body say, okay, we say the grip bag is fine, and then, specific models or whatever, and do that. We say, okay, these 50 bags are okay. I don't know. I mean, it's all about it's about a professional look. Where do you draw the line? We already say you have to wear a collared or performance T-shirt.
Yeah, and actually that's a whole nother conversation. I wish it was just mandatory collar. I
agree
don't
with you.
understand the performance aspect of it. I thought it was much easier just to say collared.
And I'll say this: the performance T-shirt, that's a sketchy line.
It is, and we've had that issue a lot of times.
60/40 cotton poly blend right now,
right?
In a gorgeous Smashbox TV short sleeve shirt available from Terry Miller. But no, you're wearing that. That's technically, by some standards, a performance tee,
right? That
you could wear and should wear, mind you, at most of your upcoming events. So
I'm just saying that's a whole nother conversation. We did that years ago, and I just don't get it.
Yeah. I think that you should. I think it should be a collared shirt.
I think wool collared shirts.
Yes, heavy cotton wool.
Yep.
Yeah,
made of
sleeves.
Llama.
That's right.
What is it? Alpaca.
Yeah, long sleeves. That would definitely be the way to go. So Nate, are there any hot buttons? Are there any things? We talk about shirts, we talk about cards, but any other items or platform statements that you stand on that you feel passionate about?
I have a lot.
Should we get out a list?
Yeah, just start writing things down here. No, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think the game is it's in a good direction right now.
Okay,
absolutely. I mean, what we've seen from these players is just phenomenal. The show that's put on, and I think if you're a disc golf fan right now, I think you're lucky. I think you're very, very lucky because not only are you seeing great play, but you're seeing people fail. And there's an aspect of being a spectator that, like, when we watch a football game, you're rooting for one team or the other. Mm-hmm. You like, if you're watching the Packers, if you're watching the Packers, you're hoping the Bears fail. And we in disc golf, that's happening right now. You got Ricky Wysocki fans that are hoping Macbeth misses that big putt. Mm-hmm. You don't have to sit there and say, I want everybody to make everything all the time. No. You can be a fan of one and root for another guy. And I think right now, disc golf fans are insanely fortunate to have you guys covering and, all this media, social media, be able to follow online on the internet. So that's super cool. I mean,
what are they missing out on? What? And call it a suggestion for us or otherwise, but what are the fans missing out on right now that you'd like to see?
I think the biggest thing is like being able to watch more than just one card. Okay. And I know that's just that's a matter of more people, more money, more cameras. Mm-hmm. It's all about moolah, right? I mean, we know that. So I'm not sitting here saying, well, if you don't do it, you're not succeeding, because you are. But I mean, I think that's mainly what they're missing out on, because there's more than just 4 superstars in any given event. Mm-hmm. And, Masters Cup was a perfect example. Yuli came in and shot that course record, and nobody's going to have a record of it at all. And that's just unfortunate for him, for the fans, for you. And
especially when someone like him, to use that one example, he's coming in off third, fourth, fifth, card, whatever.
And finishing like 5th or something.
Yeah, who's to know that, he's about to do that, and not obviously anybody's capable of it. But even at most events, when he's, we'll say, starting that low in the cards to begin with, There was no way to predict that.
None.
And you know, as soon as you cover 3 cards, you know, someone's going to shoot the hot round off the 4th card or whatever. Like, there's almost no catch up, you know, to try and keep up with it.
And I think we're moving in, you know, we've been privy to seeing things like the metrics and UDisc putting out all these new disc golf stats. I think we're moving into a whole new age of information and official scoring and official stats that we're going to see. I mean, look at all the different things you hear about course records. You know, there's so many pin positions and things, and people are like, well, so-and-so shot a 12. But that was at league. It's not at a tournament. Does that count as a course record? And you've got all these different things. And I think we're going to see in the next 10 years, or the next 5 years, a massive amount of statistics. And I think we're going to end up merging the systems that come out and combining them. I think that's what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're in the analytics age. I mean, just think of baseball and basketball. Basketball is even catching up to baseball as far as analytics are concerned. But yeah, that's something that the fans, I think, are really going to enjoy. But yeah, and you know, the other thing that I sort of have a strong feeling about is come out and you know, volunteer. We need like think of how many people volunteer at a golf tournament just to have the chance to like do crowd control or work in the the score tent.
A lot of them pay to volunteer.
Yeah,
isn't that
you know? I love being a player and being a part of that, but we need people who are dedicated. There is a guy in Finland. His name is, well, he said his name and then he goes, just call me George. So, you know, but this guy he loves playing, but he loves volunteering and he's willing to do anything. And being a volunteer at an event can be insanely rewarding, I think, and we just need more people to do it. As we move forward, everybody's not going to be able to be a player. It's not physically possible. You're even going to have people that are really good that don't even get into the big tournaments. So I think at a certain point we're going to get to a level where there's going to be people who really love the game and who can then go and volunteer and be a big part of why our game is successful. So that's another kind of thing I have. And then, you know, I could go off on a whole scorecard rant, but I'm not even going to go there.
Okay. We've got Yuli.
He's still up?
Well, and it's funny what his suggestion is.
Oh, well, it's not that late out west.
Here's his suggestion. I think what are they maybe missing out on, I think, was probably my last question. And this is, I believe, in reference to that. He says, we need to learn more about the player. 2 exclamation points. Yeah. More and more interviews, and not only about disc golf. And then he says, how we feel about each other.
We all love each other, right? That's
yeah.
How everything is.
So, you know, he's saying basically get more into the, into them, into the person, into the storylines that are possibly off the course, which I find ironic because this is coming from the guy who doesn't know that, you know, Jamie Mosier's not going to be at a tournament and he's picking him to play
drop in it. That.
or Steve Rico or whatever.
Drop that.
I can agree with that because what that speaks to is having that person to root for. You learn, hey, I really love Dave Felberg's intensity. I really love Nico's passion. I really love Nate's smile. I really love, you know, whatever. And those are all things that people then attach to, relate to, and then want to root for.
Those equate to storylines. You know, if we were more prepared or better at this, what we would have is a camera here, a good quality recording, filming a lot of what Nate's talking about. And then we could turn around and use this. You know, we tell Nate, hey, we're, you know, let's get a really good interview with you. You know, we'll sit and talk for 5 hours. We're on pace, and we could chop some of this up, use it in broadcasts and things like that.
Well, yeah, most things are on the record.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's not
celebrities and athletes. Unless you say it's off, everything is on the record.
Oh yeah,
I
recorded every word you said.
Of course. What I have to actually applaud Yuli for what he said because I was gonna go there. Of course, I'm just glad he said it. You know, because it is about learning about our players and what they're, you know, getting to know them a little bit more on a different level. There's a player out there for every fan. Not everybody's going to like me. Not everybody's going to like Paul. There's certain people that are lovable and, you know, like a Phil Mickelson, but there's people that don't like Phil.
Sure.
You know, and yeah, it's great. I think what Yuli said is perfect. You know, we just need, yeah. Even though the storyline, let's say like last year was, you know, McBeast winning 5 majors, he is obviously that. We still need to continue to talk to our other pros and get to know them and get to know what they're working on to get better, and just storylines are huge, man.
And which is one of the reasons why I was saying earlier, I love the long form interview. I love being able to sit down and talk not just golf, but like I said, Nate, what are you watching? Like, I'm a big House of Cards fan because I love politics or this and that. Like, get more into that with players, and you know, or whatever. I think that will help your fan connect more with your player. And, you know, saying like, oh, someone on here said, I knew I loved Nate. And then he put Seinfeld.
Nice.
And that's it's things like that people don't realize about these players. So making those personal connections will help attach specific fans to specific players, and it will grow from there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that we did a couple of years ago, and I'd love to revisit this series, is Val and I went out and did the Inside the Rope series. Yep. We did 2 years of it. You can go onto my website or, you know, onto YouTube and watch it if you'd like.
I think I made fun of you for that, right?
Did you?
I give you a hard time.
A little bit.
Sure. No, because you guys were doing your vlog, and I was like, oh, that's cute.
Oh,
your
right.
Thing. No, but it was great. It was awesome. And you should still go out and watch.
Well, and what I told Val, I'm like, I need you to do this, and I need you to come to me if the story's yet to be told. Mm-hmm. But I need you to come to me either in the greatest moment or in the worst, the lowest of the lows, and get the real stuff.
Yeah.
And we did that. I mean, I did an interview sitting in the van. I was on the verge of tears because I trained so hard, and I just had a horrible year. And I came back the next year and played great, and it was like kind of you got to see both of those. I eventually wanted to take that to other players and try to
Smashbox, Disc Golf Guy vlogs,
follow Mike Batka.
And I don't know if it would be even possible, but I was thinking, you know, take your USDGC rounds, because those are really perfect examples. How it would be really tough, especially if you were, as you're going to be in contention, but talk to you during the round.
No,
not Terry. Have someone like, hey, we'll just say Val. We're gonna do almost like a documentary on USDGC for me this year.
His head's gonna blow off.
And I know how you feel about mid-round conversations and interviews. Yeah, kaboom.
No.
And but I'm thinking more of like not live, not like this, but it's like, hey, film me. Maybe you'll approach Val and be like, oh, I can't believe that I just took that 6 on 17. Like I did this and that. Now I need to go to 18 and do this, because it's almost, you could do it after the fact, but we all know you lose some emotion. And again, it would be so difficult because nobody wants to do that mid-round. Nobody wants to do that.
Well, I think
it's almost like miking someone up in a game.
Yeah, and you have to, we could mic up. I mean, you have to think about it. What do the fans think? I mean, you don't want just somebody walking over to a camera and doing an interview. They want to see you they want to see it raw, the people that are there.
Of course.
This Inside the Ropes series I got from an idea that they had done on Tiger Woods back at the PGA Championship. And they got pretty inside his world and followed him around a little bit. And I just wanted to replicate that with myself. Sure. And I wanted to show I wanted to show the fans and the people out there, like, this is real. This is our life. This isn't just some joke, and it's not easy. This is like we literally live and die by how this is going to go.
Yeah.
And of course, it's Val and I doing it, so there's a level of access that's really uncanny.
Of course.
But I told her, I'm like, Val, I might say, I don't want to interview. You need to interview me right at that moment. And they need to be done right after the round at candid moments, and let's show the people who we are, who we really, really are. Because when things go great and it's all great, everybody sees that, and then when they go bad, you guys are all filming somebody else, so they never get to see that. And we brought people into that world, and a lot of people really liked it too. So I'd love to continue that. It just was a ton of work, and We needed to bring another player into it, and if I could get somebody to commit doing it, it would be awesome.
Exactly. I mean, it's something that you would maybe go. We'll just throw a name out like Terry at USDGC. You're right. Play your round as you walk off the round. Hey, let's talk about your round. Let's talk about how you feel. Where you stand. What do you want to do? Almost like what Terry did with the Disc Golf Guy video blogs, but to a more in-depth.
Yeah, just taking one player, and that player agrees to give 1,000% access to absolutely everything.
Yeah, because there's, as I'm sure you found out, you can film it, and if you want to put it out really rough and raw, you can do that. But there's editing, and there's
Val was editing. I mean, she was putting it all together, and I applaud her for that. Yeah, absolutely.
Is there anything she doesn't do? I mean,
no. Literally no. She's done it all.
Well, you speak of how busy she is and all the things that she has going on, and like you said, she's got her hands in a lot of different cookie jars, so to speak, and always out there thinking about the next things. And when you guys are trying to process what you're doing and where you're going to next, and where you're going to just in life next, it's got to be almost overwhelming sometimes. What's the easiest thing to relax to, or what do you look forward to? I mean, I know you may watch a movie or whatever, but that's still while you're driving or while you're on the road. What really is like a relaxing point? What's something that you can
just quiet, laying in bed, just close your eyes and just relax. It can get overwhelming after a while, honest to God.
Oh, sure.
It really, really can. And some days you just want everybody to leave you alone. And that we're lucky we have the van. You go in there, you close the door, you lay in the back of the bed and just relax and just close your eyes. That really does it for me.
How you were just up at Northwoods. How was it clear? Was it cloudy when you were up there?
The first night.
Oh, it was.
Because that's one of my favorite things.
Oh, right.
Just going out on the dock
star.
And just, I mean, you can see
everything. Amazing. Yeah. We didn't do that.
He tried to hold my hand. I'm not going to lie there.
I was like, out on the dock.
Did you try to take him on a canoe trip like you did your wife?
No.
It's kind of a little.
Right. You're proposing to me out there.
That's right.
Yeah, just stuff like that. I mean, even family's, huge for me too. Just being around the people that don't really care how you finished.
Yeah.
And they just want you. They just want you that they know and love and want to be around.
Sure.
That's a really kind of relaxing thing for me too.
Yuli's out there and said, I think it's awesome what Eagle is doing. Ask Nate if we should be blogging, as in should there be a little bit more raw, somewhat edited, but a little bit more raw cuts and self-filming and putting that out there for the world to see. And clearly Eagle's at the the young age of 18, and that's
Eagle's writing. He's it's video.
He definitely, it's pretty much his camera phone.
Okay.
Filming lots of odd little snippets. Every little snippet, it could be
for like a week.
It could be a conversation at the lunch table, and then it's oh hey, we just got done with our round. Eric shot this, I shot that. Maybe talks a little bit about the golf. I missed a bunch of putts, or I hit a bunch of huge putts. And then he just takes these little snippets. And here it is. It's Friday night. We're at the local karaoke spot or whatever. Here's so-and-so doing karaoke. So, I mean, he's putting together really a little diary, a little video diary of, and then he releases them basically as a 1 week, snippet.
Piece. How long are they? Like 5 minutes?
They're usually from like 12 to 25 minutes, depending on what it is.
Oh, wow.
Because he'll have like maybe a 2-minute clip of, Simon playing guitar, singing to him, and then he'll go to like them walking through looking for a vegan restaurant, and then a couple clips in, like Terry's saying, a couple clips on the course maybe of practice, and then he just puts it out at the end of the week, and it's like, this is my week.
Yeah, I mean, to answer Yuli's question, yeah. I mean, really, that is social media to a certain extent. Instagram, Twitter. It's allowing people to kind of get a bird's eye view of like what that person's doing. I mean, most of my posts are like, look at this food or look at this drink.
Yeah.
Do
you feel pressure to put more stuff out there? Like to have fans communicate. Like I don't know what Discraft says, but does Discraft come up and all and say like, it might be great if if you were a little more social out on there, let's get some more fans and things like that nature.
Give away some jawbreakers.
Yeah. Yeah, there is actually there is some pressure, I think, because if you don't do that, you
fall behind.
Yeah, you start to fall behind.
Yeah.
You just really do. If you look at this from a branding perspective, as we're all a brand, my name is a brand, Yuli's is, Macbeth's is. If you just fall off the map, it's easy for people to just move on to the next guy.
Yep.
Like closed mouth don't get fed kind of thing. Like you have to be out there, be saying stuff. And sometimes I'm bad at it. Sometimes I'll go like a week or two without a post. And that's just because, again, I live in that more kind of scene. I've never been great at taking pictures. Yeah. Like I've gone to Japan like multiple times and I have not one single photo from it. So that's just me as a person. But yes, there is a little bit of pressure, and not from the sponsors. No, I mean, of course they would love if I would do that, but ultimately it's up to me. I want people to look at it this way. Like I am my own agent, personal assistant, banker, account, tax guy. I'm doing all of those things on my own.
Sure.
And my sponsors don't. I am partnering with my sponsors. Like me, I'm partnering with them, not really the other way around. Like I'm choosing to work with Discraft and choosing to work with Grip. And so, of course, I care how they represent me and how they care how I represent them. But honestly, it's really up to me to drive those things. So, yeah, you just have to stay on it.
And as the Hog says, for some people, social media can be the end of their sponsorship. We've seen some.
And I tried to balance it. Yeah. I mean, originally, dating myself, like MySpace, I got an account, and some guy like bashed me for not replying to him on something. I don't even remember if it was messages or whatever it was. Yeah, and I just was like, wow, I deleted my account that day. I literally just went on and went delete. Because if I'm going to take curse words or some guy getting mad at me about something, not worth it.
They feel
not worth it.
They feel you're obligated to do.
Yep.
By only their own account.
Yeah.
Like you, what should you be doing for me is, is kind of a line like
we live in.
You're not doing enough for me. Like really. I kind of hate that mentality.
We're talking about 3 different generations. There's Terry and I are 7-8 years older than you, and then you're 7-8 years older than Eagle.
Yes.
And like they grew up with it. I mean, they've never known anything different. You're kind of on the cusp of it. Like you said, MySpace. We were almost out of college when MySpace came out.
Right.
And it's like it was one of those things. It's like, what do I need that for? Like, and now, we spend days and hours looking at these messages we get through for Smashbox for this, like, hey, are you covering this event? What are you doing? Can I deal with this? It's and you have to, like, unless you hire somebody, you have to be your own brand. You have to respond to all the social media and things like that, and it can be overwhelming for some people.
I was telling Terry the story today. I mean, people are blown away when they buy a disc from me that I'm the one shipping it. Like they write an email, hey, have you shipped it yet or whatever? They ask a question. I always write back and they're like, wow, I can't believe it's you. I just thought I was buying it from somebody who was selling your disc for you. I'm like, no, that's me.
Yeah.
Like I'm that guy,
Yep.
And it gets difficult sometimes, and I am your classic example of I never read the comments. That's, and again, another reason I like Instagram, because it's kind of like you just post it and you never see it again.
Sure.
Because you're just continuing to look at all the other people's stuff. So, yeah.
The internet can be mean, let me tell you.
Oh, God,
I don't know if you know that.
Meanies.
Yes.
There's podcasts out there that you can download and listen to.
Are there really?
Yep,
God.
those are out there. And then they also can be mean.
There's probably an article in the newspaper about that.
There might be. They're sometimes really, really mean to us. Yeah.
Yeah. I could see that.
Do you think the players are doing a good job right now of branding yourself? I always thought that kind of after Avery won Worlds, I thought he was really the first player that really went out of the way and really started to make a brand for himself. Before that, I didn't really feel like Climo had ever really done that. He was very popular with Innova, and he had his own plastic line, but it never seemed like he was able to truly break out of that.
Or to capitalize maybe
on
as much
what,
as he should have been.
And Avery, I kind of felt, was the first guy that was really able to push outside of the disc golf. Do you think we're doing, or the pros right now are working on that, or doing that better now? Or do you think they could be even doing better?
Well, some are doing it a lot better than others. I think Ricky has turned a new leaf over. I mean, he's been out there, been very
Sockbomb.com.
Sockbomb.com. There's an I in there.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it, but no.
Saki.
Sakibomb.com.
Yep. Full credit there.
Yep.
Check it out. Buy his stuff.
Yep.
It's a Saki Bomb Compass.
Yep. NateDoss.com. It's easy to spell. That's all I'm saying.
That's true.
You're right.
Yep.
You got McBath and Sexton. He's a perfect example. That guy has done an amazing job at marketing himself. He's a nice guy. He hasn't had the big breakout win. He's been a contender for a long time. He's done a great job. Yes, there are a lot of people that are, and there's an equal amount of people that just aren't. I think as well. I think there's people that don't have a website and are just selling Facebook discs or whatever that like on Facebook. You have to take it to another level. And yeah, Avery was a pioneer. Avery had a disc. He had like a card.
He had the Topps card.
Yeah, he had the
really
Topps card.
pushed.
The Allen and Gint. That was an Allen and Ginter branded card. I mean, he's had all those things. He's just. It takes a certain type of person to be able to sell yourself. I haven't always been great at it. I'm good when I meet people, good in person, but I'm just not great at like, hey, I'm Nate, like 3-time world champ. I would never do that.
It feels awkward to some people. And for others, like they were able to get past that initial awkwardness and be like, this is what I have to do. Like whether I like it or not, it's part of me now.
Yeah.
It has to be.
I mean, what a player like Climo just never did was he just never cared about any of that. I think had Kenny back in the mid 90s started producing clothing, I mean, he could have made some real money.
Probably. Yeah.
Hats or whatever, like he could have really.
Well, but
it was just like gravy train with Innova, and he just didn't think about it.
Well, and I think some opportunities came along where people wanted to partner with them, but like everything, it's kind of a shake of the dice, and if it, a lot of them didn't turn out. Somebody made the comment the other day, like KenClimo.com has officially been now
8
not
years.
updated in 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh wow, really?
But it still exists.
Sure.
Somebody got it, and of course something should have been happening with KenClimo.com. But
absolutely.
Right now it's currently outdated in that sense. So you're right. I think there's a lot of opportunities out there, and some people. I feel like that's part of what we're here to help with is, giving people those opportunities. Not that we're going to make them a star, but that we can help them get more comfortable, that we can bring their personalities out, that we can give them just more visibility in general.
We give them a platform.
Yeah, exactly. We want to be that.
Well, and I've told people for forever, it seems like now, give me a stage and I'll perform.
Sure.
I'm no salesman. I'm not very good at it. I mean, I've gotten better over the years now, but like all that stuff, I just want people to give me a platform. Just give me a platform and I will perform at the highest level. I'm really, really good at that. I feel.
Sure.
I come on on shows like this. Yeah, at least I'm my biggest fan. No, I can come on a show like this or do interviews with people like in a flash. Yeah. I just want to be given that opportunity. And that's one thing that I've always just asked the PDGA for and something that Steve Dodge is seemingly creating for a lot of the players. I mean, one thing that I applaud Steve on is that he has reached out to more than just the household names. He's reaching out to kind of everybody.
Sure. And
that's the way we're going to do it. It's just find those oddball names that you just might do it one day and, let's hear about them. Let's give them a chance to perform.
So who do you think, whose responsibility is that to help get the players out there? Is that like Yuli's up on the board asking like, is it the sponsors? Is it the PDGAs? Is it the tours? Is it just up to the player? You know,
The existing media?
Yeah, should you be hiring your own agent? Should Discraft hire an agent for all their players? Should, you know, what is it? Does the sponsor need more? Does the player need more? The easy answer is all of the above. Or does the, PDGA? Where do you think that better yet, what would you like to see?
Well, let's say it this way. All of the companies, the marketing they're doing is to sell more product.
Yeah.
They don't really care. I mean, they do care because they want to see the game grow, but they just want to sell more discs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just being very real here. Like they just want to sell more bags, more shoes.
They're a company with a bottom line, and that's what companies do.
Yeah, they have to pay their bills. They want to make money. They want to keep their business going. In my opinion, it's the job of the PDGA or the tour. Mm-hmm. Let's just continue to use Steve. It's his job to make his players superstars so that people follow his product.
Yeah.
His product is disc golf. And that's the one thing that you have to think, like, is our product disc golf? No. Our product is to play. It's the PDGA's job, or I keep using them. It's Steve Dodge's job to make his product, the Pro Tour, something that people want to watch.
Sure.
And if he went out and just marketed one player and everybody loved that one player and that player wasn't a factor in any given event, what are you marketing?
Yeah.
So I love how Steve has gone out and just marketed like a lot of players, allowed them to be superstars, and Steve gets it that the bigger superstars we are, the bigger superstar his product, which is his tour, is going to be.
Yep.
Well, one of the things that gets talked about, whether it's UC in the World Tour, whether it's Dodge in the Pro Tour, the American Tour, any of them.
The National Tour.
The National Tour as well. There's always these various considerations for where should money and efforts be placed. And maybe the perfect answer is always, let's spread them out. But, UC a number of weeks ago now said, if given $10,000 to an event, where should it be spent? Should it go into the purse? Should it go into media? Should it go into, infrastructure, whatever? Where, if $10,000 was given to you, say, by a sponsor or whomever, where is the best use of that $10,000 to go? And I feel like it depends which person you poll and what their agenda is, because you have a slightly different agenda than I do, and even Johnny, who has a full-time job outside of disc golf, he has a slightly different agenda than myself. We all three of us here, sure, we're working to some greater goals or some common goals to some degree, but we also all have very different agendas and maybe even different paths to get there. So
yeah, I mean, absolutely, and that's the thing. You're never going to make everybody happy.
Damn it! I knew someone was going to say that again tonight.
You hate that. Do you hate that saying?
No.
No.
It's always there, and it's so true.
But it is so true, and I mean, like, invest in your players, and that is where you're going to make the money.
And I think
that's how you make your product bigger.
And like you said, I think that goes to more so, like, you're right, the sponsors. I would like to see the sponsors, and they do a lot for a lot of players, but I think for their top players, I always feel, and it's not my money to spend, but I always feel like maybe they could do a little more. Maybe they could help out a little more, even if it's not financially, even if it's something like we were talking weeks ago. Bring them all in on the off season. Get them a public speaking coach. Let's work with them for 5 days, because that's only going to help your brand.
Right.
When a couple of years ago, when someone's stumbling through an interview with Terry, okay, stop that. Okay, listen. We need to pull you aside. We need to work on it. Watch Nate. He's awesome at this. We need to work with the players. I think that would help out the sponsors quite a bit. Maybe work with the players more directly for their needs individually, or even as a group of sponsored players. So
yeah, I mean that's all there. Mm-hmm. And I mean, let's say, take McBeast for example, and it was dumped, however, I don't even know a number, into marketing that one person.
Yeah,
and
$25, maybe $50.
And it's worked out amazing for them.
Yep.
Has our tour changed? No.
Nope.
It hasn't. Because the PDGA, oh gosh dang it, the powers that be don't invest in the superstars. They don't invest in marketing them. There's a saying in golf, these guys are good. That's a commercial that the PGA Tour puts on. Why? Because the only way you get spectators is they need to be fans of the players and get them to watch, be engaged, to take, instead of going out and going hunting on a Sunday afternoon, they watch the golf.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do.
One of the big things that I see a lot is people always screaming like, live versus recorded coverage. Like, I'm not going to be out there watching disc golfers play for 3 hours, 4 hours. And all I keep thinking is people do it for golf all the time.
Yeah, why not? I love that.
Why wouldn't you? And people are like, well, I'd rather be out playing. Sure, I get it. Yep, I would love to play too, but you're not playing every Sunday. Regardless of what you tell me, you're not playing every Sunday, you're not playing every Saturday. If you truly loved the sport and loved the pros, you would sit and watch. Now, I'm not here to get into the recorded versus live coverage argument, but I'm just saying that I think we need to get people more invested in players, whether it's the PDGA, whether it's the sponsor, whether it's the player. They need to make sure that they are engaging with fans some way or another. Maybe not necessarily answering every email, but like taking a what Eagle's doing, a little bit of that or a little bit of this. So.
I mean, it's called a DVR. Go play.
Yeah.
Come home and watch it.
Yeah.
I don't understand the problem.
Yep.
Watching a live football game with your buddies is awesome, but if you want to go do something on a Sunday, like people that live in Phoenix, Arizona, they're not just stuck inside watching football on Sunday. They DVR and watch it at night.
Yep.
Do that with disc golf. I love watching ball golf tournaments on TV. I love it because I'm a fan.
I enjoy watching ball golf as well on Sunday. Like
Val loves it too. She's sleeping the whole time. It's great.
I used to watch NASCAR like that with my roommate. I love watching NASCAR, and I'd lay on the couch and I'd be out for 2 hours.
Do you feel like, and again, we maybe can't get too philosophical, but do you feel like the recorded coverage being so easily accessible, do you feel like that hurts the growth of the live coverage, for instance? Because a lot of people do say just that, like, I'm not going to watch that 4 hours because it is available. Do you feel like that is something that, I mean, it's a constant discussion?
Well, it's an ever-changing media thing now. Yep. Anyways, there's a you can buy an NFL package that's just called like NFL Replay. Yep. And then 24 hours after the game is over, you can watch the game without commercials. People, they have probably 20 million subscribers to that.
Yeah, sure.
We're in an ever-changing thing of, you can get, your phones are constantly blah, 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 the game score constantly going on, and you have to make a decision. Am I going to look at that, or am I going to find somewhere to watch it? I've been doing that with the Warriors over the last couple of weeks, just watching scores on my phone because I can't get to a TV. There's an aspect for me that when the golf majors come around on TV, like, my life changes. I'm like, boom, Masters, bang. I'm like logging in and watching those things. If I can't, I DVR it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and
I want to hear commentators. I want to hear what happened right at that moment. What is the feeling in the group? I don't want to hear something that was recorded 2 days ago. Like, I want to hear people talk about it right at that moment. Get their true, honest, amazing reaction, like yours or somebody else's, or grab an interview after they've turned their scorecard in and everything's official. Like let's.
That was a quick jab right there. That was like a little hook.
Yeah, like let's. I want that raw emotion. So, yes, the Masters Cup coverage, that was awesome. That was amazing. It came out 3 or 4 days later, and it's stuff for people to watch. Mm-hmm. That's a positive, but we need that live raw that feeling, because that feeling when Ricky made that putt was just electrifying.
Yeah, and I've said it 1,000 times. I watch recorded coverage, like for instance the European thing that's going on. I started watching it today. I couldn't get into it. I ended up putting it on YouTube. I think I watched it at 1.5 times speed, and I input it like a textbook. I watch it to see what happens, so I'm knowledgeable about it. And granted, I'm in a different position. We're technically the media, and so that's how I watch it. I'm like, okay, shot. He went OB here. All right, look, Ricky's in a rough position here. That's not how I watch live.
No.
And because live, there's so much more emotion put into it. There's so much more. Not that you have a skin in the game, but there is that anticipation that you just don't know. And I know who won the European event. I know it's Paul. I know Paul's going to win somehow. So it takes so much air out of your tire, and you're like, okay, I see a lot of value in post-recorded coverage for those people who can't watch live, or like I said, want to consume it like me as a textbook. But that's what I get out of it. Like, I personally, I can't get emotionally into almost any recorded coverage of any sport, not just disc golf.
Oh yeah.
Like, you'd have to put bamboo under my fingernails to have me watch a baseball or football game after it's been aired.
Oh God, yes.
Like, why?
I would DVR it. On a DVR, or are you just saying like
Even-
some post?
Even DVR is tough for me. At least DVR, if I'm watching it within, I kind of have a rule, like, if I'm going to watch the DVR before it finishes, I'm good with that. Like, if you're watching a golf DVR, if I start at the 18th hole and I start fast forwarding through commercials and watching it, that's fine.
True.
After so much time, it's almost like stale. Like,
Yeah.
I'm probably going to find out who wins, because unlike you, I'm a little bit more attached to social media. I'm it's going to get probably spoiled for me.
There's a thing right now of like, you could follow the NBA Finals tomorrow night on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, live tweeting of the game, and people are doing this.
Sure.
So we're just in an ever-changing world of like, CBS popping on and playing the Masters is great, but yeah, people want to be out and doing everything else, and they can watch it on their phone and blah blah blah. So, who knows what the actual answer is? But at the end of the day, me as a performer, I'm going to go out there and perform. And that's why I love being an athlete, because I get to go out there every single day. And when it becomes Sunday, there's another feeling that comes along.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, quick question. I'm going to interject here for all of our live viewers for two jawbreakers. What disc did Nate Doss ace with and was shown on SportsCenter?
Ooh, we mentioned it earlier.
I don't think we did.
We did.
The actual disc?
Yes.
I don't know if we did or not, but either way.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
No,
we
didn't.
mentioned
It's three.
We mentioned the ace, but we didn't mention the actual disc.
Are we going to take the
Where
two-word
was
or the
that?
three-word answer?
2-word.
Yeah, I think
2-word.
A lot of people saying force.
Okay.
The hog won.
What did he write? What did he write?
A lot of people said forces. There's
But
like
what did
about
he
10
write?
of them. He wrote Green Force Z. That's Green Z Force.
No.
No. What?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh.
Did
Keep
Yuli?
going.
Yuli says Force Sparkle.
Almost.
Z Force. There's a lot of Z Forces. Call the Hog.
Z Stalker.
ESP Forces.
I'm being a little nitpicky here.
Okay.
It's your right to.
It's your.
Nate Yates says
It's not
ESP Force.
Not a TI Force.
Not a
Green Sparkle Force.
Green Sparkle Force.
That one's close.
Predator. Green Sparkle Players Cup. The Green Zone Force Sparkle. The Z
Crystal
Flex
Z
Force.
Crystal Z Force. Z Flex Force.
It has a single letter in it and then two words.
Z Flex Force, no.
Almost.
Crystal Z Force.
Z
No.
Sparkle Force.
Boom.
No.
That's
That's it. All right. Scott Linthicum.
Didn't he
Z-
win earlier?
No,
Z-
he missed it by one. He was the one that came in right after, I believe.
Z Sparkle Force is the actual that's what we called it.
Okay.
So that's, to me, that's the official name.
And,
All right.
and you had mentioned how we said earlier it was a force.
Yeah.
Really?
Because
Where was I for
we,
this?
We talked about it when he went to Bowling Green. He announced.
Right, last time I had seen Val. and-
Yeah, that was it breezed right through it.
Right over your head.
All right.
All right.
All right, Scott.
Scott, you know the
I
drill.
like that one because we kept people involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Scott, you got it. Oh, Val, she's still up. Scott got it.
Is she really?
yeah,
She said
well,
she was
Go
going
to bed.
No, I asked her. I said.
She said she was going to bed.
She goes, I've been
said-
watching all night. Yeah, okay. And I'm getting really, really tired, she said.
I know, and I said, no, you can't go. I need a good question.
Okay.
And she came up with the question.
Oh, nice.
Ask about the ask about the disc that was the ace for Sports Center.
Awesome.
And then I sent her a Michelle Tanner meme saying, "You got it, dude." And she said she loves Full House. So.
Oh, yeah. Fuller House was pretty good, too, actually.
Scott, go to smashbox.tv/winners. Put in your information there. We'll get those to you. That kind of brings up another point that I think I brought up before.
Fuller House?
No, not Fuller House.
Fun fact about Fuller House. So Rebecca Black, who came out with that famous song named Friday. Anyway, Rebecca Black, she is in fact the author, well, not the author, sorry. She is the performer or the singer for Fuller House's new
intro song.
Me
and Val were like,
that's Rebecca
She's
Black.
got to have sang that, yes. Val, we were right.
Well, there you go. So that's a little, that may reappear at some point on a Smashbox TV trivia question. So I'm just saying, Rebecca Black, Fuller House.
Write it down.
All right.
So Yuli has a question
I've committed it to
asking
memory.
if was that your biggest disc golf moment?
Ooh,
I mean, that's hard to say.
I mean, you've got 3 world titles. You met your wife through disc golf. Is the Z Sparkle Force your greatest disc golf moment? Top 10, ESPN, SportsCenter, Memorial, 2000.
In recent memory, it's given me the most joy.
Sure.
If I to put it that way,
Like not
me and Val,
not the ace, but seeing it on ESPN.
Yes. Well, no, the ace was amazing.
Of course.
Yeah, and the day, just the rest of the day was just like a breeze. Like people were like, "Hey, how'd you do?" I'm like, "Well, I aced hole 1, so I'm doing pretty good." You know, But that night, me and Val were, before this had ever even happened, we were planning on leaving. We were going to Vegas for a night and then driving home the next morning. And as we're driving back, we're driving back towards Vegas. We're getting texts from Marty at the PDGA and the guy from ESPN saying it's going to be on at this specific minute.
Wow.
And we pulled over at a gas station, and I pulled it up on Watch ESPN on my phone, and me and Val were watching it in the parking lot of this gas station. It's freezing out. It was so cold, and we are like jumping and high-fiving and then we go to Las Vegas, and Vegas now is TV Central.
It's everywhere.
And you know the one channel that's on? ESPN. And SportsCenter was on all night. We ended up watching like 9, the first 8 of them. Like I watched the last one at 5:53 in the morning, and then I just was like so tired. But I was just like amped from the whole thing, and we were walking around Vegas, and like every 53, we're like, "That's me." You know, at every we go to the bar, and there'd be like people be buying us drinks or whatever. So, was it my biggest moment? No. The 2011 Worlds was by far and what was my biggest disc golfing moment. I mean, in my hometown. Yeah. I mean, how can it be? It's hard to really say like 05 was amazing. T-Dog handing me my disc and ripping them out and holding it up. The USDGC 07 Worlds was an awesome battle against Marcus Kallstrom. I mean, some of my best moments haven't even been wins. To just be, I have seen some of the most incredible things from the front row. I have played in final round groups, and I can't even tell you how many. I have 30-something wins on PDGA. I have over double the amount of second places. So that's like 67 seconds, and now actually St. Jude made that 68. So think of how many I've seen, and those moments, some of those moments, they're not even mine.
Sure.
I've seen
some of those jerks that beat you.
Yeah. To see Kenny's 12th, it was a horrible time for me. I thought I was going to win my second in a row. But boom, I was right there to take second to him.
Yep.
I mean, that was an amazing moment. Yeah, in Augusta. So, in recent memory was the biggest thing in disc golf that gave me the joy of just pure happiness.
And we have a that similar feeling being at Glass Blown last year, getting our shot on ESPN. It wasn't us on there, but we're like, we filmed that.
Right.
Now, do you feel like with the amount of disc golf now that's been on ESPN, has it devalued yours at all? or are you just? Do you think it's just as awesome?
Well, I feel lucky because I was the first.
Yeah.
And I tell people this story all the time. They're like, "Nice ace, bro." I'm like, right place, right time.
Yeah.
I was in the fourth card that day. T-Dog was like not even concerned, like over there going
don't care about that guy.
He's like on the phone with you, trying to figure out the damn cell phones and like, are we online? What are we doing?
That silly Nate guy's over there throwing a frisbee,
and I had
not in contention.
He's probably gonna aid it again.
Yep.
Luckily, somebody filmed it with their cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just say right place, right time. The timing was unbelievable. And all the other aces are great. I don't think they devalue mine. I just think that for me, my stories, I'll always be the first.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And when Paige got on, I was really psyched. A woman, and it was number one.
Yeah,
that was
cool.
like, how cool is that? To me, that was like another like milestone moment
For sure.
of it all.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then we come this year and they put Paul's getting out of bed and putting out of a window.
Sure.
To me, that's cute.
Yeah.
That's not what should be on SportsCenter.
Sure.
His ace the next day,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm just worried about stuff like that, him getting out of bed and putting out of a window. It's
Does that marginalize?
Yes. You're like,
Sure.
what are we doing here? Is
Sure.
that the game? What's the game?
Sure.
The guy, So anyways, that's just kind of my thoughts on that.
Sure.
So here's another trivia question for no prizes.
None?
No prizes on this one. Who was present when I saw Nate Doss's ace on SportsCenter?
What?
Oh.
I watched it on SportsCenter the first time it came out.
Were you at Duke's?
I was not at Duke's.
Okay, so then I know the group that was at Duke's.
I was a little clue. I was at Top Golf. Is that what it's called? Top. Top Golf.
Were you with
Top.
Kale?
I don't know. We'll.
Okay, we'll
there's-
see.
I think I know.
Yeah. So I remember seeing it though,
Is Ben
we
right?
erupted. We erupted when we saw it.
Yeah.
After obviously when it first
So
came out.
yeah, so that's the one thing that I'm amazingly proud of is that at that moment, every disc golfer jumped for joy.
Correct. It was.
And nowadays, it's still exciting. It's just not that same feeling.
Yep.
It literally was a in the air, just like
all
boom.
disc golfers could. Yeah.
Relate to that.
Everyone.
And
no
I had
matter
people
who you were.
I had people coming up, calling, texting me, "Hey, I was just, and you were on," So.
Well, a few answers came in.
Yeah, what was it? Let's hear it.
Yuli will have to confirm, in fact, but Yuli said Yuli. So Yuli's picks were right this time. Good job.
Wow, first time.
You win. You
Should
win
we give him
3 points.
Yeah,
Should we give him 3 points?
1,000 bonus points. You need them. I was there with Yuli. I believe.
Germ?
I believe Germ was there. It now gets hazy. I remember it was Yuli and Kat. I think Paige was there. I think Germ was there. I think that was part of the crew.
That's a good crew right there.
Yeah, and we were at Top Golf in Phoenix.
Yeah.
And we just erupted. We were all sitting there watching the screen, just waiting for it to happen.
And it did.
I think Scott Kesey and Kesey. I don't know if Murray was there, but I know Kesey from DGA, along with Mike, was there from Discraft.
Yeah, cool.
And so it was.
Yeah.
It was
amazing.
It was awesome.
Amazing
for sure. Where were you?
I was here because we were doing the broadcast.
Oh, that's
so
right.
I watched it.
Was it cold?
I watched it online.
Was it cold out here?
I'm sure it was. It was March in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So those were some of the people. So Nathan, you won too because you said Paige. I'm pretty sure she was there. Yeah.
But what'd they win? Nothing?
No, nothing.
Okay,
I
it's
said
just a
nothing.
fun little.
Well, because there were multiple people. So if
Of
you
course.
said Paige or German,
So many
you
winners.
You were right.
Yeah, you were all right.
officially
So many
Yeah.
winners.
You were okay. Sorry, trying to read some of these comments. Are there any tournaments this weekend? Oli asks, and Oli, to give you a quick answer on that, is absolutely the National Tour rolls on and moves into the Portland area. Estacada.
Estacada is the
Estacada
actual
is
town
the
name,
actual
yeah.
city where it is.
Town.
Town, yeah, very small town.
Great breakfast place.
And I will remember one of my favorite Portland memories is we were about to go play Milo MacIver. I was with Steve Rico and some of that crew through the duration of the week, and it was going to rain. It was absolutely for sure going to rain that afternoon. We were out there. I think we must have played a morning round, and we went into Estacada to get some lunch and to do whatever. But umbrellas were of the concern at the time. I had flown in that I didn't bring one. And there's a number of tiny little stores. There's like a grocery store and a hardware store and whatever. And of course, everybody wants the biggest, nicest umbrella you can find, but those were
not available.
There's no Gulf umbrellas there.
No.
You're talking about the little pop-up ones that, And we were in the car and we got to the store. I said, I'm going to run in there first because I'm getting the last one. And pudgy little me went scurrying in. And sure enough, we went into it was like an Ace Hardware type place. And they had one umbrella left.
Wow.
There was just one. And I went in there, and Steve Rico and his caddy Ben Ferris followed me and whatever, and we're all this like looking around, and we're thinking, oh, should we just buy these big lawn umbrellas, even if it looks silly and whatever. Well, so I was there, and I was like, I got it. And I handed it over to Steve Rico and said, you take it. I'm not winning this Worlds. You need the umbrella more than I do.
Well, that was nice of you.
So he took it. He bought it. And then the best part was, though, we got out to there. I got to a much further card than he had. I don't know. It was on hole 12 or 14 or whatever it was. And I forget the name of the gentleman I was playing with. But he had said he had an umbrella, and he's like, "Oh, I got an extra umbrella. You want to borrow one of mine?"
Oh, sure.
So
yes.
He went and got me a really nice umbrella, and I got
Stevie's
to use
out
it.
there with a little.
Yeah. So
wow.
I don't know. I don't know if that's karma if it came back to help me, but
yeah.
I didn't have
if you
to buy
believe
one.
in that, it was.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't. But if I didn't have to buy one, and I had a nicer one for the round, I think we still had a rain delay that round.
At Milo,
I think we did. You may not have been. You would have been.
No, we all played at the same time.
Yeah, you were.
I think there was a rain delay.
Yeah, and I remember getting pulled off the course briefly. So
how many? We were talking about Worlds. If you had to take a guess, how many more is Paul going to win?
Oh,
not Masters titles.
Yeah.
In case your mind
what do
wandered
I think
there.
he's going to win? If I had to
if
put a number on it,
yeah. If you had to do an over/under, you had to.
Well, that's hard for me to say because if whatever I say, it's going to disrespect him, and then he's going to want to try to win more. No.
Well, here's a good question. Was there any part of you that was a little upset to see him win his fourth?
No, not at
thinking,
all.
Thinking
not
like,
at all.
I have 3.
No.
Okay.
You have to understand the type of person I don't care.
Good.
Yeah.
I
every time he
assume
wins, I'm
that,
happy for him. As a competitor, I want to beat the crap out of him. And I love that, and he loves it, and we get at it, and everybody else does too. At the end of the day, I'm like, you could not ask for a better guy to win.
Yep.
And when you hear about some of the numbers he's making and the Adidas deal and all the discs, it's like, dude, more power to you.
Sure.
I'm so proud of him. You have to. The other way I look at it is, I tell this story, and Yuli could confirm this. He's probably still listening. I probably told on Smashbox before, but at the 2005 Am Worlds, which was in Flagstaff, Dan Gilling was running, so Discraft was the main sponsor. After my Worlds, they flew me to Flagstaff, and they had little minis and big discs of that disc you gave me.
Yep.
And I went. They had like 200 or 500 or something, mate, and I was in the Fly Mart or whatever in a little meet and greet area
in a back room.
Yes,
in the back. I remember.
Were you there at the Am Worlds?
Of course I was.
Okay.
I was marshaling.
Okay.
And prepping for when I was about to host Pro Worlds 2 years later.
There you go.
And
so I'm
stories.
in there, and 2 people that were playing in that one, young kids, were Paul Ulibarri and Paul Macbeth.
Sure.
And I remember Yuli coming back for more. He wanted more discs and whatever, or minis. He wanted another one, or they were juniors at the time. So fast forward 11 years. I mean, how could I not be proud that guys that I was signing discs for are now some of the best that we've ever seen? And Paul is the best player I've ever seen. I mean, I can't help but think that I had a little bit to, gave him a little bit of fuel. Mm-hmm. I was the 20-year-old kid at that time that had won Worlds,
Now you're the old man.
I've never looked at myself as like a role model to anybody, but certainly at that time, I was the youngest, freshest champ of anybody.
And Yuli says he still has your mini.
That's cool. Mm-hmm. So it's confirmed. But so now when I see these guys succeed, I'm like, more power to you. Like, I love it. If I were to guess, he's got 4. I think 6 is a solid number. Because I think as the format changes, we might see some more different people win.
Sure.
And just as time goes on, I just think, the odds are that he's not going to continue on to do it. Top end, what are we going to say? He's going to get 10, 12. He's not going to pass Ken. I don't think that's possible.
No, mark the tapes, folks.
Mark the tapes.
We use tapes here. Nate Dawes saying
12 that's a long way away.
Paul can't do it.
It's 8 titles away. So
here's kind of tying this back to what you said earlier. I don't know if it was in the after show 2 hours ago or if it was a regular show.
4 hours ago.
Do you think it is tougher now and not? Do you think it's going to be tougher for him to do it because his body's going to break down quicker? I mean, think about what you were saying with the Power 54 courses versus what we play now. Look at the amount of torque that these guys are putting on their bodies as opposed to what Kenny did. I mean, Kenny can throw far, but
it was smooth and great form.
And he never had to really throw more than 400 feet or maybe 450.
And even then, he wasn't even throwing discs that went that far.
Yeah,
I mean honestly, a 400 was a crush with an eagle and a
wraith,
viper,
maybe, or a viper,
cobra.
So do you think it's going to be tougher because their bodies will break down faster?
Well, I wish we had Paul on tonight. I mean, I just want to ask him what's going on, like with his body. Honestly,
Sure.
I've been lucky. Like, I've never taken a major injury, or I've had obviously aches and pains. My back hurts, my knees hurt, my arm, elbows, back, everything hurts at one time or another. But to have to putt straddle because of a knee,
it's a big deal.
We need to get that taken care of. And not only that, he's training insanely hard.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, those injuries should not be happening. So, I mean, unless the training is maybe one of the reasons.
Well, and that's a question I actually had on the tip of my tongue earlier in another conversation we had yet here tonight was you talked this weekend a little bit about training and pushing yourself and when you're in maintenance mode versus training versus, looking at Paul, someone asked on the line as well is, who really trains or works out, on the tour. And, a lot of people were saying Paul does, but, think about how that affects your body or his body or whoever. If he's going hard during certain parts of the season, I see Jen Allen right now posting daily.
She's in
and granted, physical fitness and all that
is a part of her lifestyle.
It's her lifestyle, and it's also a part of her job and that. But she's going hard. She's she's on an 8-week program for herself that she set up or had set up with her, and she's really going all out for it. That's got to be kind of odd, and I don't think I think to an Avery as well, who maybe trained and did physical conditioning to a certain degree during off season, but then during the season, there's not a lot of new things introduced, or there's not a, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, for me during the season, it's I'm playing the game of preparing and recovering. I'll be the first to admit it. I take Epsom salt baths. They're great for your body. They're great for your loaded body. They rejuvenate you in the hot summer months when your legs are just dead.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And I've done those things for years. I don't go out and play a ton during the season. I just don't. Like, I'm 31 years old. I've been able to do this for a really long time. There's a reason behind that, you know? And yeah, I'm just concerned if he's doing as much training as he's doing and he's still hurt. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd like to know. I'd just like to ask him how he's doing, but yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. So like I say 6, maybe 7. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, that's 3 more.
And he's what, 25?
Yeah. We have other players that it's not like
such a competition now. Like Kenny had Stokely and Barry and, arguably one or two other people that would pop up and go away.
Well,
Russell
go way back before Barry was even there. I mean, it was Dean Tannick and then
John
Mike
Maynard.
Randolph.
Yep.
Players like that.
The Martin.
Kenny was just on another level. And I think, Paul now is just, he's right at the forefront of everybody just saying, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. A guy like Rick. Mm-hmm. A guy like Simon. If Simon really got his stuff together, he could be right there.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like a Yuli, a Germ, these players that have been right there, are they gonna come through and get their big one? We look at guys like Dave and Avery, who are some of they're Hall of Famers. They only won one.
Yeah.
You know? So maybe Paul, he's figured it out and he's got 4 in a row, but that streak will come to an end one day. And I'm not going to sit here and predict when it will, but yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting to find out, and only time will tell.
And that's one of the things, like shortening up Worlds. I'll go on record saying I think if Worlds was 6 to 7 rounds, which nobody wants, obviously, for the pros, for the next 3 or 4 years, I don't think anyone beats McBeth. I don't think anyone can. I think in the long run, he's a better player than everybody, and he's in those long-term rounds when you have to maintain for that long, he's always going to be there.
Johnny, Nate's right across from you, right?
I do.
Okay, go on.
But when you get down into like the 4 tournament rounds, if that's what we're looking at, I think it's a whole new ball game. I think anybody can step up and get him. I think, you could have easily another 1, 2, 3 world championships under your belt. If in 2 years that happens, you have 8 more years. I think Yuli could get one. I think Sexton could have a couple. It's going to be very interesting to see that change.
Tim Skellinger, just to throw out a name,
sure,
could get hot for 4 rounds. Yep. And pull down a world title.
Absolutely.
And that's not to discredit any of his skill sets right now, but somebody gets hot on that shorter period, as you're saying. That's where I think Macbeth's reign may be in jeopardy that much greater because of the shorter.
And then you're going to have the.
I mean, I could get hot.
Only because you're wearing too much clothes and you're a little too chunky.
I've got my mid-season form on right now.
Good. And I think you're going to start seeing the arguments, like the Montana versus Brady arguments. Like, it's a different game. Oh, look, we're only playing 4 rounds now as opposed to when I had to play 6, It's now we are in an era of the NFL where it's all passing. Back then, if you had a solid running back, you could win championships. Now, it's not the same.
Yeah, and I think the argument, if we ran a radio show, you can't blame the players for the era that they played in.
Never.
And it's just funny, even them comparing the Warriors to the Bulls, and then people saying, well, it was big men back then, defense, blah, blah, blah. You can't blame those players for that.
Nope.
The Warriors won 73. The Bulls won 72. I don't know what you want me to say. Why would you ever say, well, if we pitted them against each other, who would win? Who knows? Either team.
Games.
Everybody's like, oh, the Bulls would win outright. I don't necessarily believe that.
Yeah.
Take Macbeth and Climo, put them at their literally at their peak moments. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good battle.
I think so too. Because,
regardless of era or whatever.
Yeah, because you have there's always the argument like, well, what discs are they using? Does Macbeth have to use the Eagle?
Oh, I hate that. I just hate
exactly.
That.
And then you're like, well, can Kenny, put Kenny when he's young? Do you give him a destroyer?
Right.
And
it was a different skill set.
Completely different
skill set. Yeah. So, yeah, it's fun. It really, really is fun to talk about these great players and where there could potentially be. Paul's and I've gone on record as saying this before. I think he's the best disc golfer I've ever seen play the game. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Point blank and period. People say, is he better than Ken?
You're in a unique,
I say yes.
You're in a
I
very
say
unique
yes.
position because of your age,
Right?
And the position that you've been in for so long. You got to witness Kenny, and now you're getting to witness Paul.
And then somewhere in between, you won 3 titles
Yeah,
yourself.
So-
exactly.
What did I say the other night?
Like, where do you fall into that?
I have taken second place to every single world champion since 1990.
Ooh, look at you.
Climo, Schultz, Russell, Todd, Macbeth, Jenkins, Felberg, McCabe. There's very few other players that have done that. Maybe like a Felberg and an Avery, potentially. Like, I have seen it all. I got my membership at 96.
Sure.
And so, yeah, I truly believe that he's the best player I've ever seen play.
I think you're right, personally.
And I it's hard. People are like, well, how can you say it? I'm like, because I'm that type of guy. I'm a realist. I can sit here and state my opinion and still go out tomorrow and say I'm going to beat him.
Yeah.
I believe that at this very moment, that the next tournament we play at the Vibram, I'm going to go out and win. If I don't, I don't. Whatever. I'll go on to the next one. But if I do, then I was right. But yeah, it's fun stuff, man. I mean, this is what sports is all about.
Yep. I look at Macbeth and I see the range of his putt is kind of ridiculous. I mean, just like Ricky, Kenny was just so consistent inside the circle, or right around that circle. There wasn't a circle back then, but it was, no one painted that circle down, and he was so good inside that. Like, you couldn't beat him. But Macbeth's circle is bigger. And I think that's really what does it for him.
Kind of like Steph Curry.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Jordan didn't shoot threes very good, but he was great at the fadeaway.
Yeah. He had the turnaround fadeaway. And
yeah.
And, later in his career, he started putting up a few more threes, but not like. But Curry hits from everywhere.
And Macbeth hits from everywhere.
Yep.
And it's. I think what you just brought up is huge.
Yeah.
Ken would make big putts, of course, but he was very consistent.
Yep.
Barry Schultz, one of the best throwers of a rock to have ever lived on this planet.
And a guy who you didn't really see get injured. He's so smooth.
Right.
Yeah,
Barry took very few injuries. Kenny took very few injuries. So, yeah, we're going to see. I think it was an interesting thing you brought up earlier. Like, are their bodies going to be able to hold up? I don't know.
Yeah, because
it's time will only tell.
When you're playing on average 5,500-foot courses or 6,000-foot courses as opposed to 8,000-foot courses and 10,000-foot courses, it's going to be
and it's just
it's
rip
constant
after rip
ripping.
after
Yeah,
rip.
because if you try to slow it down and take it back, you're losing strokes. So
for sure.
If you want to compete, you have to be within 30 to 50 feet of the guy next to you, or you have to put your next one under the pin.
Yeah,
it's just the way it works.
And I mean, I've gone out and try to say, well, I'm not going to try to make those putts. I'm just going to, again, try to be more accurate. Give myself a lot shorter putts. That's all I can do.
Yep.
I'm not going to be the guy that's just jamming every 60-footer. Probably not. I mean, you never know.
You should work on that.
You never know. But anything's possible.
So next time you're with Nate at a tournament round and he jams a 60-footer, you need to go nuts.
Yeah.
It's the end of the world.
Wow.
Oh my God, I never thought I'd see
he'd
it.
never do this.
Never. And especially if I make two.
Two
go in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hold on.
You can always dream.
It's 2 a.m, so just relax.
I certainly remember.
If I don't get out of here, the Chicago traffic's going to start picking up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. We're gonna have to call it pretty soon, but
I mean, literally, I can continue going on.
Well, and it's funny because, as you said, you've lived through this era, obviously a similar era that Johnny V and I have been through, enough to know the history, enough to know the old school people that we now call old school, but then also enough to kind of transcends, and now we're seeing the new breed. And where it's going to go, I think, is, some people want to know, are discs going to fly further? I mean, let's ignore the record and the wind and all that stuff. We'll just ignore that.
Do you think discs were more consistent 10 years ago? Because there was less...
The manufacturing of them or just the flight?
The flight. I kind of have this thought, and I've had it for a while, that...
Yeah, probably.
That with what we have now, with the further that these people are pushing these discs to fly, that they're becoming a little less consistent.
Yeah.
Back then, you had more of like... You only had a couple runs. You had your X and your X, or your Z, barely the Z even, but they were discs.
Yeah, XL. They were like XLs or Predators or whatever.
Or MRVs or
Or X2s.
And it was just a more consistent.
Flying slow.
I always thought back then it was more consistent. Not that, now we have a ton of variety, but I think even within that variety, it's a little less consistent than what you're used to seeing.
Yeah, and I mean, just think, my bag consists of Predators and Forces. I mean, those are the only drivers I really throw.
Sure.
Right? At the current moment. There's a lot of other brands out there. I just throw what I know I can land in a 10-foot circle. I mean, right?
Yeah.
If you break it down that way, I mean, Terry, you brought it up. Are the discs going to fly further? I'm pretty sure we're at about the physical maximum that golfers can just throw.
Sure.
Look at what Simon's doing.
Yeah, we saw 1,100 feet. But now that was in the desert, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But on a course, 500 feet accurate is I mean, that's amazing. Really, nobody does that. Everybody says they throw 500. First of all, you don't know what 500 feet is.
Mm-hmm. We call that internet distance.
They're like, oh, I parked a 512-foot hole. What, downhill? With it? Well, who measured it? Because I don't even see Macbeth do that all that often.
Yeah.
He'll throw a massive 550-foot drive, and it might have landed kind of where he was aiming.
Sure.
But he didn't really know. Because to throw that distance, you're throwing out there on an angle, and the disc is going to kind of do what it wants to.
Yeah.
You
can give it a rough estimate and hope you put yourself in a position.
But at 430, 440, I mean, I could almost land it seriously in a 15-foot circle with a fort. Just knowing the angle, knowing the wind when I'm on. When I'm off, I could hit a freaking football field from 100 feet away.
So this weekend when we were up north in northern Wisconsin, Sandy Point Resort, sandypt.com.
Yes,
but when we were up there, style of course, very different, especially from what you're seeing on a pro tour and at the world championships and things like that. You're not going to see that course at a major. You may see similar holes, but they're going to all be longer.
Right,
Let's
like
put it
hole
that way.
6 might
like
be
hole 6,
a
like
short
you
par
discussed
3.
earlier. Yeah, do you feel like wooded golf, open golf, a mixture of them, hills, not? I mean, is there something that really jumps out at you that – because a lot of people will say we love seeing wooded golf. We like seeing people shape shots, but then the exact flip side of that argument can be those are also the toughest holes to cover, from a media perspective. Right. And do we care about one versus the other?
I personally don't. I don't care that it's tough to cover wooded courses. If someone hits a tree and ricochets 75 feet off into the darkness of the woods, I don't care. I would rather watch someone throw that and risk the shot, risk and hope to get the perfect shot. Like take a Maple Hill shot where we have one guy at the tee and one guy at the thing. It's so pretty watching someone be able to pure those trees.
A hole 6
and
hole
hole
7.
I like that personally.
Honestly, Milo, if that place had cell coverage, I mean, your fans would be obviously loving life. That place was built for disc golf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The holes that are open, they're really not even open. I mean, there's big fairways, but there's still trees you have to carve, land in certain zones.
Yep.
I mean, there's nothing like it out there that I've ever played. Yarva is about the closest.
Yeah.
Honest to God. And again, somebody asked me how many courses I played. Not a lot, but I've played enough to know.
Yeah.
I played tournament courses. That's really it.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy Point was the first new course I played in a year since Peoria or whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, that's to me, you'll see it. It's perfect. Mm-hmm. Carolina golf and with some real tight woods. I mean, that's just it's like playing links golf versus traditional American
Sure.
style golf. I mean, it's just different.
Yeah.
You know, a different ballpark with a short field on the left, you know, in left field or whatever. They're just different, and you know, you have to play them differently.
Is that? We'll take that a step further and say, do you use that same relatively loose mentality for baskets? As in, when you
yeah.
get to a course, they've got a Mach 3 versus a Mach 5 versus an in of a disc catcher 28 versus a chain star. And do you think at some point, because there's always conversation about standardizing them or only having a certain style, and we won't even get into the shrinking or not, conversation, but just seeing consistent baskets from event to event. Does that factor in? Do you treat baskets like, oh yeah, these baskets are this style, and here's how I need to adjust as a professional for that basket?
Yeah, like.
Or does your putt not require that? I think.
Well, mine doesn't.
Okay.
Luckily, mine doesn't.
Okay.
Let's take St. Jude, for example. Actually, the front 9 was Mach 5s. Back 9 was Mach X's for whatever reason. Rick took like 3 spit outs on the front. Back 9, nothing ever was even near spitting out.
Sure.
Because he fires it in there. And the Mach X and the Pro 28 are designed for that.
Sure.
You almost have to hit them pretty solid.
Yep.
You know? I have a modified spin putt, so it's like got a little loft and it's spinning going forward. You know? If I'm putting on a Mach 3, I know I got to hit it pretty perfect. You know? That's why I still think that's a phenomenal competition basket. Mach X, from 12 feet, you can just slam it. Just poof. Because you have to.
Sure.
It's going to catch it. It ain't cutting through. But anything soft, like a 60-footer, coming in near the edges, no way. On a Mach 3, soft coming in the air, it'll go in. It'll go in because there's space.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you have to know the baskets you're putting on. Should they be standardized? I don't know.
I always feel they're like...
Maybe.
I feel like they are a part of the course, and just like you train for, this course is relatively hilly. This course has, a bunch of trees. It's a style. Each course has their own style and feel to it, and the baskets are part of that.
Yeah.
And you need to adjust to that style of basket.
And
if there's Mach 1s out there, there's Mach 1s out there. That's what you're putting on, and everybody's putting on them that weekend.
I think personally for those type of baskets, from what maybe I've seen, you really need to adjust your 20 to 40 foot putts. That's the range, because that's the range where you're either gonna fire or you're not. 20 and in, you should be able to throw almost anything and it should catch it. If you throw it hard, Mach X is gonna catch better than a Mach 3
for sure.
But once you get outside of like 40 to 50 feet, there's not much you can do after that. If you're hitting the basket, you're not. I think it's a little harder to aim. Like, okay, I want this one to be a little bit more higher right when you're throwing it from 50 to 60 feet.
Yeah.
You're gonna be like, I want it to hit in the heart and hope it goes in. If I hit it in the heart, it should go in. If it doesn't, basket kicked me out. It happens in our sport.
Yeah.
But I think from 20 to 30 to 40 feet, you have more control, more accuracy of where you want to hit on that basket, where then you could say, all right, I know the Mach 3s catch a little better if I hit them just slightly, not dead center pole, but just a little to the right so it doesn't pull me back and get me out, which would, in theory never happen with a Mach X. Then you have more leeway, we'll say. But once you get outside of 50 to 60 feet, it's kind of like, hit the basket, it should go in.
Yep. So. I mean, and it's colored baskets, the yellow band. I mean, all those things affect a player.
Yeah.
It just takes a little bit of time. That's why you play practice rounds, man. You just get used to it. Chain stars catch a certain way. They pop this out all the time.
Yeah, and Yuli's saying here that Ricky struggled on the slightly smaller World Tour baskets.
Oh, did he?
Apparently
Yeah.
So,
those baskets are really weird. They have a low rim. They're very odd.
Yeah, so I mean, it is something you
It just
need
takes time. Yeah, it takes. You have to
need
putt
to
on
know
them.
what
Yeah,
to do.
If you putt on them for 3 weeks in a row, you're gonna know them.
Yeah, and then Nathan also chimed in saying he even said that he putted differently on the Mach X at the De La course.
Yeah,
and for the reasons that you just stated, they catch a little bit differently and certain pressures and certain speeds. react differently on just about every basket out there.
Definitely.
So it's that's an interesting way to look at it. And again, for me, it's a part of the course. It was there when you showed up, and everybody's got to play on it.
I like that.
So
Two-part question, and it's something kind of Yuli brought up. Maybe it's the same answer. We'll say your dream foursome, current player. I'm going to throw this in there. Current players that are actively playing versus all-time players.
Ooh.
Like does it change, or
Or who? Yeah. Current
active touring
like if
players.
you were to go
Like
out and set up the featured card that we were covering tomorrow.
Yep, you're going to
Or
Beavers.
maybe we're not covering it.
I really like playing
who do you
with?
really like playing with right now?
Wow.
Yuli's listening. I don't know if
I
that
know.
matters.
I mean, because maybe, and I'm not going to say this for you, but some people might not like to play with Ricky because he gets so intense. That might not be their style.
Ricky's not in there.
Exactly. But some people who are intense may like that. They're like, let him do me. I'm going to do me. We're going to get through this round, and we're going to do our own thing. So,
yeah. So current players, I would say, and this is like seriously just off the top of my head, like Nate Sexton, awesome to freaking play with.
Mm-hmm.
Just so positive, but not cheesy positive.
Sure.
There's like a difference.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Some players are like, they bounce and roll in the wood. They're like, whoa, whatever. You're like, really?
Yeah.
Just be upset a little,
Sure.
which is what Sexton is.
Yeah.
That's great. I like playing with Big Germ. He's gotten better. I used to call him Drama.
Yeah.
Because after a while, I was just like, shut up, dude. For real. Just stop.
Sure.
And he's gotten a lot better at it. So say Sexton and Germ. And man.
Your wife?
Arico.
Your wife? Your wife?
Oh, are we including women?
No.
Okay.
No, okay.
And like Arico.
Okay. Bamba, Stevie.
Steve-O.
Okay.
I mean, I love Bombo too.
Sure,
but
sure.
Yeah. So like those three, that'd be a current. You could put a Yuli like that. The last one could be like a Yuli. I could trade a Yuli out for a Germ.
Sure.
Like that's a good trade.
I don't know, 2 Yulis for 1 Germ.
Yeah.
I mean,
right. That's a super good trade. I always love playing with Yuli. Great competitor. Like he doesn't really affect, like if he's playing bad, he doesn't really mess with other people. But all time, Tim Solinsky.
Mm-hmm. Ski. Yep.
T-Ski. Crazy John.
Yep.
But like the Crazy John of, his prime.
Yeah, sure.
With the 4 discs and
Yep.
all that. And Steady Ed.
Okay. Makes
Awesome.
sense.
Because it would just be like, it could be great stories.
I can't imagine the stories that would be in those.
That'd be awesome.
Just Crazy has enough stories for
Right,
everybody.
right,
but then
right.
being able to talk with Ed.
Yeah, and to just like give Tim another hug,
Yeah.
because the guy gave the best hugs in the world.
Yep.
So stuff
All
like
right.
that.
Well, I'm going to follow that one up. I really like that. So the worst 4 people to play with.
Oh,
All right.
Yuli?
Maybe not. Yeah,
Uli, Germ, they're pretty
Sexton.
bad sometimes.
And Sexton.
All right.
Especially Germ. No, I do love Germ. He's just a big oaf.
Lately we've been seeing a lot of coverage of Nico. Does Nico bother you playing with you? Because he can be very emotional. Does it?
We've had
or
our
passionate.
Moments. We've had our moments. I mean, I can't say I make the claim. I respect every player that I play against. I certainly respect Nico. We've had our differences over the years. Yeah, he's okay.
Does it? I'll say this better than this. Does it affect you on the course when he's doing that?
No, he's so much better now at just if somebody says something, he's like, yeah, I got it.
Sure. Okay.
You
Just
know,
needs a little check.
I feel like he's gotten better.
Just
at
a little
that.
hip
But
check.
he's just an intense guy.
Yeah.
There's just nothing. He's always going to be that way. Brad Hammock, intense guy.
Oh yeah.
Never going to change. So, you can't fault a guy for that. And sometimes it takes him to a place that maybe they didn't even want to be.
Where do you fall in the rule spectrum? I mean, there's always this notion, and it's always said before every Pro Worlds and some of the other big events about like if we're going to respect the game, we all need to call the rules on ourselves. We're a self-regulated sport. But I hate to bring it up just after Nico, but when I don't even want to say about Outburst, How about time? You know, we look at, there's the consideration that's been said, and by our viewers quite frequently, the amount of time a Philo can take. And if you really sit and watch him, he violates 30 seconds frequently. I like Philo a lot. But by letter of the law, he violates 30 seconds a lot. Nico violates 30 seconds a lot. Jeff Bennett's at 29 and a half seconds, really, so he doesn't violate it. Rules in general, self-regulating, are you that guy in the group that doesn't have a problem calling it like it is? Whether it's those or certain rules, is it easier to call, okay, I definitely think you're OB versus, hey man, you just took 44 seconds. Is there a section of the rules that are easier?
Well, by the letter of the law, 44 seconds, that rule is so vague. When does that timer start? When he puts his mini down, when he addresses.
Sure.
Is it 30 seconds just to throw? If the guys want
free of distraction.
I rather if a guy wants to switch a disc, do it.
Yeah.
But just don't do it 5 times. At some point you just have to be a pro and make a decision. Now I'm lucky that most of the time the groups I'm playing with are guys like Uli, we all just know the shot we're going to throw, and we just step up and throw it, But yeah, by the letter of the law, that one says I've never called a time violation. I've told people hey, come on. Or they're in the woods for a minute and then they come out again. I'm like, look, you got to go. We can't just go back and forth here, but I've never stroked anybody with that. And recently I've been put in the unique situation to have to make pretty big calls. And I'm like a detective. I go and gather all the information I can and I make the call the way I see it. And if there's a him and haw, I go, what's your vote? What's your vote? And what's your vote? There's 3 votes. There can't be a tie. There just can't be.
Sure.
In a foursome, there just can't be a tie. The guy who they're calling it on doesn't count. Poll the other 3.
Sure.
We go with that. Let's not sit here and go over it and go over it and go over it. Let's find out the information and just make a call.
See, and I would along that, as far as time goes, I would like to see it as basically 30 seconds from when you put your foot behind your mini.
Yeah.
Because I know. Because
on putting,
you can do a lot of dicking around before you put that foot behind your mini.
I know you can, but the minute you put that foot behind the mini, you're locked in. No stopping. You can't, if you put your foot behind that mini like you're going to go, you don't change a disc. The wind blows up, sorry. If you can do it within 30 seconds, get back to your spot and putt, fine. But when you put your foot behind that mini, that is when your timer starts.
I had a guy in a group. This is not a regular pro. He was a pro. He was about to putt, and then he turned around and was like, I know I'm supposed to go in 30 seconds, but I need to change my disc. I'm like, dude, change your disc. Sure. I don't want somebody to throw if they're not comfortable throwing. It just seems unfair.
I agree.
Am I looking for some competitive advantage where I'm like, nope, you don't feel comfortable? Yeah, you got to use that one. Go 28, 27, whatever.
Yeah.
We had the whole burst with Johnny.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate. That just did not need to happen.
Yep.
But it brought up a lot of controversy about that rule. And I just think it's hard to enforce. I think our rule book itself is extremely hard to enforce.
It can be certain things.
Extremely, but they got to put rules in place somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's take this for example.
This
might fire people up.
Yeah. Oh, good. We like this.
We're playing par 4s and par 5s. A guy goes out, throws a drive out in the middle of the fairway, marks it, goes and throws his next shot. He's off. He might step on the mini. He's off on the left, off on the right. We're out in the middle of a field.
Yep.
Nobody's calling that.
Kenny is.
No, then that's poor sportsmanship. I'll say that is poor sportsmanship. You're not getting an advantage.
Correct.
We're talking inches. When somebody lines up on a standstill shot or a short throw, be behind your mini.
Yeah.
Just don't just be behind your mini. I had a call last year where I sat there and watched a guy get ready to throw. Get ready to throw. I said, hey, dude, you're not behind your mini. He gets ready to throw. He threw not behind his mini. Foot fault.
Yeah.
And the rest of the guys in my group were like, well, you saw it, so you called it, so like it's on you. And they didn't want to like even say anything.
Huh.
And I'm like, and then he threw again, and I'm like, look, he's doing it again. And they just like refused to look.
Wow.
You know, it's crazy. Like, because calling a rule on somebody is now them hawking you.
Yeah.
I had this guy tell me at the end of the round, yeah, I was watching your foot the rest of the way.
It's not supposed to be like a tit for tat.
But that's what it is.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's too bad because you shouldn't feel like you're being singled out or that you need to be vindictive.
And I didn't want to call this.
Well, of
I
course
did
you
not
didn't.
want to
You
call
didn't want him
this.
to cheat either.
Yeah, but you know, it's just, you get put in situations and you just deal with it as it goes on. But look, in the middle of a field, 500 feet away, like, or 800 feet away, stuff happens. Nobody's
Sure.
looking.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, and you could
Yep.
that could fire people up if it wants. But I think Yuli would agree with me on that one.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you're gonna run into things. You know, the one tree that's in the fairway. You know, your disc lands right behind it. Now, are you behind the mini? Are you?
Well, that's
six.
diff-
You know, you're 6 inches to the left.
I'm talking like
Yep.
literally in
correct.
like at
and it's the problem with that is,
you know,
where's the definition?
Blue Valley.
Yeah,
or
where's the
something.
definition between not getting a competitive advantage? Where if I'm 4 inches to the left when I'm going to throw another 400-foot shot in a wide open field versus I'm 4 inches to the left, there's a tree behind a tree. That's a big
Well,
difference.
and honest to
know?
God, I mean, I would probably be watching that a little bit more because
course.
if it's a tight lie, if you're near a tree or right up on a tree, I mean, dude, you better go to a standstill.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
Don't do a full run up if you can't hit that mark.
Yep.
And you're close to a tree and it might adjust your throw because somebody might see it and might call it.
Yep. And then you've got to obviously, there's the word, supporting. Was it supporting point?
A supporting point.
Supporting point. Like, what's supporting? Because if I'm deep into a pine tree, I mean, and my foot's just, my toes behind it, is that really supporting me? Or what's supporting? If I can move it around, that's not supporting me.
No.
But my other foot is really what's
Right.
supporting me.
So our
technically,
book
it's a
is
little
so
there's
vague.
some gray area that
Yeah.
I don't know if it needs to be there. We have so many other things we can address, but it's those questions that I think a lot of people like to ask.
Well, I've tried to read the book from like cover to cover, and it's almost impossible. You're just reading it going, like, there's just so many words and words and words that are just like pointless. So
Yeah.
It's funny. One of the things that I think does get misplayed quite a bit, and we can move on off of, this is footballs, was Hog says the line on a dog leg can be weird when you're not throwing in the line of the basket. When just that you have a long, we'll even call it a horseshoe looking hole. If you have a hole that goes way out and essentially comes back, but where your foot is placed in relation to the mini. And the mini, according to the basket, where your foot. It can be awkward.
Like with that, I usually say, again, if you're doing a standstill, be in line with the pin.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna run up and throw, line up to the way you're throwing.
Yeah, look at a perfect example is USCGC, the giant lake hole.
Yeah,
after your first shot, you're probably not throwing towards that pin. You're throwing down the fairway.
Exactly.
But by the letter of the law, shouldn't you be?
You're foot faulting.
Yeah, you're foot faulting by a degree, like
you should
25
in
degrees
theory,
or
almost
whatever.
be to the right.
It just makes no sense. You want players to run up and do their normal throw.
Yeah.
It's just weird. It's just weird.
Yeah, I mean, we're
our rules weren't written for really par fours and par fives. Honestly, they honestly weren't.
Sure.
Our rules were written for like tee shots to the green, putting.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean,
It's
because
a different era.
I'm not gonna lie, I miss my mini a lot on a big shot on a par 5.
Mm-hmm.
I usually step on it, or I'm like, I either step on it or I'm like 6 inches behind it.
Yeah. And 6 inches
Well,
behind
and
it.
then sometimes I look down and bam, my foot spin was right behind it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Sure.
I've been doing this my entire life. I know where the mini is,
Yeah.
but our foot comes down slightly different places.
So one of the we'll start to wrap this up, but one of the questions for you being a sports fanatic, for you being a guy who enjoys so much golf and takes in the game and takes in more than just the actual striking of the ball, but so much more than that when you take in a sports broadcast, namely golf or the big basketball fan I know you are. Things like seeing disc golf get on ESPN3, the American Tour, we may or may not see another event ever from the American Tour. The jury's out on that. Who knows? I know I haven't seen any updates. Big moment for disc golf. Was that huge? I mean, you and I were, walking down a fairway at Pinto Lake, watching it. Well, Val and the rest of the women were playing in this huge daisy chains event. But big moment, big deal breaker. Is it a breakthrough moment or not for disc golf, for ESPN, for us as fans, or for the general public?
I tend to generally agree with a lot of what was going on out there and saying that it was sort of neutral. And the way that I say that is if first of all, if somebody were watching it, I don't know how we don't know the numbers because it's
I'd love to hear some
It's
numbers.
ESPN's analytics or whatever. If somebody was watching it and they saw it, it's like, okay, cool. You're seeing the discs, you're seeing the baskets, you're seeing guys tee off. You're kind of getting the general idea of the game. Like the two Hooters girls, okay, whatever. That's like not needed. And they didn't even show that scoreboard at all anyways.
Not
nearly as
much as it was needed.
Sure. So like those things were kind of like, whatever. For what it's worth, I thought Billy did a pretty decent job.
Sure.
It wasn't horrible. It wasn't fantastic. I think he worked hard and he did a good job. But I think in general, I feel like it was very neutral. I just don't think like it opened a lot of doors, but I don't think it closed any.